The sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the small town. A squad of knights galloped through the empty streets. The leading knight, cloaked and hooded, had a gaze as sharp as a blade. He abruptly pulled the reins. His mount neighed and stopped. The knights dismounted and rushed into an inn. The innkeeper was startled by the commotion. Lambda and his knights loudly demanded, "Have you seen a silver-haired man and a brown-haired woman?" They are around 30 years old. The innkeeper's eyes widened in horror as a cold blade was pressed against his throat. "I don't know." He shook his head desperately. "I really haven't seen them in the inn, but there are always a lot of guests." A knight leaned in close to Lambda. "Captain, it doesn't seem to be here. Let's investigate elsewhere." Lambda remained silent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. "No." He looked down at the ground. There were some marks there. "This is the place. Gates." Lambda cursed in a low voice. He violently swung his sword, severing the chains in front of him. Blood splattered. He turned to face the panicked crowd and issued an order. "They are heading to the train station. Follow them." Lambda used the back of his hand to wipe the blood from his face. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He covered half his face with his hand, revealing a twisted, "That smile. Just wait a little longer." A steam train traveled through the emerald forest, its whistle echoing through the valley. Ulysses kept his head down, looking downcast. Maddie flipped through the newspaper and looked at Ulysses in confusion. Ulysses' eyes were filled with worry. "How much longer are you going to dress as a man?" Maddie showed a gentle smile. "My dear, didn't I tell you? Don't be fooled by appearances. You must look with your heart. My dear, you are beautiful, so stand up straight. And be confident." He snatched the newspaper from Maddie's hands and used it to cover his own face. "Stop talking. Hurry up." Ulysses was stunned when he saw the contents of the newspaper. The wedding of the Grand Duke of Laundermel, a love that transcends class. Grand Duke Ulysses von Laundermel fell in love with a woman from the slums. Disregarding the opposition of those around him, he eventually married her. The bride, Maddie, became the Grand Duchess, but at the wedding, she didn't wear a wedding dress. Discussions filled the train carriage. So the Grand Duke really married that commoner? Calling her a commoner is being polite. She's from the slums of Kendrick. They say she used to be. The passengers in the carriage whispered, "My friend lives in the Laundermel territory. I heard they're deeply in love, but that woman is said to be a bit abnormal." So the Mad Duke married a mad woman. After meeting her, that Mad Duke has also changed a little bit. Ulysses used his hair to cover his face. "Maddie, how much longer until we arrive?" Maddie stood up. "We're getting off now." Ulysses looked up in confusion. "What?" Maddie neatly picked up her gear. "You'll be able to take off those clothes very soon." "Really?" Ulysses stood up in pleasant surprise. Maddie turned her head and affirmed, "Yes, we're getting off." She opened the train door. The smile on Ulysses' face instantly froze. He looked at the scenery rapidly retreating outside the door. "Get off now. The train is still moving." Maddie looked at his terrified face. "What's with that expression? Haven't you ever jumped off a train before?" Ulysses asked in horror. "Of course not. Are you crazy?" Maddie didn't hesitate. "I'm going first. If you don't jump now, you won't get the chance." Ulysses shouted in panic. "Maddie, that's too dangerous." Maddie leaped without hesitation, jumping off the speeding train. Maddie traced an arc in the air and crashed heavily onto the grass, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Maddie quickly got up. She patted the dust off her body and looked at Ulysses, who was still on the train. Ulysses looked at Maddie worriedly. "Maddie, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Maddie adjusted her collar. She chuckled softly. "Didn't I tell you? You have to look with your heart." Maddie reached out her hand. "Come on." Ulysses had tears in his eyes. "You're always so reckless. Doing whatever you want." With an exclamation, Ulysses fell from above. His skirt fluttered in the air. A scream pierced the sky. "Please, don't let me regret today's choice." Time rewinds to a few months ago. A maid asked, "Is His Highness missing again today?" Another maid answered, "Yes. I think he went to the slums. Sometimes he just drinks nonstop." I really didn't expect our young master to fall to this level. If the late Prince Nielsen saw this, he would definitely be heartbroken. Ulysses von Laundermel, Grand Duke, son of the late Crown Prince Nielsen, and the current emperor's only nephew. Every night he drowned himself in alcohol, pretending to live in seclusion, hiding from the world to avoid the emperor's suspicion. Ulysses, that was in the slums. He sat at a gambling table, holding a few cards in his hand, his eyes cold. His gaze was sharp. No matter how many times he came, he couldn't get used to this filthy gambling. That den. He looked around his surroundings, which in his eyes were unbearably dirty. A hand wearing a black glove reached out. "Hey, a glass of beer. Put on that table over there." The bartender poured the drink. Are you using this drink to gamble? Maddie smiled and waved her hand. I'm not drinking for free. Stop nagging. The bartender wiped a glass. Sigh. You girl, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. Maddie winked at the bartender. Thanks. The man next to Maddie asked, Maddie, are you out of jail again? Another person asked, how long did you stay this time? Maddie picked her ear. Just one day. I drank too much and blacked out. That person smiled and handed the poker cards to Maddie. I thought you got caught stealing a wallet again. Maddie revealed a sly smile. Come on, if that were the case, I wouldn't have been caught. The man asked, did you bring gambling money? That was your accommodation fee for last night. Maddie confidently pulled out a money pouch. Can a soldier go to the battlefield without bullets? I guess I'll still have to win everything back for you. Her gaze swept across the casino and finally landed on a silver-haired man. A new face. Looks like someone who doesn't know how to play cards. What wind blew you here? Ulysses, that noticed her gaze and frowned in disgust. A noisy woman. I'd better not get involved. He stood up abruptly. I'm not playing anymore. Ulysses slapped a handful of money on the table. Mind your own business. Keep playing. He turned and left. Maddie shouted at Ulysses, a noble of kindred gracing us with his presence. At least leave some money before you go. Maddie watched Ulysses leave. She seemed to have thought of something interesting and revealed a sly smile. Maddie stood up. I'm going home. She waved at the bartender. Thanks for the hospitality. The men at the card table started complaining. We just had a good hand. Maddie smiled and said, stop fussing. I stayed up all night yesterday. I need to get a good sleep. I'm leaving. Ulysses walked on a quiet street. Moonlight spilled across the rooftops. Maddie chased after him. Hey, wait. Ulysses didn't look back. If you're trying to con me out of money, I'm not interested. Sharper than I thought, Maddie's voice came from behind him. Oh my, why speak so harshly, especially for such an elegant gentleman? Ulysses turned around, his face full of disgust. I don't have time to play with a crazy woman. He looked at her, examining Maddie. Her clothes still carried the musty smell of prison. His pupils contracted. A despicable swindler. Suddenly, a man leaped high into the air to ambush Maddie. Maddie didn't notice at all that a man behind her was about to attack. Her face was flushed, and she cupped her cheeks with both hands. Don't look at me like that. It's embarrassing. The man raised a kitchen knife and swung it down fiercely but missed. Maddie dodged swiftly, not forgetting to let out a surprised cry. Whoa, that scared me. Maddie covered her head, feigning lingering fear. Who are you? The man glared angrily. I am Josh from Haldekin Hardware. You filthy rat. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Give my wife back to me immediately, you swindler. Maddie looked bewildered. Your wife? I have nothing to do with your wife. Josh gritted his teeth. You bastard. You must have helped my wife run away. Maddie feigned sadness, saying that woman. She always had injuries on her back when she was still around, that you should have treated her better. Maddie sighed. If she ran away, she ran away. Why are you making a fuss with me? You're not even worth a single punch from me. Not even worth a single punch. Ulysses whispered, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Josh roared. Up before I tear your scrawny body to pieces. Tell me quickly, where is my wife? Maddie straightened her clothes. You really have no class. Let's make a deal. I'll fight until you give up. To deal with trash like you, one finger is enough. Josh revealed a manic smile. He raised the kitchen knife high. Huh, you really are. A lunatic digging your own grave. Ulysses watched this scene in horror. Wait a minute. Maddie calmly drew a handgun and accurately shot Josh in the leg. Josh stood frozen in place, his body not reacting immediately. But soon he cried out in pain. My leg. Maddie held up the gun, the muzzle still smoking. Ulysses looked at Maddie in shock. Ulysses looked at her with complex eyes. This woman, who exactly is she? Maddie blew away the smoke from the muzzle. She turned her head and winked at Ulysses. Just like that, everything began. Maddie and my perfect yet reckless life. Josh clutched his leg, crying out in pain. My leg. You're cheating. Who the FCK carries a gun around with them? She looked at Josh innocently. I just used my cute little finger to gently pull the trigger. Just once. Maddie held the gun with feigned disgust. Just holding this thing makes me thirsty. She smiled. And looked at Ulysses. How about it? Want to find a place to grab a drink? Ulysses covered his ears with both hands, his face pale and his body trembling. Maddie asked, Hey, are you okay? Was the gunshot too loud? If you're hurt, I can. Ulysses abruptly swatted her hand away. Don't touch me. He looked at Maddie in disgust. Get lost. Don't follow me. I have no interest in people like you. Ulysses turned and left. Maddie stood there, watching his receding figure. Maddie waved her hand indifferently. All right, looks like I have no choice. Who wants a drink with me? My treat. She held up a brooch. The crowd erupted in cheers. Maddie, you're the best. Ulysses walked alone on the empty street, his footsteps echoing in the night. He stepped on the wet ground. He recalled that pale-faced woman. His mother spoke with difficulty. Ulysses, you must survive, no matter what happens. That you must stay alive. Ulysses listened to his mother's coughs. Point one after another. You must stay alive. A voice echoed. Dot in his head. He covered his ears in pain, trying to stop these voices from reverberating in his mind. Stay alive. And then what? He stood on the moonlit street. Dot a solitary figure. He covered his face, panting in agony. No matter what, I cannot die like my father. 3 months after his father went missing, his corpse surfaced on the lake, swollen, rotting, and mutilated beyond recognition. The court ruled it a suicide, but he had no reason to end his own life. Family portrait sank to the bottom of the water. Our family was once perfect and harmonious. We were once happy. His mother's death, that was just as suspicious as his father's. She died of an unknown illness, passing away peacefully in her sleep. I couldn't catch the murderer, but I have my suspicions. Someone I don't even dare. Not to name. Rupert Paragon Laundermel, the man who replaced my father and ascended the throne. My father, the crown prince, is dead. The next one is me. It's only a matter of time. I must stay alive at all costs. I started playing the fool. A fool with no interest in politics whatsoever. A useless, playboy. I need a real trump card. Something that can make them suffer just like me. I need something more powerful. Something that can make them suffer just like me. Something that can drag them to hell. Let them also taste this kind of despair. Yes, exactly. This hatred. The people behind him. Dot took advantage of Ulysses' inattention and slipped a sack over his head. Ulysses cursed silently. Damn it, is it a robbery or an assassination? They beat Ulysses blow after blow. Ulysses secretly felt that things were bad. There was actually more than one person. A rope strangled Ulysses' neck. He let out a stifled groan of suffocation. His consciousness gradually blurred, and scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Just then, Maddie kicked the group of people away. Ulysses, that was thrown to the ground. As if reborn, he hastily took the sack off his head. His vision, that became clear again. He breathed heavily. What caught his eye was the scene of Maddie fighting one against many. Maddie pulled out a strip of cloth from her body. While a man wasn't paying attention, she wrapped the cloth around his face and viciously slammed him to the ground. A man in black who was still standing roared in anger. You bastard. He violently grabbed Maddie by the collar. Do you know who you were messing with? The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted. Maddie neatly broke free from the man in black's grip and used her knee to fiercely strike the man in black's chin. She forcefully pinched the man in black's face and then very quickly, she raised her leg and violently struck the man in black's nose. Maddie stood in place, her cold eyes scanning. Everyone present. There was no warmth in her eyes. Her hand raised high, holding a dagger, she finished off everyone on the scene. Maddie turned to leave. Ulysses quickly called out to her. Hey, wait a minute. He stared in astonishment at this woman full of hostility. First of all, she chased after me like a good friend at the beginning. I don't know what's going on. How could she, a commoner, to have a gun? Those techniques were clean and precise. No wasted movements. Cold sweat seeped from Ulysses' forehead. Don't tell me. He watched Maddie holding the blood-stained dagger, step by step, not approaching him. Could she be someone sent by the Emperor? Maddie looked at Ulysses with her green eyes. She suddenly became completely non-threatening and looked around. Oh, wait a minute. Ulysses looked at her in confusion. Maddie rummaged back and forth through the corpses. She muttered happily. Everyone's wallet is bulging. Maddie's back was about to break. Maddie handed a money pouch to Ulysses. Here you go. This is the money for the brooch. Ulysses held the money pouch, his face full of confusion. What brooch? Maddie looked shocked. Good heavens, don't tell me you didn't. No? She smiled and said, this won't do. At this rate, you'll be robbed clean before you even leave the slums. Ulysses was surprised. Wait a minute, did you really steal my brooch? Maddie explained, the one that was on your chest. You didn't drink with me, and that was very sad. So I stole the exquisite one. If you had played poker with me earlier, I would have definitely stripped you naked from head to toe. The price of one brooch is already very cheap. Ulysses was puzzled. Are you praising me, or insulting me? Maddie suddenly leaned closer and reached out her hand. I'm just a little crazy. So, can I hold your hand? Ulysses turned his head away. Maddie wasn't annoyed either. Anyway, that we should meet more often. She looked back with a smile, her eyes bright. I like you. Ulysses, that watched her receding figure. She likes me? He looked down at the money pouch in his hand. So, they were robbers, and that crazy woman ended up saving me. A glimmer of light flashed in Ulysses' eyes. He looked up. Wait a minute. Maddie turned around in response. Ulysses. That walked over quickly and grabbed Maddie's arm. Hey, wait a minute. We need to talk. Ulysses held tightly to her arm. Hey, can we talk? Maddie looked at him blankly. In Ulysses' eyes, not a trace of anticipation flashed. Maddie lowered her eyes. She looked at Ulysses. Holding her hand, she shook off Ulysses' hand. No matter how chaotic this place is, for you to grab someone like me like this. Maddie, covered her mouth and snickered. Oh my, the Grand Duke is even bolder than I imagined. Ulysses frowned. What? I was just a little anxious. Wait, how do you know I am the Grand Duke? Maddie looked as if it were a matter of course. That outfit, that striking silver hair. Who wouldn't recognize you? If someone didn't recognize you, they must be a spy. Ulysses's thoughts were in turmoil. She knew exactly who I was. Did she want to be arrested for insulting royalty? Wait. Maddie turned around with a radiant smile. Anyway, you grabbed me because you have business with me, right? She waved her hand. I think I get it. Follow me. Grand Duke. Ulysses looked at her back with a complex expression. Maddie, led the way in front. Ulysses followed behind, their footsteps echoing in the empty alleyway. He looked at Maddie's back. Could I be wrong? Saving me doesn't mean she is on my side. He looked around. If I get kidnapped in such a remote place, it's over. I must escape immediately. Maddie pushed open a door. All right, welcome to my office. She opened her arms enthusiastically. Please come in, esteemed. Guest. Ulysses stepped into the room warily. Esteemed guest? A foreigner inside the city walls? He surveyed the Spartan room. One table, 2 chairs, and a solitary lamp. Maddie pointed to a chair. Please have a seat, Grand Duke. Let's talk business. Sit here. Ulysses sat down. Maddie revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Our guest is very suspicious. Of course. After all, assassins are frequent visitors, I understand. She picked up a quill pen. Let me think. You've already heard my name just now. She looked up. So, what exactly are you hiring me for? Personal protection or to cover your tracks when you go out in secret? Let's talk about the remuneration. Charging by the case is too inefficient. 100 dialogues a day. That should be fine. Ulysses interrupted her. Before that, his gaze was sharp. Are you loyal to this country? Maddie looked weary. This client is starting to get annoying. She answered impatiently. Come on. Wanderers have no motherland. Wherever I sleep is my home. Whoever pays is my master. Whether it's being a bodyguard or that's something else. Ulysses pressed his hand on the paper. I need to confirm a few things. He enunciated every word clearly. Are you a spy? And do you have the ability to protect me? Maddie's hands fumbled around her body. Ulysses' heart tightened. Is she hiding weapons? Ulysses thought to himself, no wonder she wears so many layers. It turns out she's hiding a gun and a dagger. Truly well prepared. Maddie let out a coquettish cry. Oh my. Where are you looking? Ulysses looked at this scene in shock. A centipede that was deeply pinned by the blade. That centipede was just under the table a moment ago. Maddie rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with a smile. Oh my, I'm most afraid of bugs. I didn't dare catch it with my hands. Ulysses had a complex expression. Your skills are indeed not bad. Maddie suddenly became serious. Also, you seem to be asking me if I was sent by the Emperor. She crossed her arms over her chest. Listen closely, dear client. I have professional ethics. I can even offer you my absolute loyalty. Although I have no idea where loyalty comes from, as long as the client pays, I am just that loyal of a person. Ulysses's that gaze was like a torch. How do I know you're not lying? Maddie suddenly pointed behind him at that centipede. Why do you think it only brushed past you? She smiled brightly. Because you're going to be my client. Ulysses was speechless. All right. Ulysses muttered softly. If she really was the Emperor's person, she would have killed me upon entering this secret room. She was interested in me from the very beginning. Could it be because I need a bodyguard? Maddie looked confused. No, that's because you're handsome. Ulysses. That was stunned. What? Maddie's eyes sparkled. I approached you simply because you're handsome. I especially like silver hair, and I like fair skin even more. But if you're handsome, need my help, and can afford to pay, I will do my utmost to protect you. Ulysses held his forehead and sighed deeply. Maddie pointed to the price list on the wall. I take my work very seriously. I can choose to dispose of them secretly or slaughter them right in front of you. I can even just send their heads, though shipping is extra. But seeing as you're handsome, I won't charge for it. Maddie proudly covered her mouth and chuckled. Goodness, I'm so good at doing business. Ulysses rubbed his temples. I don't need you to kill people in front of me. I will send someone to dispose of the corpses. Maddie clasped her hands together. Great, I'm starving to death. After signing the contract that I was just about to go eat, Ulysses was astonished. The corpses must be disposed of immediately. Maddie didn't care. This is a deserted alley. It's fine to deal with it later. Does the Grand Duke wash the dishes immediately after eating? Maddie picked up the quill pen. It seems you're the type to wash dishes immediately. So domestic. Her pen tip flew, writing something on the contract. Ulysses roared, "Why did you write this into the contract?" Maddie, that held up the contract. The words are all crooked. Why are you always yelling? This isn't your house, and the office isn't soundproofed. Ulysses let out a long sigh. Where exactly did you receive your training? Maddie scratched her head. I don't remember. She looked down, pondering. 16 or 17? Anyway, anything before that. But I don't remember. Maddie pulled out a dagger and twirled it nimbly on her fingertips. As you can see, I am skilled with bladed weapons and firearms. Shooting in close combat are a piece of cake. Ulysses took the dagger. When did you steal this again? He felt a wave of relief in his heart. Good thing she's not a spy. There's no way she could be a noble, right? Maddie turned her head and smiled at Ulysses. She suddenly lifted her skirt. Ulysses shrank back in shock. Maddie's hand brushed over her thigh, revealing firm muscles and numerous scars. Did she just? Maddie dropped her skirt. Is it a bit weird to look at legs? Then do you just want to look at my arms? She rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms that were similarly covered in scars. Ulysses, I was dumbfounded. Maddie's eyes dimmed. A pampered, noble lady wouldn't be raised like this, right? I'm just Maddie. No background, no parents. Just an errand runner, Maddie. She knelt in front of Ulysses. So, as long as you entrust the bodyguard job to me, that I will protect your safety. Ulysses looked down at her. I hope you can decide whether or not to use honorifics. Maddie threw her head back and laughed. What a picky client. Anyway, I will protect you in secret. Is it necessary to be so formal? Then let's talk about the price. Ulysses abruptly grabbed her wrist. I'm not looking for a bodyguard. Maddie smiled and asked, then do you want a date? Ulysses kept his head down. No, a marriage that no one can interfere with. He slowly spoke, marry me. A proposal. The ultimate contract to bind her completely to his side. It seems I'm going to have to risk my life completely. Ulysses' eyes flickered with light. You are not the Emperor's person. You don't look like you'll die easily either. This isn't something I can just ask anyone to do. You are the most suitable candidate. Maddie's pupils contracted. Wait a minute. I'm not doing that kind of thing. Let go. Why would I get married? Are you going to let go or not? Ulysses was not afraid, but rather his smile grew wider. He spoke again. Marry me. Marry me. Maddie was grabbed by the wrist by him. She questioned angrily. Do you think money can solve everything? Trying to buy someone's life with money? Ulysses calmly stated a number, 1 billion. Maddie leaned against the door, her eyes wavering. Did I hear that right? That amount. Ulysses looked calm. You really aren't surprised at all, but I can't miss this opportunity. He added, to be exact, it's 1 billion in alimony for a divorce after 3 years. If you want to leave this country, I will also prepare exile funds. You just need to pretend to be my spouse. I don't like physical contact either. What do you think, Maddie? Maddie's breath hitched for a moment. She suddenly grabbed Ulysses' hand, her eyes shining. Darling, where have you been? Don't worry. This is a pre-agreed, fraudulent marriage. First, hold the most luxurious wedding. Second, show off our affection in front of others. Ulysses looked disgusted. Do we have to use the word show off? There are clearly better ways to say it. Maddie disagreed. Showing off is showing off. What else can you call it? By the way, Your Grace the Grand Duke, your background is astonishing. Third, we must continuously engage in immoral and senseless behavior. Fourth, immediately after the wedding, pay Maddie in advance of 100 million and provide ample living expenses. After 3 years, pay 1 billion as the final settlement. Fifth, prohibit any physical contact unless under special circumstances when being watched by others. Sixth, the above contract conditions are only valid if both Ulysses and Maddie safely survive until the end of the 3-year term. Maddie will do her best to protect Ulysses. If you think carefully about these conditions, they are actually very strange. Continuously engaging in immoral. And senseless behavior. Ulysses painfully grabbed his hair. In the end, this aligns with the goal you mentioned, protecting me. Maddie suddenly realized, you react faster than I thought. Do you understand now? The Emperor is sending assassins to eliminate all potential heirs. So I decided to disguise myself as a piece of trash. Ooh, Ulysses gritted his teeth. Trash, Maddie explained, to make you look like a useless heir. And I am the disguise for that piece of trash. Ulysses. That scrutinized Maddie. Your intuition and speech prove that your mind is as agile as your skills. Then why are you holed up in this slum? With your skills, that you could easily become a noble's bodyguard. Why are you here cleaning up people's messes just to get by? Maddie leaned lazily. I don't know. I just hate being tied down somewhere. Once I belong to someone, I get an allergic reaction. Ulysses calmly responded. Then you should cure that problem first. Maddie's eyes grew sharp. Cure what? Ulysses crossed his arms. If you talk to me so casually like this, what will others think? Maddie responded unyieldingly. They will think I'm a rude, ignorant bastard who doesn't know her place. Ooh. Ulysses leaned closer to her. Exactly. So marrying me is just to ruin my reputation, isn't it? Maddie smiled brightly. We are going to deceive the whole country. We can't be sloppy, darling. Ulysses remained expressionless. Don't use that title. Maddie tilted her head. What, darling? If you don't like it, I'll call you baby. Baby's sweet. Heart, honey, my love. Which one do you hate? Ulysses's forehead slightly bulged with a vein. I understand you want to ruin my reputation, but restrain yourself a bit. At least make others believe I've truly fallen in love with you. Maddie immediately stood at attention. Understood. Dear Mr. Client, are you satisfied? Ulysses sighed. Mr. Client. Maddie patted the contract in satisfaction. All right, then let's sign. Ulysses suddenly spoke. Add one more clause. He picked up a quill and filled in the contract. Maddie leaned over to look. Let me see. 7th, both parties will strive to survive during the contract period. 8th, no matter what insults or threats are faced, neither shall run away. If the contract is not fulfilled, Ulysses, that will collect 10 times the penalty. Maddie grinned. What a sweet request. Stay by my side. Don't die, but it sounds so scary. I also want to safely get through these 3 years. If you're worried, write that clause in too. Maddie picked up the quill and signed her name at the end of the contract. Mel. Dysprosium. After signing, she looked up. So, when is the wedding? Ulysses pondered for a moment. First, we start with the proposal. It needs to be as grand and flashy as possible. A few days later, at the Grand Duke's estate. The Grand Duke's estate fell into chaos due to a sudden commotion. The head maid of the Grand Duke's estate anxiously directed, that jacket, and bring those shoes over too. Hurry up. Another maid, Lolly. Don't panic. He just said he doesn't like brown. Is it because of the stud decorations? This one is very clean. Who knows? Ulysses sat in front of the mirror, extremely picky about the clothes presented by the servants. The head maid looked confused. Why has His Highness suddenly become so picky? He never cared about his clothes before, or even his hairstyle. Lolly clasped her hands together, looking intoxicated. Oh my, isn't it obvious? It's because of love, of course. I don't know which noble lady it is, but he has finally found his destined partner. The head maid looked disgusted. Ugh, spouting that romance novel nonsense again. Lolly clasped her hands. His Highness is at the age for love. Hee hee. The butler walked up behind her. Lolly, His Highness is waiting. Go get quickly. Lolly hurriedly ran off. Yes, I'll be right back. A servant reported to the head maid. Butler, everything has been moved. The butler nodded. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Be careful on the way. The servant watched all this. That Highness who only goes out at night to gamble is actually dressing up like this. Is he really going on a date with someone? A clear sky with fluffy white clouds. A meticulously planned proposal is about to take place. The carriage stopped in front of Maddie's residence. Ulysses adjusted his tie. Your Highness, we have arrived. He stepped out of the carriage, his leather shoes landing on the ground. Ulysses held a large bouquet of blue and white flowers. Maddie, holding a small knife, excitedly whispered in his ear. The whole country is watching. We can't be sloppy. You have to put on a look of falling in love. He turned around holding the bouquet, his face showing a carefully rehearsed deep affection. Ulysses muttered to himself downstairs. First, when I see Maddie, I will hand her the flowers and say, Maddie, from the moment I saw you, I've dreamed of spending the future with you. Since she is my fiancée, it would be better to use polite language. I must act as deeply affectionate as possible. Ulysses looked around. But seriously, we agreed to meet at the entrance of this alley. Where is she? He looked around, his expression growing increasingly uneasy. Did something happen? A voice suddenly rang out. Darling. Ooh. Ulysses was startled. Maddie ran out from the alley with a bright smile. It's still early. Why are you here? She opened her arms and threw herself at Ulysses. I missed you so much. Ulysses. Dot froze completely. Did darling? His mind went blank. What is this situation? Ulysses stopped and turned his head, looking toward the end of the street. This call of darling that made him frown slightly. Maddie lifted her skirt and ran through the early morning streets. It's still very early. Why are you here? I missed you, darling. Ulysses stood frozen in place. Have you forgotten the limits of acting outrageously? Don't you know when to stop? Maddie panted heavily. Ha! Ulysses, did you come over specially today, too? Maddie. Dot raised her face, her fingertips brushing past the loose hair by her ear. You always come over, so today I want to take the initiative to see you. Ulysses held his breath, his body completely stiff. What exactly is going on? Why has the atmosphere changed so much? Ulysses recalled earlier. I think it's because you said you like my face. Could be you've really started to like me? Maddie's eyes fell on the blue and white bouquet. Oh my God, did you buy this for me? Ulysses offered the bouquet, responding softly. Ah, yes. Maddie took the blue and white bouquet and buried her face in it, smelling the petals. Thank you. It's my first time receiving such a large, fresh bouquet. Because of you, Your Grace the Grand Duke, I've experienced many new things. Thank you. Ooh. Ulysses stared at the woman in front of him, a violent heartbeat echoing in his chest. No, my heart is beating too fast. This is bad. I must calm down. Ulysses created a visual illusion to make it look like they were kissing. Hey, you haven't forgotten that this is all an act, right? Snap out of it. Maddie lowered her voice and complained. So many people are watching. What are you talking about? I can't stand this. Ulysses. Dot felt like he took 10,000 points of critical damage. Maddie smiled, but her eyes turned sharp. Your Grace, you really are something. You snap out of it too. Maddie lowered her eyelashes, pressing her fingertips to her lips. Is all of this really just an act? Your acting is too clumsy, Your Grace. Shall we change places to continue? Or do you want to directly face the Emperor's wrath right here? Ulysses's pupils contracted, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Damn it, I need to calm down. I have to settle this right here. Ulysses's gaze fell on her face. Maddie, I know this isn't the place to talk, but I can't hold it in anymore. Maddie stood stunned. What did you say? Receiving such a big bouquet, I'm already very grateful, but has he really gone mad? Should I continue to provoke him? Ulysses's black-gloved hand covered the back of Maddie's hand. Mel.dy, marry me. Maddie suddenly looked up, her pupils trembling slightly. I'm sorry. I think I misheard just now. What did you just say? Ulysses. Leaned in softly again, his voice echoing in her ear. Marry me, Maddie. Ulysses. Held her wrist and whispered the invitation. Let's live together. I don't need anything else. From now on, let's be together forever. Maddie covered her mouth. Her eyes widened. The surrounding neighbors erupted in cheers. Maddie, congratulations. Wow, Maddie, you did it. Look, your face is completely red. Ulysses gazed at her face. Maddie suddenly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry, darling. She turned and dashed deep into the street. Ulysses stood frozen, letting out a gasp. Maddie, looking at the fleeing figure. This was not in the plan. Running so fast. How am I supposed to catch up? Maddie lifted her skirt and sprinted through the narrow alleys, capturing a man's heart with just one move. Truly an amazing woman. Ulysses. Reached out and grabbed Maddie's wrist, pulling her forcefully back in front of him. Why did you run away? Maddie? Maddie stared at the ground, her voice barely audible. I don't want to get married. Ulysses froze, his pupils contracting sharply. What? Ulysses pressed both hands on her shoulders and shook her firmly. No, we. I must get married. Maddie abruptly looked up, her eyes red. Why? Why on earth? What do you think others will say about me? They'll say I'm just after the Grand Duke's title. Maddie shook off his hands and took a step back. I never thought about getting married, nor did I expect things to escalate to this point. I simply can't bear it. Maddie clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Why do you keep bringing me happiness? Now, this is already too much, so much that it's overflowing. Ulysses opened his mouth, his throat tight. So, what should I say? We've never discussed this. Maddie. Pulled a pocket watch from her pocket and shoved it into Ulysses's hands. Take it. The pocket watch, the ring, and the floral perfume. Maddie stuffed all of these in his arms at once. Take. The cufflinks too. Take everything that reminds me of you. Ulysses looked down at his hands full of valuables. When exactly did you steal so many things? Wait, hey. Maddie pounded on Ulysses's chest. You are a noble. You are a Grand Duke. When you hear those objections and insults, you will definitely abandon me, right? Just leave like this. Let it become a beautiful memory. Ulysses was hit so hard he almost suffocated. I almost died. Maddie tightly gripped his collar, burying her head in the crook of his neck, gasping. Ulysses stiffened his body, letting her clutch his suit. Hold me tight, Maddie murmured softly. Ulysses slowly reached out and wrapped his arms around her back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he hugged her tightly, the tip of his nose brushing past her hair. Full of floral scent. Maddie whispered a demand. Say you love me. Say you will never give up on me. Ulysses wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing into those green eyes. I love you, Maddie. I love you, and I will never give up on you. Maddie leaned close to his ear. Touch my lips. Ulysses stood frozen, blinking, and let out a soft sound of confusion. Ulysses looked at Maddie's lips, struggling internally. Ulysses mustered his courage and directly kissed her lips. Maddie closed her eyes. The two embraced in front of the flowers, and the surroundings erupted in cheers. The neighbors clapped and cheered. Congratulations, Maddie. Sunlight bathed the embracing couple, and this moment completely froze in time. Ulysses stood in the center of the crowd. That guy is such a romantic. The chatter of the onlookers rose and fell. Maddie suddenly waved her arm and loudly scolded the surrounding crowd. Everyone be quiet. Can I be in love? What law says that I can't get married? Ulysses watched her side profile. This acting is almost like the real thing. If this woman fell in love, she would probably look like this. I found it. Ulysses softly called out, Maddie. Since I met you, my life has completely turned into another world. The future will surely be the same. Ulysses lifted her hand and slid the ring onto her finger. Maddie looked at the silver gleam on her hand. Your Grace, are you really okay with this? Being with someone like me? If this is just a play, then it must be you. It can't be anyone else. Ulysses pulled her tightly into his arms. A newspaper flew into the sky with the wind. The headline boldly read, The Secret Romance Between the Grand Duke of Laundermel and a Commoner Woman. The newspaper flew across the street, its headline featuring a proposal that crossed class lines. The empire's future direction became confusing. A noble shook the newspaper, his brows tightly furrowed. This is crazy. After such an event, this actually happens. The news exploded in the slums. Passers-by stopped to talk. That Grand Duke addicted to gambling has been coming here frequently lately. So it wasn't for gambling, but for a woman. Noble young ladies gathered together, their fingertips tracing the words on the evening paper. A love transcending status. Sigh, doesn't it sound romantic? A carriage passed through the tree-lined avenue, its wheels rolling over the cobblestone road. The news spread like a plague. The whole city was waiting with bated breath. In front of the Grand Duke's estate, the butler waited with hands clasped anxiously. Behind him stood servants with shocked expressions. The carriage slowly came to a halt. Ulysses stepped down first. Careful. Maddie slowly got down. Maddie rested her hand on his palm. Are you holding my hand? Thank you, darling. The head chef with a small mustache looked at the steak, gritting his teeth. Why did His Highness bring a beggar back? Isn't she just after His Highness's status? Lolly panicked. Didn't you see them holding hands when they came in? He looks completely mesmerized by her. Has our innocent highness been deceived by that woman? The head chef burned with anger. I will absolutely not cook for that kind of person. Let her taste the flavor of salt. He grabbed a handful of salt, and sprinkled it fiercely on the steak. An older butler spoke up to stop him. Be quiet. This is His Highness's decision. We must comply. He grew up all alone, and there's a void in his heart that we cannot fill. Perhaps that woman can. Ulysses and Maddie sat at one end of the long table. The butler and servants stood respectfully at the other end. Maddie looked at the cut steak. Wow, it looks really delicious. Thank you for cutting it for me, darling. She forked a piece of meat. Maddie brought the fork to Ulysses's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. I wanted to try this. We always meet indoors and have never eaten outside together. The servants held their breath. Your Highness, don't eat it. While eating, look at me. Look at me at least once every 3 seconds. And smile. All right then. Ulysses opened his mouth and ate the steak. Suddenly, a burst of saltiness exploded in his mouth. He started coughing violently. Maddie, let's switch plates. Maddie feignait de surprise. Oh, why? Ulysses picked up his plate. My meat seems to be cooked more thoroughly than usual. I have a rather picky taste. Ulysses' face darkened. Today's chef must have mixed up the portions for the two of us. Maddie acted innocent. Oh, really? It's fine. I can eat any kind of meat. She forked a piece of potato and put it in her mouth. Maddie forked the steak from Ulysses' plate and swapped it over. Is there any problem, Maddie? Maddie ate happily. The butter on this sweet potato is so silky. It seems like honey was added too. Ulysses looked at the head chef. Is that so? The head chef broke out in a cold sweat. Why, yes. Top-grade butter and high-quality honey were used. It's something a commoner couldn't even dream of. Maddie looked pleasantly surprised. No wonder it's so delicious. Then can you give me your sweet potato too? Ulysses smiled and handed over the plate. Haha, of course. Ulysses held Maddie's hand. Everything is finished. Let's go. Maddie's gaze got swept over the plate. She responded softly, okay. In the dead of night, the kitchen door was quietly pushed open. The man wearing a hat from before the wedding slipped in. He fumbled at his chest and let out a sigh of relief. He walked toward the plate of switch steak. Picking up a small bottle of green liquid, he dripped the poison onto the sweet potato. Maddie grabbed the man by the scruff of his neck. The man began to suffocate, his eyes rolling back. Maddie leaned in close to the man and whispered in his ear, "It was you, wasn't it? The one who poisoned the sweet potato." The night enveloped the Grand Duke's estate. The man had a white cloth strip covering his mouth and nose. He wanted to call for help, but couldn't make a sound. He struggled, trying to get up, only to find himself tied to a bed, his mouth gagged. Maddie's voice came from his side. "You're awake." The man felt terrified inside. This voice, it's the woman who knocked me out. Maddie looked at the tied-up man. "Oh, don't move around. The thing in your mouth is the poison you brought." The man struggled in horror. MMPH. Maddie pointed at the cloth strip on the man's face. "It's not a syringe. It's that fist-sized poison bottle from your pocket. I pulled out the stopper and replaced it with cloth stuffed inside. So don't drool too much. The wetter the cloth gets, the faster the poison seeps out. So might have already leaked out." Maddie leaned closer to him. "Now, can you tell me who sent you?" The man trembled all over. "And no, if I know I spoke, my family will all be killed. I can't say anything." Maddie looked confused. "Oh, really? That's too bad. This is an abandoned warehouse. No one ever comes here. It'll take a long time for anyone to find you." She turned and left, dropping the phrase, "Take care." The door slammed shut, and the warehouse fell into a dead silence. The man struggled desperately, letting out whimpering sounds. He twisted his body, trying to break free from the restraints. The poison began to seep from the cloth, dripping down the corner of his mouth. He suddenly convulsed, his body gradually going numb. Is the poison taking effect? A poison that slowly paralyzes the nervous system. The person had said, "It won't kill you immediately. Just sprinkle it in the Grand Duke's food." I knew I should have run away when I heard that order. He said it wouldn't be immediately fatal, but with such a large dose, I might die paralyzed. The warehouse door was suddenly smashed open, the chains snapping forcefully. The man looked up in shock. "What?" Ulysses rushed into the warehouse. "Are you all right?" The man recognized the voice. "Duke of Laundermel." Maddie spoke up to warn him. "Your Grace, don't touch that man. He is the culprit who poisoned you." Ulysses glared at Maddie. "How could you tie someone up like this? There must be some misunderstanding." Ulysses supported the man. "This is Miley. He has worked for our family for over 10 years. Unless threatened, he would never do such a thing. He treats me well and would never hurt me." Miley burst into tears. Ulysses cut the cloth strip. The bottle of poison leaked out. Ulysses took out the poison bottle. "Miley," he questioned softly, "did you really poison my food?" Miley sobbed painfully. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. They gave me money, lots and lots of money." Miley's voice grew faint. "Say no more. The poison is taking effect. My children are starving to death. I'm truly very sorry." Ulysses closed his eyes. "Miley, I will find the antidote." Miley couldn't believe it. "What?" Maddie looked at him coldly. "He's already confessed. Just let him die. The toxins have already spread. He won't live much longer." Ulysses looked straight at Maddie. "Miley is not at fault. What's at fault is my family. It's this world. Go get the antidote quickly." Miley was shaken to the core. "How could I? Such a good person. Since I'm going to die anyway, I must at least repay his kindness. I must tell him, not about that person." He used his last bit of strength and hoarsely shouted, "Monk Nanando." Ulysses whipped his head around. "What? Monk Nanando?" Miley's body went limp, collapsing into Ulysses' arms. Ulysses supported. "Him. Stop talking. I will definitely get the antidote. When you wake up, Leave here immediately. The carriage sped through the night. So stupid. Maddie looked down at the carriage. You should have suspected why we only untied his mouth, but didn't take off his blindfold. Why not just poison them directly? Maddie jumped down. He wanted to kill you. An eye for an eye. What's wrong with that? If it were me, I would have acted long ago. Ulysses was helpless. I said no using poison. Maddie looked up at him. However, your plan was brilliant. If I had interrogated him directly, he wouldn't have said anything. Good thing I didn't stuff the poison bottle in his mouth, nor beat him half to. Death to force a confession. Ulysses asked, was there anything besides the poison? Maddie retorted, what else should I have put? A tranquilizer? Are we okay like this? Ulysses turned and walked toward the woods. Suit yourself. By the way, he turned back. You ate that sweet potato. You ingested the poison. Are you really okay? Maddie replied, I'm fine. My body has always been like this. Are you worrying about me? Ulysses mounted the horse. Stop joking around and come here quickly. Maddie responded briskly, okay. She jumped onto the horse, sitting behind Ulysses. By the way, who is this Monk Nanando? Ulysses's eyes darkened. Count Monk Nanando. He is my uncle. Ulysses recalled the past. A man handed him fine clothes. Count Monk Nanando. He is my uncle. A hint of surprise flashed in Maddie's green eyes. Ulysses suddenly shouted, Maddie. Maddie was startled. Is that so? Should I go kill him right now? Ulysses suddenly pulled the reins. Maddie was jerked backwards. You shouting suddenly. That startled me. Maddie covered her ears. Because you look so pitiful. You must live for the full 3 years, so I can get my 1 billion. Ooh. Ulysses comforted her. Don't worry, I will survive no matter what. He turned his head, his side profile looking resolute in the moonlight. And today, thanks to you, I dodged death once again. Thank you. Maddie suddenly pulled the reins. Ulysses exclaimed, wait, you can obviously mount a horse. Why can't you ride? And you're sitting in front of me. Maddie laughed triumphantly. I never learned. If you teach me, I should be able to learn very quickly. I'll learn things very quickly. Her tone abruptly shifted. But why don't you have a bodyguard? With your status, that you should have one. Ulysses's voice became distant. I had them when I was little, but they either died or ran away. Now, even if I post, a bodyguard commission, no one is willing to take it. Maddie looked thoughtful. But that's how it is. Perhaps. Ulysses thought to himself, this woman will fear death. It won't take 3 years, in less than 3 months. But she will run away. Maddie suddenly smiled brightly. Then I am a first bodyguard. Who won't run away. If you can survive. In Ulysses's eyes, a hint of suppression flashed by. The corners of Ulysses's mouth turned up slightly. He almost died today, yet he was smiling. Maddie patted her chest. She smiled and said, I told you I wouldn't die. Believe me. 1 billion, here I come. Maddie laughed out loud behind him. Ulysses thought to himself, I'm going crazy too, or maybe I'm just being influenced by her. The sound of hooves stopped in front of the quiet estate. Ulysses helped Maddie down from the horse. The butler quickly ran over to help the two. He took the horse. Lolly immediately came forward holding a candlestick. Maddie pulled at her cloak. You must be tired too, Your Highness. You went out early in the morning. I'll go back and sleep first. Ulysses looked at her in silence, his gaze lowered. He seemed to be thinking about something. He suddenly looked up, his Adam's apple bobbing. He called out to stop her, Maddie. Maddie stopped and looked back at him. Ulysses quickly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. His voice was low and firm. Tonight we sleep together. In my room. Maddie took a step back. Wait, how can we sleep in the same room? Ulysses turned his face away, the tips of his ears slightly red. Anyway, after we get married, I will have to share a room. His tone left no room for doubt. Come with me. The door was pushed open violently. Ulysses held out his hand, his expression cold and hard. Hand it over. He grabbed Maddie's cloak. It bore the family crest. Why did you steal that? Maddie looked wronged. I stole other things, and you didn't even notice, but you spotted this one at a glance. Ulysses's eyes turned icy. Is that what's important? If you took anything else, return it all. If jewels start disappearing one by one, who do you think the servants will suspect? Do you want to be kicked out as a thief, or do you not want that 1 billion? Maddie lowered her eyes. Fine. You're right. He let go of his hand. The cloak slipped off. Pocket watches, cutlery, gems, gold coins, and various stolen goods fell to the ground with a clatter. Ulysses, that was dumbfounded. You stole all this in less than a day. Maddie lowered her head. Yeah. Maddie pulled a piece of paper from her pocket with a sly smile. Our contract. I'll return this to you too. Ulysses froze. The contract? Didn't we each have a copy? This one was originally yours. He instantly realized something. You stole my copy. Maddie stuffed the contract back into his breast pocket. Who put something so important in their breast pocket? What if someone reaches in and takes it? Ulysses' cheeks instantly flushed red. He covered his chest with his hands. Who would reach into my chest? Maddie looked him up and down. With a body like that, wouldn't anyone want to? Your pecs are too big. They're too conspicuous. She reached out and poked his chest. Ulysses stiffened all over. He stopped Maddie. Enough. Ulysses crossed his arms. If you don't pull yourself together, the contract is meaningless. So follow the rules. He held up a finger. First, no more stealing randomly. Maddie reluctantly repeated, no more stealing randomly. Ulysses held up another finger. Second, no. Killing randomly. Maddie snapped her head up. Why not? What if I'm threatened? What if my life is in danger? Ulysses' eyes were firm. That's why I said no. Killing randomly. He paused. The last rule, no running away from me. For that 1 billion, I really have to do everything. Ulysses added, understood the contract. I really have done everything. Maddie revealed a smile. Oh my, how romantic. Ulysses' expression was cold. The corpses of the people you killed. The city guards have already received the alarm. They are searching. 4 witnesses and the culprit. Maddie's smile froze. Didn't you say you'd take care of the corpses? Ulysses had his back to her, his voice devoid of emotion. My way of taking care of it was to report it to the city guards. So as long as I turn you in, you'll go to jail for murder. Maddie looked at him in disbelief. I saved your life, and you're going to put me in jail? Ulysses' eyes were icy. You only saved me for the money, didn't you? Fragments of memories flooded his mind. Ulysses being dragged into darkness by skeletal hands. Don't die. Ulysses, don't die in vain. Ulysses clenched his jaw. So don't run. This is the only way you can make money. And I can survive. Maddie turned around. Fine. Since our interests align, I will stick it out. A hint of surprise flashed across Ulysses' face. He looked at her, his eyes holding. An indescribable emotion. Wait. Ulysses suddenly spoke. He watched as Maddie's hand reached for her own clothes. Why are you taking off your clothes? Maddie untied the strings of her top. What are you talking about? You brought me into your room in the middle of the night. Don't we have business to attend to? Ulysses took a sudden step back. Wait, I didn't call you here for that. He stammered to explain. Hey, this is our contract. I have no interest in sleeping with someone I don't care about. You don't have to do such meaningless things either. Maddie tilted her head. Why are you suddenly stuttering? Doesn't the contract say we wouldn't? Do that? She started counting on her fingers. Think about it. You brought me out of the slums like a lovesick fool, right? Ulysses admitted with difficulty, right? Maddie continued. Then, you publicly announced our relationship, right? Ulysses confirmed again, right? Maddie pressed on step by step. Now you brought me into your room in the middle of the night. Ulysses panicked. He stammered, Maddie yawned. I didn't say we really have to spend the night. Just put on an act. Ulysses leaned against the wall. She tapped the floor with her toe. Solid wood floors have terrible soundproofing. Maddie's hand rested on the door. Come on. She walked to the bed. Let's make the bed shake together. Ulysses' face flushed bright red. Oh, the bed. That made a creaking sound. Maddie lay on the bed and stretched. I'm exhausted. She wiped her forehead. I am sweating buckets. I have to make sure he's really hooked. Maddie rolled over to Ulysses' side. Are you really asking for death? Ulysses looked confused. What did you say? Maddie explained. The maids are super sensitive to this kind of thing. Do you want to roll around with me? Ulysses' eyes widened. Do we really have to go that far? The two lay side by side on the bed, exhausted. Ulysses thought helplessly. Yes, even if the whole world wants me dead, this woman will protect me from money. I just want to play the fool, but I ended up bringing back a lunatic. He sighed. Forget it. Look on the bright side. Ulysses turned his head. Even if someone offers you double the commission, don't take it, understand? Maddie lay beside him. I know what you mean. There are always scumbags in this business, but I'm different. I have professional ethics. Ulysses looked at her. Not even for 5 times the price? Maddie scoffed disdainfully. Of course not. She rested her chin on her hand. And revealed a sly smile. From a very beginning, my ideal type has been silver hair and blue eyes. You being alive is worth $1 billion to me. Ulysses added, I'll also give you a generous monthly allowance. How about that? Maddie answered crisply, deal. Ulysses probed again. Even if someone offered 10 times the price, you wouldn't take it, right? Maddie covered her mouth, her eyes flickering. 10 times? She hesitated. 10 times would be a bit. Ulysses sat up abruptly and roared her name, Maddie. Maddie immediately waved her hands with a laugh. Just kidding, just kidding. Go to sleep. She leaned over and looked at Ulysses. "You've been up all night. Tell me the truth." Ulysses's tone became serious. "Even if someone really offered 10 times the price, you wouldn't take it, right?" Ulysses stared at her. Maddie frankly admitted, "Of course not. I might lie sometimes. Okay, I lie often, but this time I'm telling the truth." Stop making that face." She got up and walked to the candlestick. "If any bastards come looking for you, I'll take a good look, weigh the pros and cons, and then dispose of them. So don't worry." Maddie blew out the candle. A wisp of blue smoke rose. "You did very well today." Maddie looked back at him. "You're my first love, Ulysses." Ulysses looked at Maddie. "You know that I've been wondering why you always bring up my face. Does your first love look like me?" Maddie ate her steak quietly. Ulysses cut into his own portion. He was satisfied. Last night's hard work wasn't in vain after all. Ulysses looked at Maddie. "She really is a born liar. I'll just have to put up with her a little longer." Maddie pushed a letter across the table. "It just arrived this morning." "At what time?" "I grabbed it on the way." "You read it?" Ulysses refused. "We don't read these things at the dining table. It's impolite." Ulysses forked a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. Maddie asked, "Oh, really? Then I'll tear it up." "It seems someone is coming to visit." Ulysses snatched the letter. Maddie looked at him provocatively. "Weren't you just talking about being polite?" Ulysses's face turned red. "Shut up." Maddie unfolded the letter. The letter read, "For my beloved nephew, Grand Duke Ulysses. Marrying a woman of ill repute is completely unacceptable. If the late Crown Prince Helton were still alive, he would be heartbroken. I will come for lunch tomorrow. We need to talk." Ulysses stood up abruptly. He opened his pocket watch. 10 o'clock. He announced loudly. "Maddie, get up immediately. We need to buy you some clothes." Maddie, with her mouth full of food, asked indistinctly, why? "Do I really need to suck up to the person who might poison you?" Ulysses explained, "To get married, we need at least the approval of 3 family elders." Maddie's eyes turned serious. Ulysses continued, "So if we want their permission, we must make a good impression first." Maddie sighed. "Fine. Since that's the case." A greedy light flashed in Maddie's eyes. She leaned her hands on the table and announced loudly, "Darling, let's go empty your wallet." Ulysses walked ahead. "Maddie, whatever you want to buy, I'll buy it for you. Just don't steal anything." Maddie replied, "Why are you so serious? People who don't know, that would think you've fallen in love with me." Ulysses stopped in his tracks. He gritted his teeth. "How could I possibly fall in love with someone like you?" Maddie teased, "Oh my, why are you so cute? Matters of the heart are unpredictable." Maddie turned around. "Listen, if you really want to fall in love with me, perish the thought right now. I'm not in the mood for games. Relax, baby. Even if I died and came back to life, I would never fall in love with anyone." Ulysses looked at her back, his eyes complex. A butler hurried over. "Your Highness Ulysses." He called out his name. "Philip." The butler bowed deeply and reported in a low voice, "I think it would be best if you stayed at the estate. There is an emergency situation, Your Highness." Ulysses thought to himself, "An emergency situation? This is too unusual." Maddie turned and walked towards the carriage. Ulysses looked at her. Wait. He was suddenly startled. Is this related to Maddie? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be because of Maddie? Ulysses looked at the butler. "Understood. I'll send a maid to accompany Maddie. In the meantime, I will talk to him." The butler bowed and took his orders. "Yes." Ulysses turned to leave. "I should have disposed of those corpses earlier." Ulysses looked at Maddie in the carriage. He instructed her seriously. "Maddie, listen carefully." Maddie, sitting in the carriage, replied absent-mindedly, I know. No stealing, no killing." She filed her nails. "What else?" "Don't run away." Ulysses leaned against the carriage window. "Don't cause trouble. Report back on time, and then return. You're from the slums in Bronze Street. That in itself is conspicuous enough." He emphasized his tone. "Keep quiet and maintain your dignity." Maddie waved her hand impatiently. Yeah, I know, darling. Stop nagging." Maddie suddenly covered Ulysses's mouth. "Shut up." She leaned out the carriage window. "Oh my God, the butler is here, and the maid who's accompanying me." The butler and maid stood to the side, looking nervous. Ulysses's cheeks were slightly red. It's Lolly. I'll leave Maddie in your hands then." Lolly answered nervously, Yes. She bowed to Ulysses. "Your Highness, we're off." The carriage slowly pulled away. Maddie leaned out the window and waved. "I'll be back soon, darling." Ulysses watched the departing carriage. He asked the butler, "So what is it exactly?" The butler handed over a letter with both hands. It's a letter from His Majesty the Emperor." Ulysses's face darkened. He grabbed the butler's wrist. "Get straight to the point." Lolly looked at Maddie with a gloomy expression. "This woman, how dare she seduce our innocent highness? I'll make her run away, crying in humiliation. Maddie sat in the carriage, looking at the garden outside the window. We've already passed the main gate. Why are we still in the garden? Lolly explained. Over there is the garden connected to the estate. We still have to go a bit further and pass through another gate to really be outside. Strictly speaking, this is more like a park. Maddie marveled, really? It's so big. She noticed Lolly sitting ramrod straight, her hands tightly clasped. Isn't it uncomfortable sitting like that? Lolly stiffened, her hands clasped tightly together. Maddie smiled and said, "You don't have to use honorifics. Speak however you're comfortable. I prefer it that way." Lolly's cheeks flushed. Then, she waved her hands in a panic. "But you're soon going to marry the Grand Duke and become the mistress of this place. I can't speak so casually." Maddie smiled and reassured her. "Hey, wait until I actually become the mistress. Why put pressure on yourself now?" Lolly clenched her fists excitedly. "Really?" She leaned closer to Maddie. "You really love the Grand Duke, don't you? That's why you accepted his proposal." Maddie leaned back in her seat. "Of course I love him." Maddie closed her eyes. "He is a kind and innocent man, but our statuses are vastly different. This is beyond my control. If his relatives object, he might give up. So, I want to cherish every day we have right now." Lolly was stunned by what she heard. "What is this? I thought she was a fraud and a troublemaker, but she's a little different from what I thought." Lolly wrung her hands. "But the Grand Duke really loves you. He won't give up easily. Why are you thinking so negatively so early on?" Maddie opened her eyes. "Do you think getting married is easy? We're only engaged right now. Until we actually stand at the altar, everything is unknown." Lolly's eyes became complex. She looked at Maddie quietly. Maddie stroked her own hair. "I came from the slums. If you saw me outside, you wouldn't even talk to me." A blush crept up Lolly's cheeks. "I just feel like—" Maddie suddenly grabbed Lolly's hand. "Hey!" She leaned close to Lolly's face. "Are you helping me pick out clothes today?" Lolly was startled by the sudden closeness. "This is my first time. Not shopping with someone else." Maddie asked in surprise. "You have a lot of first times. Do you not have siblings or family?" Lolly gestured excitedly. "No, I've never had any, so I'm especially nervous right now." Maddie looked at her quietly. This woman, Maddie, clasped her hands together. "That's really sad." Lolly looked at her. Maybe she's just a bit uncultured, but she might actually be a good person. Lolly made up her mind. "Don't worry, I will pick out the most beautiful clothes for you. After all, it is the Grand Duke's order." Maddie looked at her in pleasant surprise. "Wow, really? Thank you." She smiled and said, "Even if I get kicked out of the estate tonight, shopping with you, that will be a wonderful memory." Maddie suddenly asked, "Oh, right, what was your name again?" "My memory isn't very good." Lolly answered softly, "My name is Lolly." Maddie held out her hand. "Lolly, what a beautiful name." "I'm Maddie. Just call me Maddie." She took Lolly's hand. "Lolly, you can call me whatever you like." A pitiful and naive woman, Lolly thought to herself. Everyone will point fingers and call her a vixen who seduced the Grand Duke. She responded in a low voice. Lolly looked at Maddie holding her hand. "At least, I should be nicer to her." Maddie's smile turned sly. "Good. Keep it up. Come over to my side." She leaned back in her seat, her eyes cold. "Do you think I'd be driven away so easily? This job is worth a fortune. Even if I have to burn down that arrogant count's estate, I'm staying." A man appeared at the door. It was the guest, Count Munknanando, Ulysses' uncle. Ulysses rose from his seat. "You're here, uncle." The count looked at him coldly. "You already know that why I'm here, don't you?" The count suddenly stood up from the sofa and roared. "Who gave you the nerve to propose such an absurd marriage?" He looked around. "Where's that woman?" Ulysses responded with a smile. "She is preparing to welcome you, uncle. It's just taking a little longer than expected." The count glared at him. "Grand Duke, you should pay attention to your attire. Wearing such cheap clothes, that is beneath your status." The count crossed his arms. "I will handle everything. You don't need to do anything. Soon, I will introduce you to a suitable lady." Ulysses lowered his head. "That won't be necessary." He raised his head, his eyes gentle yet firm. "I already have someone in my heart." The count was shocked, and his eyes widened. "What? Can love feed you?" He roared in exasperation. "You're just too young and know nothing about this world. That's why you'd say such things." The count pointed at Ulysses. "Now just listen to me. Marrying a woman of unknown origins is outrageous." A hand rested on the count's shoulder. He turned back in horror. Maddie leaned close to the count's ear and shouted loudly, "Chi-why." The count was scared out of his wits. "Are you crazy? Let go." Maddie took a step back and smiled. "Oh, sorry. You were shouting so loudly. I thought you had a hearing problem. My name is Maddie. Nice to meet you. Ulysses looked at her. Maddie. Ulysses's cheeks flushed. He said softly, "You're so beautiful." Maddie, you're so beautiful. Maddie asked softly, "How is it? Perfect?" Ulysses smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I was a little worried, but the result far exceeded my expectations. Maddie praised. The maid you sent did a good job. Remember to give her a bonus later. Lolly really is excellent. Ulysses gestured for Maddie to sit. Sit here. Maddie sat down gracefully. Oh my. Thank you, Grand Duke. The Count's face twisted in anger. He let out a muffled grunt. The Count gritted his teeth, seeing what that lowly creature had done. His eyes were sinister. She's decent looking, but she's just a slum girl. A little scare, and she'll run away. Maddie, that turned to Ulysses. Since Uncle's hearing is perfectly fine, let's bring out the Panacea wine now. Ulysses was a bit confused. Wine? Ulysses looked at Maddie and understood. Maddie must have her own ideas. Okay. The Count was also stunned. What did she say? Wine? Lolly walked over carrying a silver tray. On the tray were 3 glasses of a liquid glowing with a green light. Lolly smiled and offered the tray. Yes, this is specially prepared for you. Count. She placed the tray steadily on the table. The emerald green liquid swayed in the glasses. It's absinthe. The Count's face instantly darkened. He muttered to himself, "Isn't absinthe dangerous if you drink too much?" Maddie's smile deepened. Count, you're absolutely right. If you drink too much at once, you will drop dead on the spot. She picked up a glass. But isn't it beautiful? The Count's cold sweat dripped down. Could it be this woman knows about the poison? No, impossible. If she knew, how could that fool still be smiling? Maddie raised her glass. Count. The Count looked up in horror. Sweat soaked his temples. Maddie raised her glass. Please drink. Come on. The emerald green liquor reflected the Count's terrified face. He took the glass tremblingly. Maddie tilted her head. Why aren't you drinking? She asked softly. Is this your first time drinking absinthe? If you're worried, I could drink first. Maddie brought the glass to her lips and took a small sip. The Count's pupils abruptly contracted. Maddie closed her eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. So delicious. She opened her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a knife. This taste, even if it's poisonous, it makes you want to drink it all in one gulp. The Count's pupils trembled with fear. This woman, she knows I poisoned it. This morning, when I heard Miley was missing, I didn't think much of it. A man had reported to the Count, Miley, who went to the Grand Duke's estate, is nowhere to be found now. The Count, that was absent-mindedly flipping through the newspaper at the time. Let him be. He probably went off to drink somewhere again. The Count's face instantly turned pale. Did that woman notice and then get rid of Miley? The corners of Maddie's mouth curled into a cold smile, her eyes full of mockery. And victory. The Count's heart shook. So, Ulysses also knows about the poison? Maddie turned to the Count. Uncle, you will congratulate me on my marriage, won't you? The Count roared internally. This fool, in this situation, does she still only thinking about getting married? Maddie took a small vial out of her sleeve. The vial contained a liquid the same color as the absinthe. The Count looked at it in horror. That thing, why is it here? Ulysses was also confused. Maddie, did you bring extra wine? Maddie explained gracefully. Pouring it out little by little from a small glass vial like this is the best way to taste absinthe. Ulysses suddenly understood. I see. Then let's drink a little less. Drinking too much is bad for the body. Maddie aimed the mouth of the vial at her own glass. She replied softly, yes. Maddie poured all the liquid from the small vial into her glass and downed it in one gulp. The Count stood up in shock. Ulysses asked Uncle what's wrong. He looked at Maddie, who was still alive and kicking. Impossible. But the next second, Maddie grabbed her own throat in horror. Her body went limp and she collapsed. The Count was terrified. He pointed at Maddie. Hey! Ulysses shook Maddie anxiously. Spit it out. Spit it out. I told you that you can't drink that much at once. The Count's mind completely collapsed. She really drank it. She drank all the poison. The Count shouted in panic if she drank it all at once. Call a doctor quickly. Maddie suddenly burst out laughing. She sat up straight. Did I scare you? Count, you look very nervous. So I played a little joke. Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. My heart almost stopped. I can't handle your jokes. The Count slumped in his chair, trembling all over. He looked at Maddie with a dull gaze. The empty vial rolled off the table. Only endless fear remained on the Count's face. The Count fled in a panic. I need to think about it. I'll come back later. Maddie and Ulysses waved goodbye on steps. Come again next time, Uncle Count. I'll be waiting for you too. The Count's carriage sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Ulysses smiled and scolded. How could you drink poison right in front of me? Are you crazy? Maddie explained. Of course I switched it with real wine. Were you worried I'd die? Darling? Maddie linked arms with Ulysses and walked down the steps. Do you really think you can threaten Uncle like that? That was just a warning. We'll eventually get his permission. Ulysses followed behind her, puffing his cheeks. He ran away in disgust. How exactly do you plan to get his permission? But Maddie stopped in her tracks. He's not dead yet, nor is he buried in a coffin. Why would I get his permission? You are too pessimistic. She turned around. Dear Maddie, smile brightly. From now on, anyone who wants to kill you, I will deal with them without leaving a trace. So if you want to live, trust me. Ulysses looked at her silently, with complex eyes. Maddie turned to leave. Ulysses pursued. Wait, where are you going? Your room is over there. Maddie replied, I still have things to do. Ulysses stopped in his tracks. Give me the poison you took from Miley. Don't run around with it. Maddie stopped and looked back playfully. Oh, darling, it seems what I just drank really was poison. Oops. Maddie made a mistake. Ulysses' face darkened. He looked at her in shock. Ulysses' mind went blank. She drank poison. He looked at Maddie. Then will Maddie die too? Ulysses suddenly woke up. He staggered to his feet. Damn it, I should have known. After an unknown amount of time, he grabbed Maddie. I'll call a doctor. Don't go away. Stay here. Maddie reached out her hands in black gloves and hugged him. Sure, it's okay. I won't die. Even if I drink poison, I won't die. My body is just like this. I am alive, and I will keep living. Ulysses was still in shock. Sweat soaked his forehead. Maddie warned him, so don't easily expose your weakness in front of others. That will make you look very fragile. Someone is watching, understand? Maddie let go of her hands. I will come back safely. Ulysses stood stunned. In place. Someone is watching? Now, who is watching where? Ulysses stared at Maddie. Was she smiling so beautifully because there were servants present? That must be it. He blew a kiss to Maddie. All right, it's cold outside. Remember to wear a coat when you go out. Take care, Maddie. Ulysses turned around. Then I'm leaving. Maddie was stunned. What? Does he have no friends? Why suddenly blow a kiss when saying goodbye? Dusk enveloped the town. The lights of thousands of homes began to light up. A man stood behind the door, looking nervous. Maddie, wearing a cloak, stood outside the door. Maddie. The man hesitated for a moment. Kumin. Maddie walked into the house. The man closed the door. Why didn't you say anything? I thought it was some drunkard again. Someone was following me. If my whereabouts are leaked, it will be very troublesome. The man exclaimed, someone was following you? You could have easily shaken him off, but you deliberately let them follow? Maddie calmly explained, if I suddenly disappear, it will arouse suspicion. It's better to let them relax their guard. The man looked excited. But sister, when I saw the newspaper, almost fainted from shock. Engaged to the Grand Duke. Sister, are you planning to scam a Grand Duke? Is that really okay? Won't you be hunted down for the rest of your life? Are you sure about this? Maddie waved her hand helplessly. Oops, I haven't had time to explain to Knox yet. This man is Knox, a scrawny 15-year-old refugee boy I met on the street 7 years ago. At that time, he stole my wallet. I should have broken his dirty little hands, but he became my only family. Knox roared, you're also a thief. Why are you only scolding me? Maddie pointed to the back of a man in the distance. That person just wanted to buy a birthday present for his daughter. Look at his shabby appearance. Obviously, he saved money for a long time for this special day. Knox retorted unconvincingly. What does that have to do with me? They are lucky to be able to celebrate birthdays. Maddie grabbed Knox's cheek. You kid, you have a tough mouth. If you want to steal, steal from the rich, not from this kind of person who can only whistle after losing his wallet. Since then, I taught him stealing and scamming. He learned all kinds of tricks. Knox came back from his memories. Sister, are you really planning to scam the Grand Duke alone? Why not find someone to cooperate with this time? Maddie slumped into the chair. The scammers I know are all dead. Maddie sighed. Among scammers, my acting skills, insight, and these hands are the most useful. Knox shook Maddie. Ah, sister, I want to go too. Take me with you. Maddie grabbed his wrist and threw it off forcefully. Sit down. Shut up. Knox immediately sat obediently. Yes, this time, not only do I have to save my own life, but I also need the ability to kill. This is impossible. I cannot teach Knox to kill. The more people who know the secret, the greater the risk. Maddie turned around. This is not a lie. I am really getting married. Knox looked bewildered. Knox found it hard to believe. In the past, when you were disguised, there were fools who proposed to you. But this time is not to scam people, nor is it to run away with the dowry on the wedding day. Are you saying this is a real marriage? Maddie answered him. He loves me, even knowing what I really look like. Knox screamed in horror. Real look? Does he know you're a thief? Does he know you do dirty work and scams? Maddie leaned against the wall. He probably knows most of it. He knows very well that I am a difficult person. It's not completely a lie. Knox roared. Aren't you overestimating yourself, sister? You are more than difficult. You are simply unmanageable. Maddie punched Knox on the head. This guy is really Knox covered his head and slumped in the chair. Sister, I was so shocked when I saw the engagement news. I even did some investigation. I thought you were going to scam the Grand Duke's family again. Ulysses Kuhn Laundermel, the only son of the former crown prince, is also the only heir to the surname Kuhn. This surname is only passed down to the legal heir. Logically speaking, the throne should have been his. But after he lost his parents one after another, the throne was taken away by his father's younger brother, Lapidith Paragon Laundermel. Since then, he has often frequented the slums. But other than that, he has no bad rumors, no women, and no illegitimate children. He is just a pitiful and kind good person. Knox looked earnestly. Maddie, don't marry him. He is too pitiful. Veins popped on Maddie's forehead. She kicked Knox to the ground. Knox struggled to get up and asked angrily, "What are you doing? You villain who ruins the lives of innocent men." Maddie picked up a bottle of wine. "I am really getting married. Stop talking nonsense. Go investigate Count Munknando." She tilted her head back and took a gulp of wine. "Find out everything about the Count, his wife, his children." Knox asked in confusion, "Count Munknando? Who is that?" Maddie smashed the wine bottle heavily on the table. "My fiancé's uncle." Knox was even more puzzled. "He is the Grand Duke's uncle. Shouldn't we be trying to please him?" Maddie's eyes turned icy. "That guy messed with the Grand Duke. How dare he touch my things? It's time to teach him a lesson." Knox looked at her in horror. "Oh no." Knox's expression instantly froze. "Oh no, someone is crazy. I have to clean up the mess before things get out of hand." "I understand. Since he touched my sister's man, then he does deserve to be taught a lesson. But sister, how are you going to deal with the Count? I need to know the direction." Maddie spoke. "No matter what we do, investigation is the first step." Knox pursued, "Are you going to squeeze him dry? The uprooting kind?" Maddie's eyes were sharp. "Not uprooting is not enough." Maddie's eyes were cold. "Just wait and see. Should I give him a little trouble, or let him go bankrupt, or just solve it cleanly and neatly? Let's think about it for a while." Knox was shocked. "Sister, do you want to completely get rid of the Count? Just like how you dealt with Viscount Corboy?" Maddie shook off his hand. "I won't kill him." Knox looked astonished. "Why not?" Maddie's gaze softened. "The Grand Duke told me not to kill easily anymore." Knox, shocked and defeated, buried his head on the table. Maddie looked at him dissatisfied. Maddie added, "He messed with the Grand Duke, and he is a stumbling block for me to enter high society. A guy who will continuously cause me trouble." Knox suddenly realized, "I understand." He clasped his hands together. "May you bathe in the river of love forever. I support you." Maddie turned around, ready to leave. "I'll be back in 3 days. I'll leave Knox to you." Knox responded loudly, "Okay, sister. Have a safe trip. Wish you happiness. Congratulations." Maddie's figure disappeared at the door. Knox's smile instantly froze. He leaned against the table. That Maddie actually fell in love. He shook his head. Since she is so certain, it must be true. Find out about the Count's wife and children within 3 days. Knox groped for the hidden door and pulled it open. Time is tight. We have to act fast. The sound of horse hooves rang out in the distance. Ulysses stood on the balcony, holding a letter in his hand. A voice came. "A letter from His Majesty. He requests you to reply as soon as possible." Ulysses looked at the wax seal on the envelope. "He wants me to reply. To Ulysses, I will replace your late father to decide a spouse for you." Ulysses's fingers gripped the letter paper tightly. "He dares to play the role of my father. That father he killed with his own hands. For him to decide my marriage. It's truly ridiculous. If it was just to inform me, he could have just said it directly. He wants to see me submit." Ulysses let go of his hand, letting the letter paper flutter down and fall into the flames of the fireplace. The letter paper turned to ashes in the raging fire. He recalled the scene of his mother's death again. His mother coughed in the empty room, one after another. "Damn it, this is unbearable. Enough. Stop it quickly. I am trying my best to live. Just like Mother said, my life depends on the hands of others. This is too painful. Please, leave me alone." He waved his hand fiercely, knocking over the medicine bottle on the table. The potion spilled all over the floor. "I will live on. Even if I have to crawl like a dog, I will live on." Ulysses supported himself on the table, panting, unable to take revenge on the murderer who killed my parents. A bottle rolled to the ground, making a crisp sound. "Wow, this house is really a mess. I hate husbands with violent tendencies the most." Ulysses turned his head abruptly. Maddie stood at the door. She was wearing a cloak with a playful smile. "What happened while I was away? Darling seems to be in a bad mood." Ulysses's voice was cold. "I'm in no mood to deal with you right now. Come back tomorrow." Maddie suggested, "Oh, darling, why don't we go out for a walk together?" Ulysses turned his head. "What? Maddie leaned close to his ear. Someone is watching us. There's a dark shadow in the tree across the street. They're not armed. They shouldn't be here to attack. Just curious whether we were a real couple or just acting. Are they people sent by the Emperor? Maddie's hand slid through Ulysses's hair. Oops, darling, you look too suspicious. Relax. Smile. We need to show them how much we love each other. Maddie violently pulled Ulysses towards herself. She suddenly kissed Ulysses deeply. Maddie whispered in his ear, bear with it. Even if you hate me, I'm not enjoying this either. There was not a trace of sincerity in her words. Ulysses pushed her away violently. Maddie staggered back. If you're going to act, make it realistic. Kissing you is nothing to me. Maddie raised her chin, revealing a provocative smile. She raised her hand and hooked Ulysses's neck. All right, then bring it on. Ulysses's hands wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. The two kissed under the moonlight. Ulysses's fingers trembled. He could feel the softness of Maddie's lips. It's okay. I won't die. I'm still alive. I will keep living. This felt like an illusion. Ulysses hugged Maddie tightly, as if hugging a lifesaver. Maddie's voice echoed in his ears. From now on, those who want to kill you, I will deal with them silently. So if you want to live, trust me. Ulysses's heart beat violently, like his mother's coughing, one after another. The coughing stopped. A voice echoed in his memory. Then I'm the first guard who didn't run away. The space was filled with the heavy thuds of heartbeats. Ulysses suddenly opened his eyes. If Maddie found out, he realized he was being hugged tightly by Maddie, his head resting on her shoulder. Is he still there? Ulysses asked softly. Maddie's hand stroked his back. Let's act a little longer. Calm down, Ulysses. Maddie and I are just fulfilling a contract. Ulysses's fingers lightly touched Maddie's clothes. Where's your coat? Didn't I tell you to wear it when you left? No, I wore it, but I gave it to the coachman. Maddie explained lightly. His eyes were too dirty. I will be seeing him for the next 3 years. I don't want to cower in front of him. A cold smile hooked on Ulysses's lips. It seems you're very confident that you can live that long. Maddie's gaze turned to the window again. Anyway, the guy just won't leave. This won't do. Grand Duke, please take off your clothes. Ulysses looked at her in disbelief. Here? In front of that bastard? Maddie's tone was relaxed. Anyway, I'm wearing a white petticoat inside. It's not like I'm naked. What's the big deal? Luca looked at her in shock. No then. Maddie leaned close to him. That bastard hasn't left yet. We have to act more realistic. Make him completely give up. Fortunately, I just put away the pearls and gold coins on the table, he thought. Ulysses's heart beat wildly. He looked at Maddie. Ulysses couldn't suppress his inner anxiety and pressed Maddie down. His heartbeat roared in his ears. One after another. Before he even got close, Maddie violently pushed him away. Maddie got up from the table. She looked out the window. He left. Damn it. He kept staring at me. I was still hesitating. How long to kiss? Come here, Grand Duke. Tonight we won't kiss. We'll change it to shaking the bed and pushing the table for 30 minutes. Ulysses wiped his lips with the back of his hand. His cheeks flushed. The morning sun shone into the room. It was empty. Only the marks of the bed and table. Being moved, Ulysses woke up with a start. He was lying on the sofa, covered with something. It was very warm. What is this? Wait, why is there a blanket here? Yesterday in the office. This is Maddie's dress. He sat up in a panic. Why? We obviously slept separately. Could it be that when I fell asleep, something happened? He looked around. He only saw that green dress lying quietly on the sofa. Just a dress. Ulysses picked up the dress. Then where did Maddie go? He looked towards the study and saw Maddie curled up on the floor. Luca held the dress, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. She should have covered herself. Why give it to me? He stood up. Hey, wake up. Maddie was sleeping soundly. Ulysses looked at her sleeping profile, feeling speechless. God, I'm really laughing from anger. He bent down. That smile is really beautiful. No, this is just right. Maddie's eyes suddenly opened, flashing with golden light. I will give you a special allowance. She suddenly sat up, full of energy. You look very cute. Just go open the door like this. But don't open the door too wide. Ulysses was stunned. Maddie pointed to the door. Look, you should have listened to me. If the butler comes, then our hard work shaking the table last night would be worth it. Ulysses sighed helplessly. The door creaked open. Butler Philip stood at the door. He cleared his throat. Grand Duke. Ulysses looked at him with disheveled clothes. What is it so early in the morning? Philip answered respectfully. Grand Duke, you need to prepare to go to the reception room. Sir Venier has arrived. Ulysses's expression instantly froze. Venier also heard about the engagement? I have to. Introduce them sooner or later. He stepped towards his room. But I can't let him. See me like this. Maddie will prepare well, right? He couldn't help but think. Crockton sat in the reception room, waiting for Ulysses. Crockton. A voice came from the door. Crockton. looked towards a door. Crockton Venier, Ulysses' friend and also his knight. Ulysses spoke. Crockton, isn't it too impolite to barge into someone else's house so early in the morning? Crockton walked over quickly. Sorry, I was in too much of a hurry. I heard you're getting married. Ulysses looked at Crockton. He's my only friend, a person who stands by my side in any situation. When my father died, when my uncle became the emperor, the only one standing by my side was Crockton. He completed his knight training, passed the exam, and obtained a title, yet he still returned to my side. But I never appointed him as a personal knight. I couldn't drag him into that shadow of death following me. We don't meet often, but we have no secrets. This is the friendship between me and Crockton, at least before the engagement news was announced. A polite smile hung on Ulysses' face. Yes, I plan to get married. Crockton was surprised. God, you really? Such a big deal. How could you keep it from me? He questioned Ulysses in disbelief. What kind of person did you propose to? Not only is she from the slums, but she's also a pickpocket and even committed some petty theft crimes. Ulysses crossed his arms and looked at him calmly. I know, before she fell in love with me. I knew all this. Crockton was stunned. Really? Ulysses lowered his eyes. Yes, Maddie is a scammer. But he thought of Maddie's appearance. The expression on that face. Maybe I'm the only one who has seen it. Crockton looked at Ulysses. Just thinking about her makes you smile. You really love her. Ulysses smiled like a child. I've been saying that. Crockton's expression turned serious. Are you sure? She's not deceiving you? Ulysses smiled even brighter. Impossible. He felt lonely inside. It's not me deceiving you, Crockton. Crockton's worries did not dissipate. Even so, someone said, they saw her with another man. Ulysses' smile instantly vanished. What? Maddie has a man? Maddie, she has a man. Crockton looked at Ulysses. The person you brought in. Brown hair, light green eyes, right? A pickpocket, an errand runner, known as Crazy Maddie. Ulysses gritted his teeth. Damn it, since I can't refute it, why am I so angry? What does he look like? Does he also have silver hair? Crockton looked confused. Why mention silver hair? Ulysses answered, because Maddie said her ideal type is silver hair and blue eyes. It's me. She said my face is her ideal type. Crockton exclaimed, hey, you've completely lost your mind. Ulysses roared, that's right, I'm crazy. How dare she betray me? Betray me after our agreement. After she said I was her ideal type. Crockton shouted, that's right, you've been played. That woman is living with another man. He added, okay, maybe not living together, but someone saw her drinking with another man. Going to the bar with the same man every time. Ulysses' eyes darkened. We have already publicly engaged. She can't just publicly date someone else. Luca burned with anger. Who is he? I introduced her to my uncle. The emperor knows about us. How dare she meet another man? Crockton smiled with a glass of water. Drink some water and calm down. Ulysses pursued, what does that guy look like? Crockton explained, no one knows his true colors, but I heard he's a tall young man with brown hair with a bit of orange. Ulysses took a gulp of water. A young man, orange hair, completely different from silver. If this continues, I might kill that secret lover. Crockton advised, Ulysses, my friend, think about it. If he also had silver hair and blue eyes, then she just likes anyone who looks like that. Sit down first. Luca was half believing and half doubting. Crockton probed, oh, so are you going to break up with her? Ulysses suddenly froze. What? No, I'm not breaking up with her. Crockton looked astonished. Is there something wrong with you? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. How you handle this information is up to you. That woman is very suspicious. Ulysses looked at his reflection in the water glass. I love her, so I believe her. Crockton retorted, even if she has another man. Ulysses replied, Maddie will choose me, at least on the surface. Crockton pursued, then what about Astrid? Did you tell her? Ulysses violently smashed the water glass on the table. Crockton Venier, I told you not to mention that name. Crockton insisted, this is very important. You can't escape forever. No matter who you marry, you have to tell her eventually. Ulysses interrupted him enough. She is an existence that must absolutely not be known to the world. The name of the Laundermel family will end with me. It's best if no one finds out. Crockton retorted, so you're just going to let me like this? She only has you. Don't forget this. She misses you very much. Ulysses fell silent. Tell her I'll visit her soon. He got up and left, leaving the red-haired man sitting alone at the table. Maddie stood at the door, her arms crossed. Ulysses' expression was complex. Maddie, an image flashed in Ulysses' mind. She and an orange-haired man were embracing intimately. Ulysses smiled and waved. Why are you standing there? Aren't you coming in? Maddie explained, I saw you and your friend seemed to be talking about something important, so I waited outside. His expression stiffened, recalling the previous conversation. What about Astrid? Did she hear about Astrid? That would be terrible. Ulysses forced himself to remain calm. He introduced to Crockton, Crockton, this is Maddie. As you know, she's my fiancée. Maddie curtsied slightly. Hello, I am Maddie. Maddie, this is Crockton Venier, a knight of the Imperial Knights. My closest friend. You might see each other often in the future. Crockton revealed a cold smile. That's not certain. If she's smart, she better not meddle in my affairs. Maddie chuckled. What kind of friend are you? To completely ignore true love. Is friendship more important than love? She looked at Crockton provocatively. Can you kiss the Grand Duke? I have kissed him. Crockton glared at her. Maddie, is it? I see you really lack upbringing and have no manners. Maddie showed no weakness. That's right. Maybe if I was born in a noble family, I could also become a knight. Just swinging a sword a few times a day and calling it done. Crockton's anger was ignited. Do you think anyone can become a knight? Maddie retorted, sarcastically. Isn't it just swinging a sword well? Maddie drew the sword from Crockton's waist, the tip pointing at his throat. She smiled contemptuously. Just like this. Very simple, isn't it? Ulysses rushed forward in shock. Maddie, put the sword down. Maddie was unwavering. You always scold me first. He was the one who was rude to me first. Ulysses grabbed her wrist. Put the sword down. We need to talk. Sorry, Crockton. Please wait a moment. Ulysses turned and left with Maddie. Crockton remained in place. The sound of footsteps faded away. He watched the direction the two left, his expression solemn. I didn't even see her draw the sword. I didn't even feel the sword leave the scabbard. That woman, she might not just be a pickpocket. If she is Ulysses's bodyguard, that might interfere with our plan. He tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes turning cold. Maddie looked innocent. I just wanted to help you. Help you get rid of that annoying friend. Ulysses's voice sounded exhausted. Maddie, you don't understand Crockton at all. Maddie retorted. Of course I understand. He's just an arrogant jerk. Ulysses interrupted her. Enough. Stop talking. You have no idea what you're doing. You almost ruined everything. What is wrong with you? I told you he is my friend, my only true friend. Even if you don't like others, can't you at least get along with Crockton? Maddie? Sneering, she said, would a trustworthy friend come to visit carrying a sword? Ulysses tried to explain, he is a knight. Don't misunderstand. Maddie crossed her arms. Would a knight skip morning training just to come here? Carrying a sword, but not wearing a uniform? Find a better excuse. You are hopelessly naive. Ulysses looked at her and said word by word, not everyone in the world lives on lies like you do. Dot and deceit. Maddie's body stiffened. She forced a twisted smile. Ouch, that hurts, Maddie admitted frankly. You're right, I'm a liar. She strode away. Ulysses called out in a low voice, sort out your private life. You must live as the Grand Duchess for 3 years. I don't care if you have a lover, just don't get caught. Maddie froze. That guy with the orange hair. He is definitely not my lover. A hint of shock flashed in Ulysses's eyes. Are there more than one? Maddie's smile became sly. She punched Ulysses in the chest. You idiot. Ulysses was knocked back a step. He clutched his chest and yelled, what are you doing? How am I an idiot? Hey, wait, where are you going? This crazy woman. Maddie took the reins from the coachman and neatly mounted the horse. She lied again. Ulysses looked at her receding back, a huge wave rising in his heart. She actually knows how to ride a horse. Maddie leaned, got forward against the horse's back, her eyes flashing with a dangerous and excited light. She gently stroked the horse's mane, her voice gentle yet cold. All right, just as my darling wishes. Maddie galloped away, the sound of hooves echoing through the woods. She leaned close to the horse's back, the wind blowing her long hair. In my entire life, he is the only person I have allowed myself to follow. They might have gone to the slums to ask around, but those people would never say Knox and I are lovers. So the conclusion is that Crockton Venier very likely distorted the intelligence, or the person who sent the stalker. That is him. Regardless, the most suspicious person is him. Maddie tossed a coin to the coachman. Take this money and deliver a message back to the Grand Duke's estate. You know the consequences of changing your mind halfway, right? The coachman smiled and took the money. Muddy. Of course I won't do that. Crockton's voice echoed in her mind. What do you plan to do about Astrid? Did you tell her? Ulysses's voice was resolute. The name of the Laundermel family will end with me. It is best that no one ever finds out about Astrid. Maddie's fingers lightly traced her chest, a trace of unease. flitting across her heart. Before fulfilling your wish, how about I uncover all the secrets of you and your friend first? 2 days later, sunlight spilled over the town. Maddie leaned out from the corner of a wall, looking at a bruised and battered man in the distance. As expected, that guy is no ordinary knight. He's an imperial knight, but often skips morning training. On weekdays, 3 bottles of milk are delivered, but on weekends, only 2. This means that there must be a high-ranking figure behind Crockton, allowing him to evade morning training. Moreover, always goes out on weekends. He even changes carriages to hide his destination. Crockton walked into a building. Maddie's eyes were cold. He went in. Crockton suddenly turned around. Maddie immediately grabbed a group of people, and started singing and dancing. A hint of disdain flashed in Crockton's eyes. What is this? Gypsies? Crockton turned and walked down the narrow alley. A man pulled Maddie back. Miss, that place doesn't serve food. Maddie pouted. Really? That's too bad. I'm so hungry right now. The man explained, she's a single mother raising a child alone. Life is very tight for her. He pointed in another direction. If you want to eat, go to another neighborhood. They're more generous. Maddie handed a coin to the man. This is your reward. Go buy a blanket. The man waved gratefully. Thank you. Maddie's gaze deepened. It seems the hidden secret is not just an ordinary single mother. My client is hiding some dirty secrets. Astrid, only she possesses the last name of Laundermel. This means she is of the Grand Duke's bloodline, an unregistered illegitimate daughter. Why did he hide this from me? He had already confessed that his life is being threatened by the Emperor. As Ulysses' guard, I must prepare for all variables. If Astrid is the Grand Duke's weakness, then it's even more necessary. Maddie's gaze locked onto the restaurant. Now I should go confirm if the person in the house is really Astrid. Night fell over the Grand Duke's estate under the starry sky. It's already the 3rd day, isn't it? When do you think Maddie will come back? A man sat at the table. Yeah, I thought she would be back soon. After all, I gave her cover. Oh, speaking of which, this morning the Grand Duke asked me if Maddie took anything when she left. Lolly's eyes widened. Maddie would never do that. Last time we went to the boutique, Lolly asked, how many dresses do you plan to buy? Maddie looked a bit confused. Am I only buying 1 dress for today's guests? Lolly excitedly waved her arms. What do you mean only buying 1? You need dresses for receiving guests, attending parties, going to the palace with the Grand Duke, and everyday casual wear. You can never have too many clothes. Maddie smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Sorry, I've never bought new clothes before. Lolly excitedly continued. She actually only wanted to buy 1 dress. Not only does she lack ambition, but she was even worried about buying too much. Lolly clutched her head. How could he doubt Maddie? I'm so disappointed in the Grand Duke. The butler snorted coldly. How can you say such things about the Grand Duke? Someone who disappears for 3 days without a word is obviously suspicious. However, that woman, Lolly defended her. Her tone might be a bit blunt, but I don't think she's a bad person. The butler recalled, last time she asked me to take her to the slums. That's so I drove her there. At that time, the butler shuddered. What? Maddie looked at his wrist. The dandelion bracelet on your wrist is really beautiful. The butler looked at his wrist in shock. That was a gift from his daughter. Maddie's gaze fell on the butler's thumb. Did her daughter draw a flower on your nail? It seems she really loves you. The butler quickly pulled his hand back. You, when did you? Maddie revealed a faint smile. She took something out of her pocket. This. Please give this to your daughter. The butler looked at her in shock. What? Why? Maddie handed it to him. We are all in a situation where we are trying to live well. So even if just for a moment, let's help each other. When I was little, I also wanted to wear pretty clothes. Maddie showed a bright smile. We won't see each other often. Don't glare at me with such a fierce expression. Even if I get kicked out later, let's part on good terms. Okay. Lolly stood with her hands on her hips. She might not have a good background, but she has a kind heart. That's right. Maddie is a good person. The butler accused Lolly. You've been completely bewitched by her, haven't you? You've completely fallen for it. The butler roared. The Grand Duke hasn't eaten or slept well for days. As the Grand Duke's servants. But how can you side with that woman? Lolly retorted, but Maddie isn't that kind of person. Even if she were to leave, she said she would follow the Grand Duke's wishes. She would never leave without saying goodbye. The butler. That sneered, but she still hasn't returned. Isn't it obvious? She's probably relapsed into her old ways and gone back to the slums to find another man. Lolly stomped her feet in anger. How could you say such a thing? Maddie would never do that. The butler suddenly looked out the window. A familiar figure appeared in the courtyard. It was Maddie. It was Ulysses, gripping his hair with both hands, looking exhausted and irritable. Sigh, disappearing for over 2 days without a word. You should have at least told me. That where you were going? Ulysses's eyes were cold. You said you wouldn't let me die. You didn't even want me to experience a near-death crisis, right? Or is it that not everyone is like you? That living by deceiving others? Was she hurt? Ulysses furrowed his brows. No, maybe it's something not in the contract. She might be angry because I made her drive away those men. He slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. As long as she wasn't discovered, what does it matter? Whether discovered by me or someone else. As long as it could be kept secret, why did she have to disappear without a word? Ulysses leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. But she still left $1 billion. Is there someone she cares about that much? A knock on the door sounded. Ulysses looked up. The butler pushed the door open and entered. Your Grace. She's back. Ulysses stood up abruptly. But her condition. What? Maddie stood there, in rags, with scratches on her face. What happened? Maddie hugged her arms tightly, looking, not wretched. Ulysses clenched his jaw. You disappeared without a word and never came back. Ulysses grabbed Maddie's arms. Did you go secretly meet someone else? Why are you in such a sorry state? Maddie tried to soothe him. Your Highness, let's go inside and talk. Ulysses was burning with anger. Did you spend 3 days with that person? Who is he? Were you that angry just because of what I asked you to do? Maddie coldly interrupted him. Shut up. Be quiet, Ulysses. Ulysses's body stiffened. I gave you everything. Maddie stood frozen in place. Ulysses roared, I said I would give you everything. Ulysses tightly gripped her shoulders. You promised me. You promised you would stay by my side forever. Maddie looked at him, stunned, her voice so soft it could barely be heard. Oh yes, I promised. She gently held Ulysses's hand, trying to calm him down. Maddie said softly, Your Highness, I have returned to your side now. She looked up, her gaze gentle yet firm. Look at me. Look at where I am now. Those eyes were brimming with affection, just as always. Ulysses's heart suddenly sank. Even though I know this is just an act of love, why do I still? He violently shook off Maddie's hand and turned to leave. If you're going to leave, at least say something. Even if you're leaving forever. Tell me directly. Maddie said firmly, no, I won't leave. Dot took a step forward. Your Highness, from now on, I will always stay by your side. Ulysses's fists clenched tightly. He closed his eyes, his heart turning cold. Even if all of this is a lie. He turned and walked up the stairs. Suit yourself. The sound of footsteps faded away. The hall was completely silent. The servants looked at each other in dismay. Wow, this is the first time I've seen the Grand Duke get so angry. Lolly looked at Maddie with concern. Are you okay, Maddie? His Highness is probably experiencing his first love, so his emotions are a bit intense. The servants immediately gathered around. Have you eaten? Oh my God, you've lost weight. His Highness couldn't sleep well either. We've all been waiting for you. Lolly asked with concern. By the way, Maddie, are you tired? Do you want me to bring you a bowl of soup? Ivan squeezed in, looking displeased. Look at her. She's already starting to work. Hey, are you making soup? I'm a chef, right? Lolly hurriedly explained. There's some soup left over from dinner. Maddie stared at them blankly. Ivan said angrily, we ate it all. Lolly immediately yelled. Then make another batch. Maddie smiled and politely declined. No need, I don't need soup. Thank you for your concern, Chef Ivan. Lolly looked at her worriedly. You look very tired, Maddie. Go get some rest. I'll bring you some warm water. Tears. Dot silently slipped down. Maddie's cheeks were wet. Lolly exclaimed, Maddie, are you crying? Why? Maddie. Dot hurriedly wiped away her tears. No, I'm just so happy. She looked at the empty Dot staircase, a warm current welling up her heart. I left without a word and made His Highness so worried. Why do I feel happy? She covered her mouth. Dot, but the tears could no longer be stopped. On Maddie's face, tear stains and a smile intertwined. This is the first time someone has waited for me. So if I don't come back, someone will get angry. I don't know how to wait. She looked at the concerned faces of the servants, feeling completely lost inside. I didn't know. Maddie stood alone. Dot in front of the stairs, looking up at the empty height. An unprecedented feeling took root and sprouted in her heart. Leaving means leaving. Not coming back means not coming back. If I leave, being forgotten is only natural. I always thought this was the norm. So this is what it feels like to have someone wait for me, to leave a light on for me late at night. So there are people in this world who would get angry but they care about me. Maddie covered her mouth, her tears bursting forth. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm acting like this. The servants also started sobbing. The butler stepped forward and gently patted Maddie's shoulder. Hey, if someone doesn't come back, of course we'd be worried. He turned to the chef. Ivan, go make some soup. If there are no ingredients, give me whatever is left. Let's treat her like a guest. Ivan, tears streaming down his face, tugged at his bow tie. How could just soup be enough? Wait a minute. I'll go roast some meat right now. Hurry to the dining room. Maddie was pushed along by him. I've already eaten bread. A maid gently put her arm around Maddie. Maddie, there will always be someone waiting for you here. Maddie, that responded in a low voice, yes. The maid surrounded her amidst a chorus of cheers and laughter. A maid suddenly spoke up. By the way, Maddie, where exactly did you go these past 2 days when you didn't come back? Maddie's smile froze on her face. That is. The maid pressed on. It's okay. Hurry up and tell us what happened. Is there really another man? Maddie waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not like that. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. To be honest, I thought the Grand Duke's proposal. That was just a half joke. But after a few days, I realized it wasn't a joke. I also yearned to be loved. So I went to sort out my things and gave away my old clothes and belongings to others. The maids. That looked confused. Maddie smiled shyly. Even if I were kicked out, it would be weird to stay in this village. I'm a wanderer by nature. If I left here, I would naturally leave the village too. The servants, that with tears in their eyes, tightly held her hands. The butler scolded, Hey, why did you think about leaving first? Didn't you see how worried His Highness was about you? A maid quickly intervened. The master was so strict with Maddie. She has never been loved and isn't used to being loved, so she was preparing to leave. Ivan, that poked his head out from the doorway. What are you all standing around for? Are we eating or not? He announced loudly, Let's eat first. The maids pulled Maddie to sit down. Come on, sit down. We don't like eating alone either. Let's eat together. The maids explained, We don't usually eat in the dining room. This is a place for entertaining guests. A maid loudly refuted, No, Maddie, you're not a guest. You are family. Ivan carried a dish of food, smiling brightly. You can come back anytime. We will always wait for you, okay? The butler suggested, Shall we bring out some wine? Do you want a drink? Ivan raised his arm high. Yes. Maddie watched the servants fill their wine glasses, a happy smile on her face. Okay, the wine glasses. That clinked gently, making a crisp sound. Maddie thought smugly, plan successful. Successfully won over the servants' hearts. The next day, a magnificent carriage stopped at the estate. A man looked at Salome beside him. Are you really okay by yourself? Salome straightened her back. Of course. I'm also a proud member of the Bartolaz family. She turned and that took firm steps forward. I must execute the Emperor's orders personally. The main doors slowly opened. Salome's figure appeared in the gap of the doors. She wore a faint smile. Grand Duke, it is an honor to meet you for the first time. Ulysses paused slightly, looking at her with a complex expression. Salome spoke, revealing a sharp smile. I am Salome of the Bartolaz family. His Majesty has ordered me to attend the royal ball with you, Grand Duke. Ulysses looked at the letter. On the letter, that was Maddie's handwriting. Even if I were kicked out, it would be weird to stay in this village. He suddenly crumpled the letter tightly. Salome smiled and said, I am Salome of the Bartolaz family. She continued to announce, His Majesty has ordered me to attend the royal ball with you, Grand Duke. Ulysses's expression turned grave. The Count Bartolaz family. The Count, that is a close confidant of the Emperor's loyal hound. There is no doubt that my father's death is inextricably linked to them. That hypocritical face flashed in his mind. His nails dug deep into his palms. The scent of blood and the fury of revenge. Yet they dare to send their daughter to me without a single word. Salome smiled slightly, as if everything was under her control. Attending the royal ball with her is tantamount to announcing our engagement. The Emperor's will. Invisible threads pulling all the strings. Your will is meaningless. Live the rest of your life as my puppet. A cold smirk curled on Ulysses's lips. So this is His Majesty's decree. Salome looked around. My room, the maid's quarters, plus 3 or 4 empty rooms will be enough. She turned to look at Ulysses. Could you introduce me to the servants who will be assisting me? Ulysses stared at her coldly. Did I ever ask you to be my partner for the ball? You are completely devoid of manners. I have no intention of attending the ball with you. Please leave. Surprise flashed in Salome's eyes. Ulysses turned and walked away, completely ignoring the person behind him. Look at their shocked expressions. How delightful. Maddie that suddenly appeared holding a wine bottle. Ulysses clenched his jaw. Maddie, caught off guard, he was pulled over by Maddie. Holding the wine bottle, Maddie kissed Ulysses. Dot on the lips. The two parted. Ulysses stood frozen in place. Maddie ran wildly down the corridor, holding the wine bottle. She laughed and shouted, Good morning, darling. Come catch me, Grand Duke. Salome covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my God, that couldn't be that person. Ulysses spoke. Yes, she's my lover. He touched his lips, his face reddening. It's a pity for a lady who has traveled from afar, but it's best if you return now. As you can see, I have to play hide-and-seek with my beloved. That will be all. He turned abruptly. Salome stared at him in shock. The crowd erupted in discussion. Where did Maddie go? A man shouted. Maddie took his money. Now he's so angry his eyes are red. The butler stomped his feet in anger. Lolly, this person is a complete and utter liar. Lolly retorted fearlessly. So what if she's a liar? Can a liar be the Grand Duchess? Someone in the crowd agreed, right? A liar can also be the Grand Duchess. Maddie can be it too. Philip bowed slightly. Miss Bartolaz, it is regrettable. His Grace has not given any further response. Today, it would be best if you returned first. Salami's hands clenched tightly into fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. Not only that lowly slum woman, but even the servants act like I don't exist. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Philip hard across the face. Philip's head turned from the blow, a clear red mark appearing on his face. Salome was furious. How dare you be so insolent? How dare you look down on me like this? Is there no one in this house who knows their place? Philip bowed deeply. I'm very sorry, Miss Bartolaz. There was a small party at the estate last night. The servants have been quite disrespectful to you. Please be magnanimous. Salome was completely unappreciative. Take me to my room immediately. I am here by the Emperor's orders. Philip looked troubled. But, Miss Bartolaz, His Grace just asked you to leave. We cannot disobey our master's orders. Salami's eyes widened. Are you saying the Emperor's orders can be ignored? Not only are you insolent, but you are also utterly foolish. Philip tried to pacify her. Miss Bartolaz, if I may be so bold as to speak, perhaps you could visit again on the day of the ball. Salome clenched her jaw, her chest heaving violently. Philip continued to explain, His Majesty only ordered you to attend the ball with His Grace. Salami's eyes were filled with disbelief. You dare to kick me out? You lowly wretch! How dare you be so presumptuous? She suddenly pushed Philip to the ground. A hand suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Salami's wrist. Salome turned around in shock. Maddie stood coldly behind her, her gaze like ice. Maddie smiled and spoke, Oh, dear young lady, this grandfather has a granddaughter at home who is about the same age as you. Maddie threw her glove in Salami's face. Maddie's face bore an innocent smile. I challenge you to a duel. The etiquette teacher said this is how it should be done, right? Maddie grabbed Salami's wrist. Salome screamed, Let go of me, you bitch. Salami's maid shouted a reprimand. Let go of her hand immediately. Maddie kicked the maid away. The maid cried out in pain and staggered backward from the push. One after another, Maddie kicked all of Salami's maids away. Maddie took off all the gloves of Salami's maids at once and threw them in Salami's face. Salome screamed in agony. Stop throwing them. Stop it. At least let go of my arm. It hurts. Maddie shouted with teary eyes. Why won't you accept my challenge to a duel? My heart hurts too. Uncle Philip, can't women duel? Philip wiped his glasses. Although rare, it is not unheard of. Maddie questioned loudly. Then why won't you accept? Just because I'm not a noble? Just because I'm not a lady? Salome, finally unable to bear the harassment, screamed in compromise. Fine, I accept. Now let go of me. Maddie instantly let go, her eyes lighting up. Really? Salome climbed up from the ground. Sunlight shone on her messy hair and clothes. She raised her hand and looked at the red marks on her wrist caused by Maddie's grip. She trembled all over, raging fury igniting in her eyes. You lowly wench. She suddenly slapped Maddie across the face. Maddie's head turned, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smirk. Ulysses was furious. Maddie, he questioned, how dare you do this? Tears shimmered in Salami's eyes, but a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Wonderful. The Grand Duke is finally witnessing this lowly wench's depraved behavior with his own eyes. Ulysses looked at her in shock. You, how dare you? What do you think you are doing? Salome looked up, her eyes flashing with anticipation. She spoke softly. She raised her wrist to show Ulysses. Your Grace, look at my hand. This lowly wench, Salami's words came to an abrupt halt. Ulysses brushed past her. Ulysses asked Maddie with a face full of concern, Are you badly hurt? Maddie leaned into Ulysses's embrace, her voice laced with tears. It hurts so much. That lady wouldn't accept the duel and even hit Mr. Philip. My heart hurts so much. Salami's face twisted. Your Grace, this woman is crazy. Not only did she grab my wrist and drag me everywhere, but she also injured my subordinates. Ulysses's voice was piercingly cold. So you harmed the butler I treat like family and my one and only true love. Salome hurriedly defended herself. That's because he told me to leave and unreasonably blocked my path. Ulysses's hand rested gently on Maddie's shoulder. He retorted coldly, "And what is wrong with that? I said you were not allowed to step foot in my estate. My butler was following my wishes. By so cruelly beating my lover, are you not blatantly defying me?" Ulysses issued an order to expel her. "Get out. I won't say it a second time. Your Grace," she roared unwillingly. "How can you drive me away like this? This is His Majesty's order. And what about my father?" Ulysses's eyes were filled with contempt. "It seems you've forgotten that I am a Grand Duke. If you want to tend the ball so badly, then wait in front of the palace tonight." Maddie interrupted him. Darling, wait a minute. Miss, you still remember accepting my duel challenge, right?" Salome stepped back in shock. "What?" Maddie's smile was bright and innocent. "Then this should be legal." Salome looked at her in disbelief. "What?" Maddie raised her hand without hesitation and slapped Salome to the ground. Maddie clasped her hands together, an innocent smile blooming on her face. "Oh my, now is a good time to officially leave." Salome lay on the ground, her soul seemingly leaving her body as she completely lost consciousness. 20 minutes ago, before Maddie confronted Salome. Ulysses, looking around, where did she go? Ulysses's cheeks reddened slightly as he recalled the scene just now. "This is too much, suddenly pushing me down and forcibly kissing me, and in front of a stranger no less. No, I must tell her that she is not allowed to kiss me again. It wasn't even a critical moment. There was no need for such unnecessary contact." Ulysses was muttering to himself when he was suddenly spun around. He widened his eyes in shock. "Maddie?" Maddie placed her index finger on her lips and whispered softly, "I'm going to tease that cute little thing. When the time is right, Your Grace, you have to step up and help me. Like a prince, got it?" "Ooh." Ulysses's face turned entirely red. "What?" He suddenly snapped back to reality. "Wait, about yesterday. I still haven't gotten an explanation." A sly smile appeared on Maddie's face. "Oh, my goodness. Is my lord still angry about me not coming home all night?" Ulysses flushed red. "Not coming home isn't the issue. The issue is that you left without a word. This is a matter of trust. Disappearing suddenly like that. How could I be sure that you hadn't run away?" Maddie's expression turned serious. "Yes, you're right, but I can't report to you every single time." Ulysses objected. "You should report to me. If possible, at least tell me the reason for leaving." Maddie smiled slightly. "All right, this method could work. If I ever disappear one day, and you find that I've left my valuables behind, then you can rest assured because that means that I didn't run away, nor did I leave you." Ulysses furrowed his brows tightly. "What are you talking about?" Maddie smiled like a child. "If I were really going to run away, would I leave my valuables behind? Of course not. I would take everything with me." Ulysses suddenly understood. Then what should I do? Should I report it? And then look for you?" Maddie's eyes grew deep. "No." Maddie brushed aside the branches and leaves in front of her. She said softly, "Wait for me. I will definitely come back. I will return to your side of my own free will. So later you must stand by my side, got it? My prince." Ulysses stood frozen in place, sunlight filtering through the leaves and shining upon him. He responded in a low voice, "Yeah, back to the present." But she said she was just teasing her, not actually hitting her. "What were you thinking when you hit Miss Bartolas?" Maddie looked innocent. "What?" "She challenged me to a duel. I accepted, and then I hit her." Ulysses tightly gripped Maddie's shoulders. "If you die for insulting a noble, how can you marry me? How can you protect me? Weren't you planning to get the money?" Maddie laughed heartily. "I'm doing all this for money. I can't die just yet." Ulysses glared at her. "Then why did you do that? Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Maddie acted innocent and coquettish. "I just wanted to tease her, but things escalated and I didn't know my own strength. It's my fault." Ulysses covered his face speechlessly. Maddie suggested, "If you go and invite Miss Bartolas to the ball, wouldn't the matter be resolved?" Ulysses looked at her in disbelief. "What? You agree to me going to the ball with Miss Bartolas?" Maddie looked confused. "What do you mean agree? It's His Majesty's order." Ulysses clenched his fists. "But you're my fiancé. That's what we announced to the public." Maddie had a relaxed smile on her face. "But isn't this the best way to solve the problem?" Ulysses's eyes dimmed. She just said those words. "Got it? My prince." And now she's suddenly drawing a line as if we are strangers. What on earth is she thinking? Or But is it just me being too petty? Ulysses turned around abruptly. Maddie looked at him in confusion. Huh, where you going? Ulysses replied, I'm going to tell His Majesty the Emperor that the person I love, that is only you. Therefore, I cannot go to the ball with Miss Bartolos. Maddie looked at him in surprise. Wow, that's amazing. Maddie approached Ulysses. Darling, do you have any secrets? She leaned in closer, a sly smile on her face. Like a hidden lover or anything else I'd better know in advance. If something like that comes out later, it will be very troublesome to deal with. I just want to be prepared in advance. Ulysses's eyes darted away. No, there's no such thing. Maddie scrutinized him. Really? All right then. She suddenly pushed Ulysses outward. Ulysses looked at her at a loss. Not for what to do. Maddie waved at Ulysses's back and shouted in an exaggerated tone, My love, you must come back alive. A smug smile appeared on Maddie's face. He's going to go after all. For me, my love, the Imperial Palace. The attendant's voice rang out. His Majesty grants you an audience. Ulysses stepped into the grand hall, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He made me wait for almost 2 hours without even a cup of tea. But no, he agreed to this private meeting more readily than I imagined. The attendants. Voice rang out again. His Grace, the Grand Duke, is about to enter. On the magnificent throne, the Emperor and Empress sat side by side. Not looking down, a barely noticeable smile curled the corners of the Emperor's mouth. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the hall. It's been a long time, Ulysses. Ulysses knelt on one knee, his right hand over his chest. Your Majesty, your servant Ulysses. Thou pays his respects to you. Meanwhile, at the Grand Duke's estate, Philip looked at the incoming person. Maddie. Pushed the door open and entered with a bright smile. Uncle, is your face feeling better? Philip stood up to welcome her. Miss Maddie, you're here. Maddie. Waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual. Since when did I become a miss? Don't be so formal. Philip was slightly taken aback and sat back down. He pushed his glasses up. Is there something you need me for? Maddie raised the items in her hands, her smile widening. I brought 2 eggs, one for you and one for me. Philip sighed inwardly. This petite madam really has quite the strength. Maddie applied the egg to her face. This works much better than I imagined. Philip asked, How did you know I have a granddaughter this old? Maddie's tone was light. At your age, it's not surprising to have 1 or 2 grandchildren, right? Or could it be that you're not married yet? If so, I'm sorry. Philip chuckled softly. I was married. My wife is waiting for me on the other side. My children also have their own families. Maddie's expression shifted. Uncle, I have a question. Philip's eyes were gentle. Ask away. Anything is fine. Maddie's voice trembled slightly. Our dear Grand Duke, does he have another woman besides me? Philip turned pale with shock. And another woman? Maddie lowered her eyes. He never talks to me about these things, but I always feel like he has someone else. If I'm going to be abandoned, I'd rather know sooner. Philip quickly waved his hands. I swear, Miss Maddie, the Grand Duke only has eyes for you. But sometimes he stares out the window towards the south. Sometimes in his sleep, he calls out a name. I think it's Astrid. Maddie smiled bitterly. I lived outside for a long time, so I'm a light sleeper. I really wish I hadn't heard those words. Even if I leave the Grand Duke's estate, I'll occasionally write to you, Uncle Philip, unless you don't want to receive them. Philip's expression froze, his pupils shrinking slightly. No, it's not another woman. He has a hidden neat dash. ECE. Maddie's pupils quaked. And yes, she stood up abruptly, the egg slipping from her hand. But isn't the Grand Duke an only child? Philip hurriedly gestured. Oh my God, miss. Keep your voice down. Sit down first. Maddie obediently sat down. Okay, Philip slowly spoke. The Grand Duke has a twin sister. Maddie looked completely confused. Then why does no one know about her? Everyone thinks he's an only child because she was born imperfect. Maddie exclaimed, Born where? Philip looked at the shattered egg and sighed softly. It seems there is still much to teach you. His expression turned serious. This might not seem like a big deal, but in noble society, it is a fatal flaw. Her left hand cannot open. Even as her body grew, that hand forever remained the size of a child's. Like an eternal mark, after careful consideration, her parents decided that to protect her from misfortune, they would publicly announce that she had died shortly after birth. The imperial court agreed, and so this news was made public. She never left the palace and lived a happy life here with His Highness. Until that day. Until the day Prince Hayden died. Shortly after his death, a fire broke out in the former Crown Prince's palace. Maddie questioned angrily. How could there be so many coincidences? This was definitely arson. Philip looked at the furious Maddie, somewhat surprised. Yes, fortunately, the fire wasn't large, but it was clearly arson. The always sensitive Dowager Duchess began to fear that if her daughter's existence was exposed, it would invite fatal disaster. So, since she was born a secret, the Dowager Duchess decided to let her grow up outside, like an ordinary person. Maddie pressed on. Then did she marry and have children? Philip replied, yes, probably. Maddie was in disbelief. What do you mean, probably? Philip chuckled softly. After sending her daughter away, the Dowager Duchess actively cut off all contact. She believed it was safer that way. We never heard whether she grew up, married, or had children. But since there was no news, we assumed she was doing well. Maddie looked thoughtful. I understand. But how did the Grand Duke know about his niece? Philip shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot tell you that. He changed the subject. Anyway, you only need to know one thing. Right now, the only real person to His Highness is you. Miss Maddie. A blush spread across Maddie's cheeks. She revealed a meaningful smile. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Maddie opened her arms, jumping for joy like a child. I love His Highness. Very, very much. I love him as if I love all of creation. From the moment I saw him, Ulysses's voice echoed in Maddie's mind. Maddie, not as if destined. A fanatical light flickered in Maddie's eyes. I know. I must protect him. She clenched her fists tightly, a happy and determined smile on her face. I will dedicate everything I have stolen so far, and everything I will steal in the future, to him. Even if I have to steal others' happiness, I will make Ulysses happy. From the moment our eyes met, I've always thought about protecting his future. Philip looked at her, his eyes revealing a mix of shock and understanding. So this is it. He nodded slightly. Yes. Please take good care of His Highness, Maddie. Now I understand why His Highness chose her. A carriage sped along a forest path, wheels rolling. Ulysses sat in the carriage, leaning exhaustedly against the window. He let out a long sigh. He suddenly covered his face, pressing his fingertips against his temples. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead. I'm truly crazy to have done such a thing. 1 hour ago, a majestic voice rang out. Ulysses von Londermel, Grand Duke. Raise your head. Let me see your face. Ulysses slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting the man on the throne. You are looking more and more like the late emperor. Ulysses remained expressionless. I am his son, but for a grandson to be more like him than his son, that would make people laugh. Ulysses bowed his head slightly. I'm deeply grateful that your majesty views me this way. As soon as he ascended the throne, he executed everyone who said he didn't resemble the late emperor. And yet, the first thing he says to me is so intense. Lapidate Paragon Londermel. Unlike my brother, he inherited his mother's looks. He has always been the focus of the empire's women. Perhaps out of that sense of inferiority, as soon as he ascended the throne, he ruthlessly purged all his opponents. Even his own mother, the Empress Dowager, an elderly woman who couldn't even walk alone in the palace, suddenly hanging herself. This is more than just a suspicious murder. I heard that your majesty is hosting a ball. A smile tugged at the corners of the emperor's mouth. Ah, yes. To celebrate my daughter, Princess Meal's 14th birthday. As her cousin, you will come too, right? Ulysses's voice was firm and resolute. Of course, your majesty. However, he raised his head, a hint of pleading in his eyes. I already have someone I love. Therefore, I cannot attend with Miss Bartolaz, whom your majesty sent. The emperor's voice was piercingly cold. Are you talking about that girl from the slums? What a pity. Ulysses, would you really gamble the Grand Duke's future for a mere stray dog? Ulysses lowered his eyes again. I only wish to live quietly with my family and not bring disgrace to your majesty. The emperor first let out a light chuckle, then burst into maniacal laughter. Quietly? Ha! He glared fiercely at Ulysses. As a Grand Duke, you still expect to live quietly? Absurd. Ulysses clenched his fists. As expected, he even investigated Maddie. It doesn't matter. I anticipated this. At a time like this, striking boldly is the correct answer. He placed his hand on his chest, his voice loud and resolute. Your Majesty, no matter what you say, my feelings will not change. I love Maddie. The emperor sneered. A Grand Duke marrying a woman of unknown origin. Do you understand what that means? Ulysses lowered his eyes. I love her not as a Grand Duke, but as a man. If my father were still alive, he would definitely support his son's love. I truly love Maddie. Ulysses murmured softly. Even now, I miss her. I don't want to be apart from her for even a moment. I want to become Maddie's family. Since meeting her, my life has changed. I want to be with her forever. I want to have children with her who are just like her. I want to grow old with her. The emperor's face twisted in anger, veins bulging. He roared fiercely enough. The emperor exhaustedly rubbed his forehead and sighed. Whether it's true or false, I will judge later. Step down. I'm tired of listening. He waved his hand. Guards, take the Grand Duke out. The guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ulysses' arms, but he struggled with all his might. Your Majesty, you deeply love the Empress. You must understand my feelings. The Emperor's furious roar echoed again. Get out, Ulysses. That was forcefully dragged away. I really did something crazy. But thanks to that, the rumors will surely spread throughout the palace. Now, only the ball remains. Ulysses pushed open the study doors. Maddie, I'm back. The study was empty, filled only with silence. He turned and asked Lolly, who was nearby, "Where is Maddie?" Lolly replied, "She left this afternoon." Maddie smirked. "It's been 3 days, right? Tell me your investigation results on Count Munknanando." Knox looked confused. Why are you dressed like that?" Maddie looked at herself. "Oh, this? The Grand Duke thought you were my boyfriend. I said you weren't, but if another scandal breaks out, that it will be very troublesome." Knox's eyes widened sharply, his pupils quaking. What did you say? Boyfriend? Did you tell him I'm just your assistant? Madiri plaid kamli. No. Knox shook her shoulders. Why not? You crazy woman. He grabbed his hair with both hands and screamed at a breakdown. Maddie looked innocent. We're not related by blood. How could I say you're my brother? At best, you're just my assistant. Maddie looked puzzled. Why are you so angry? I've already dealt with the rumors. No one will bring it up again. Knox took a step back in horror. Wait, have you ever actually had a boyfriend before? Impossible. Maddie smugly raised her chin. That's not the point. I found the people spreading the rumors and dealt with them. Besides, it's better if that guy doesn't know. Knox looked bewildered. Doesn't know what? You're got super simple love life. A sly glint flashed in Maddie's eyes. The Grand Duke. He's a bit clumsy with everything. Not knowing the truth actually makes it feel more real. Knox completely collapsed. Isn't that the stupidest reason? He completely misunderstood. I really don't like you, Maddie. You're the worst. So annoying. Maddie tapped the table with her fan. So what are the investigation results on Count Munknanando? Knox slapped his forehead. Right, Count Munknanando is one of the few relatives who maintained contact with Grand Duke Ulysses. But after the former crown prince and his wife passed away, everyone cut ties with the Grand Duke. After all, the emperor opposed him. But Count Munknanando stayed by his side out of sympathy. Exactly. So I investigated a bit. That family was practically bankrupt. The count lost money on horse racing and the countess's spending. That was too high. But suddenly one day, they regained their vitality. People say the countess's mother passed away and left them an inheritance. Knox's eyes grew sharp. Everyone thought that the son-in-law was very good to his mother-in-law. But the count is fooling around with a girl from the racetrack, and the countess is messing around with her bodyguard. It's impossible for them to. They'll have a close relationship with the wife's family. I accidentally heard him bragging a few times about sleeping with a noblewoman. I didn't pay attention then, but thinking about it now, it makes sense. But the real question is, who paid off the count's debts? Exactly. Knox carefully flipped through the documents. Yeah, but I can't find the source of the funds no matter what. Maddie's gaze turned sharp. If you can't find the source, that must be hidden very well. And the person hiding the money has the capability. People who can pay off such a massive debt are few and far between in this country. It must be someone close to the emperor. Maddie put on, "Hiahat, we will force the countess to talk about that money, and then separately pressure the count. I'll start spreading rumors about the countess's affair. Make sure the emperor thinks they're disposable. Once they are discarded, they won't be able to oppose this marriage." Knox looked at her in disbelief. "You're doing all this to get the marriage approved? You must really love the Grand Duke." Maddie tossed a gold coin into the air. "Of course I love him." Knox asked, "Then what should I do?" Maddie caught the gold coin. "Dress up as a noble from head to toe. Go to the racetrack and keep winning money until the count notices you." Knox understood. What if he takes the bait? Maddie instructed him, then befriend him. Teach him how to pick horses, let him win a few times, and then bring him into a more secretive gambling ring. Knox was a bit uneasy. Will he follow? Maddie, that revealed a smile. Once people taste the thrill of gambling, they can never quit unless you chop off their hands. A wicked smile curled on Knox's lips. It's been a long time since I swindled money from nobles. 2 days later, guests gathered in front of a magnificent church. Salome impatiently shook off the butler's hand. How much longer do I have to wait? Move aside, I'll walk in myself. I was supposed to be the Grand Duke's partner, but he left without even saying a word. How dare he ignore His Majesty's orders like this? Even my brother, who was supposed to be the bait, is late because of work. My brother and that woman are both too arrogant. But if I meet him in front of the palace, I can still not go in with him. A luxurious carriage stopped. Joy bloomed on her face. Grand Duke. Her smile instantly froze. It was Maddie stepping down from the carriage, wearing a deep blue evening gown. She elegantly lifted her skirt. That woman actually followed all the way here, all by herself. Wearing blue high heels, she stepped out of the carriage and landed steadily. Salame's gaze froze. That woman, Maddie's figure appeared at the entrance. She raised her head, her gaze calm and resolute. She actually followed all the way here. Maddie elegantly placed her hand on Ulysses's. Oh my God, darling, I want to run away right now. How much did this cost? Ulysses whispered in her ear, if you dare to run, I'll immediately issue a nationwide wanted poster. Maddie forced a stiff smile. Oh, you're joking, right? Ulysses's voice was icy. If it sounds like a joke, you can try it. Salome looked at them in shock. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. At the ball, where the princess is the main character, dressing so extravagantly is simply foolish. But right now, entering with the Duke is the top priority. She stepped forward quickly, a perfect smile on her face. Your Grace, you're here. The timing is perfect. Let's go in together. Ulysses looked at her expressionlessly. Were you waiting for me? I never agreed to this. Salame's pupils suddenly contracted, the smile on her face. Collapsing instantly. Ulysses held Maddie's hand. My partner is you. Maddie, let's go in. Salame's voice was sharp and desperate. Your Grace, His Majesty ordered me to enter with you. Ulysses turned his face, his gaze as cold as frost. True, but my partner is Maddie. He paused. If you insist, you can walk beside us. Salame's reason completely snapped. You actually want me to enter side by side with that woman from the slums? Your Grace, insulting me like this is insulting the Bartolaz Count family. Not to mention she hit me. If I make this public, don't think you'll escape unscathed. A cold smirk curled on Ulysses's lips. Count Bartolaz, I am a Grand Duke, the Emperor's only nephew. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Do you think a mere count's daughter can be disrespectful to me and walk away unscathed? If you don't want to disobey His Majesty's orders, follow behind us. This is the most I will allow. Salome was stung by his words. She looked up abruptly, staring at him in disbelief. Ulysses ignored her, taking Maddie's hand, turned, and walked into the brightly lit banquet hall, leaving Salome alone in her spot. The guard expressionlessly stopped them. Only those who have received an invitation may enter. Ulysses's face darkened. Even if she is my lover, is it not allowed either? Maddie gently pulled his sleeve, a helpless smile on her face. It's okay, Your Grace. I'll just wait alone in the carriage. Ulysses looked at her, his eyes full of struggle. But, Maddie forced a smile. Have a good time, Your Grace. Ulysses reached out, wanted to stop her. Maddie covered her mouth. So this is the barrier of status. An insurmountable, high wall. Maddie's tears burst forth. Your Grace, we love each other so much, yet between us lies an insurmountable wall of status. I will wait here only for you, even if you abandon me. Ulysses's voice was firm and gentle. Maddie, how could I abandon you? I never will. No matter what happens, we will always be together. Even if you let go first, I will hold on to you tightly until the end. Maddie looked at him affectionately. Your Grace. Ulysses gently kissed her lips, softly calling Maddie. Salome couldn't bear to watch. Grand Duke Laundermel, you're going too far. Please go in right now. Ulysses looked back reluctantly. Maddie, wait for me. I'll be back soon. I absolutely won't look at anyone else. Maddie, the guests whispered among themselves. Who is that woman standing alone? Oh, isn't that the slum girl who is going to marry the Grand Duke? Maddie's figure appeared exceptionally small under the gaze of the nobles. She's actually quite pretty. A poor girl from the slums and the lonely Grand Duke. How romantic. A triumphant smile curled on Maddie's lips. Ulysses walked into the hall, looking utterly lost. The crowd whispered, is he not eating anything? Yes, he hasn't even touched a drop of water or a single cookie. Oh my God, what's wrong with the Duke? The guests that whispered to each other. The lady he brought didn't have an invitation, so she was stopped outside. Oh, is it that slum girl? Goodness. So that's why he forcefully dragged Miss Bartolaz inside. What a love that can even make the Bartolaz family swallow their pride. The emperor's only daughter, my cousin, Princess Mille Paragon Laundremel. Ulysses. Dot personally offered his blessings. Happy birthday. Princess Mille bowed, flattered. Ah, thank you. Princess Mille spoke then. I shall take my leave first. Ulysses nodded. All right. Princess Mille turned and ran off quickly, her skirt flying. The emperor watched the princesses retreating. Dot back, his eyes complex. The emperor spoke. Mille, have you talked with your cousin? Princess Mille clasped her hands together, looking somewhat disappointed. Yes, he looks very haggard today. He's not in a good state. All right, somewhat surprised, is that so? You hadn't seen your cousin in so long. You must have been looking forward to it. That's a real pity. I will arrange a meeting for you. Princess Mille lowered her head. Okay. The empress put her arm around Mille's shoulders. Mille, today is your birthday. Let's go greet the guests who came to celebrate. Good, watch them. That dark look in his eyes, to think he'd go this far. Is he really serious? Ulysses raises a hand to cover his mouth. Maddie was right. After this party ends, what people will remember won't be the princess's birthday celebration, nor Miss Bartolaz's debut as a duchess. Only the love story between me and Maddie will spread through noble circles, growing more and more with each telling. Maddie's words were crude, but he was right. The so-called battle plan of a grand duke gone mad for a girl from the slums. After causing such a commotion in the palace, something like this is nothing at all. A voice calls out, my lord. Ulysses snaps back to attention. What is it? The voice, tense. That woman you brought with you has been grabbed by a gentleman who won't let go of her hand. Ulysses's face changes color instantly. He rushes toward the door. Maddie, I have to find Maddie quickly. If I can't, that man is going to die. Ulysses's pupils constrict. That man is going to die. A man grabs Maddie's hand. You're alive. Maddie asks, who are you? I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The man laughs. Huh, you're alive. You survived. That's wonderful. I always believed you would. I truly believed it. Never doubted for a moment that you'd come back to me. He grips Maddie's hand tightly. You know, do you have any idea how desperate I was when I thought I'd lost you? Maddie looks at him with fury. What the hell is this? Who on earth are you? Lambda's eyes shimmer with a frenzied light. Yes, I'm Lambda. Fragments of memory flash. A boy waving goodbye. Maddie's eyes go blank. What is this? These memories. Ulysses shields Maddie. Get your filthy hands off her, you bastard. Lambda calls out softly. Ulysses grits his teeth. How dare you touch my beloved? Even if it's a misunderstanding, I will never forgive this. I'll let you go this time. Now get out. Ulysses turns and walks toward Maddie. Maddie, we're going home. Maddie turns back to look at Lambda. Who is that man? Ulysses's expression darkens. He glances at Maddie. That's a question I should be asking you. Who is that bastard? Maddie lets out a contemptuous laugh. Oh my, you're using the kind of language now, Ulysses? His eyes go cold. I thought you said you'd handle it. Maddie hurriedly explains. My lord, we need to clear this up immediately. I swear, I truly don't know that man. I was just heading back to the carriage when I ran into him. For some reason, he mistook me for someone else and suddenly grabbed my hand. What was I supposed to do? Throw him to the ground. I was just playing along. The way he opened the carriage door himself, I suspect he's not a nobleman. Maddie's eyes flicker. You don't believe me, do you? Ulysses responds with a blank expression. Have you ever told me the truth? All you do is lie. Why should I believe you? Maddie stops arguing. Fair enough. Both of them turn their heads away, no longer looking at each other. Ulysses thinks to himself, just how many men does she have? I can't keep acting without a care. I need to start investigating Maddie's past. Ulysses lets out a scornful sound. It's hard to imagine what a mess your private life must be. Maddie smiles with a hint of provocation. And what about you? You have a sister you've been hiding too. Fine then, let's see who's better at keeping secrets. I'll uncover everything you've been hiding. Maddie asks, regarding the matter of the Monknanando family, did you do what I told you? Knox lets out a yawn. Yeah, spent another whole day at the casino. That family's luck is truly terrible. It's not because of anything I did. They're rotten on their own. Last time, he even lost my betting slip. Maddie presses further. And what about the one having an affair with the Countess? Did you probe him? What was his reaction? Knox speaks up. The rumors spread so fast. He knows he can't be transferred to another night order anymore. He's been complaining he's about to be dismissed. Maddie praises him. It's time to dangle some bait. Well done, Knox. Knox looks thoroughly confused. Why are you in disguise again? Where are you going? Maddie smears ash on her face. Oh, for my dear one. The important thing is Knox. Knox shudders with disgust at being called dear one. Maddie shifts tone abruptly. All right, Knox. Do you know someone named Lambda? Black clothes, red eyes, looked a bit like a snake. I saw him at the Imperial Palace Ball. He acted as though he knew me. Knox thinks. He knows my sister, but my sister doesn't know him. Then there's only one answer. He most likely comes from the Londonist Empire's security forces or some overseas police force. He stands on the street at dusk, his expression dazed. Something is coming back, a surge of memory. Maddie shakes his head. But no matter how hard I think, I don't recognize that person. He shakes off the thought. Never mind, someone that minor doesn't matter. Better to focus on work. He stands on the deserted street as night deepens. Astrid is right here. Last time I didn't have enough time. I couldn't investigate thoroughly. Maddie recalls that corner of the slums. A child in tattered clothes handed him a piece of bread. But just as I was leaving, that child handed me bread. That hair, those eyes, without a doubt, that is the blood of Laundermel. Maddie licks his lips. My dear one, thought you were well hidden. But I'm sorry, I simply cannot leave this alone. A glint flashes in Maddie's eyes. I've already looked into everything, from your baby food to the color of your underwear. If this goes on, your beloved niece will become your fatal weakness. Maddie lets out a twisted smile. I hate dealing with troublesome matters like this. So if I take care of it in advance, you'll forgive me, won't you? My dear one, a man conceals his dark nature behind a mask of friendliness. Crockton Vinear. After observing Astrid, Crockton found the man who came every day. He gave him detailed intelligence about Astrid in exchange for generous payment. That man leaves every weekend, so he must be selling Astrid's information on a weekly basis. Maddie quietly follows the man, moving lightly through the dim corridor. Crockton is a long-term threat, but now is not the right time to deal with him. Maddie stops in his tracks, watches the man disappear through a door. No one seems to be lingering nearby. They actually entrusted Astrid's location to Crockton. Was it to prevent information from leaking? Maddie murmurs contemptuously. In the end, my dear one, what a fool. He pulls out a long, slender hairpin from beneath his skirt. To hide a secret they don't want anyone to know in such a careless way. Maddie pushes open a door. He strides in. Maddie freezes for a moment. Oh, the tall silhouette of a man stands by the window. It seems I'm not the only visitor here. Meanwhile, in the slums, a figure in a blue cloak moves through a narrow alley and stops before a door. He raises a hand and gently knocks. The door slowly opens. An old woman in a hood peers out. Welcome. The old woman grins, revealing sparse teeth. Are you here seeking our help? That old woman is none other than Knox in disguise. Ulysses frowns. So you're the one they call the all-knowing? You don't look to be in very good shape. The old woman chuckles softly. I only accept commissions. Ulysses speaks. I need an investigation. I don't know the target's exact name, nor anything about his background. Is that a problem? The old woman answers with confidence. Of course not. Something like that is a trivial matter for us. Ulysses places a heavy pouch of gold coins on the table. Give me satisfying results, and I'll double the payment. The old woman's eyes light up. Oh. She picks up a gold coin and examines it before her eyes. As long as you say the word, we can investigate anyone. Ulysses's voice drops low. His name is Maddie, recently known as the Grand Duke of Laundermel's lover. The old woman's expression shifts. Her gaze becomes sharp. Ulysses continues. I want to know his past. The eyes behind the old woman's spectacles flash with a glint of gold. I see. She ventures a question. Forgive my forwardness. What is your relationship with him? Ulysses is silent for a moment. He removes his hat, revealing a head of silver hair. Ulysses von Lundamme. I am his fiancé. Even as a lover, one cannot truly know the other's past. So I have no choice but to resort to this regrettable method. I hope you understand. The old woman is suddenly struck as though by lightning. She stares at Ulysses in alarm. Ulysses asks, Are you all right? The old woman adjusts her glasses. But my lord, I still have some concerns. What if this woman named Maddie turns out to be a thief or a thug, addicted to money and drink, with a character rotten to the core? Would you break off the engagement afterward? Ulysses looks puzzled. The old woman continues her analysis. Being greedy for money means she is resourceful. Being agile means she reacts quickly. Being addicted to drink means her liver is robust. If you can tame her, she might prove very useful, but you'll need to understand her deeply. Very deeply. The old woman suddenly slaps the table. That is no easy feat. So what I mean is, she folds her hands together, her expression pleading, if you learn everything about his past, would you still break off the engagement? Ulysses's eyes narrow. Only a fool would fail to see that this man disguised as an old woman is someone Maddie knows. Ulysses. His expression resolute. Maddie and I love each other deeply. I'm simply curious about the truth he is unwilling to share. If he carries pain, I want to bear it alongside him. The old woman covers her mouth, eyes shimmering with tears. She looks at Ulysses with great emotion. You'll be blessed. There is no better woman in this world than him. Ulysses interrupts. Hey, I know Maddie better than anyone in this town. So rest assured. He adds, since you know Maddie, I must be clear, he must not find out about this. If more money is needed, I will provide it. The old woman bows deeply. Yes, my lord, leave it to me. I will investigate everything I know and everything I don't and report back to you. Ulysses turns to leave. There is no need to come find me. I will return in 10 days. The old woman murmurs to herself. What a good person. Such a good person. How could he end up marrying Maddie? Ulysses's figure disappears into the night. A smile tugs at the corner of his lips. For Maddie to have such an honest acquaintance, that's quite an interesting thing. Tonight, he's not coming back again, is he? I can't sense his presence. Where did he go this time? What is he doing? A man slams Maddie hard against the glass. Sharp shards of broken glass slash across Maddie's face. Maddie grins, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wow, you're quite strong, aren't you, sir? He launches a fierce counterattack. He leaps into the air, his legs locking tightly around the man's neck. Then, with a burst of force, while the man is choking, Maddie presses both arms down on the man's throat. Quite the suspicious outfit, and far too aggressive a fighting style. Maddie looks at the wound on his neck. Lucky my wounds heal fast. Otherwise, my dear one would faint at the sight. This is absolutely not my dear one's doing. Could it be Crockton and that one-eyed man? Who did this? Two cloaked men talk at a street corner. All that talk just for money. I've always been suspicious of him. But are they really plotting something? Maddie pulls a dagger from the unconscious man's body. He absent-mindedly grips the blade. Honestly, this is already annoying enough. His eyes sharpen as he spins around abruptly. He dodges the assassin's sneak attack and strikes back hard. Honestly, I said it already, this is such a pain. Maddie looks at the assassins. They really did make the first move. He stands with hands on hips, looking thoroughly displeased. What is this? This one is even weaker than the first. If you're going to send someone, at least send someone stronger. How disappointing. Maddie picks up a shard, stands up, and turns to leave. Maddie's figure is strikingly elegant. The two men turn back in alarm, drawing in a sharp breath. Who's there? Maddie, his face streaked with blood, watches them calmly. We finally meet Astrid. Maddie shrieks in feigned terror. Who's there? He covers his face with both hands and lets out a brief startled cry. One of the men speaks at the same time. I was about to say that. You stole my line. Is this woman insane? The two masked men look at each other in bewilderment. One of them whispers, could this be a double cross? The other man chimes in. We're the ones who've been played. They only told us to kill the woman and destroy the place. Then leave. No one was supposed to get in our way. Maddie's face is smeared with blood. He looks at them coldly. I knew I shouldn't have trusted that one-eyed bastard. Something was definitely off. A wealthy man kneels on the ground, hands clasped tightly, his expression filled with grief. A little girl's hand gently tugs at the wealthy man's coat. Maddie looks at those small hands. Her hands look unharmed. It seems I was wrong. I had been torn between sending away Ulysses's sister's daughter or helping them forge new identities. But the sister is already dead. When did that happen? A child who has lost both parents. I can't just send her away like this. If I personally smuggle her out, it might provoke whoever is behind all this. And if Ulysses loses his last remaining family member, he will be completely destroyed. He may never recover. He appears strong on the outside, but inside he is fragile and lonely. Maddie rests his chin in his hand, lost in thought. But inside he is fragile and lonely. Maddie rests his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Maddie breaks into a brilliant smile. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm not a bad person. He reaches out toward the little girl. Come here. I'll be your new mother. Between husband and wife, we're supposed to help each other. Isn't that right? If Ulysses loses the will to live and tears up our contract, I'll suffer losses too. He turns toward the little girl. Hello, you must be Astrid. You look very much like someone I know. A woman rushes out and stands in front of the little girl. I am this child's mother. Maddie tilts his head. No, you're not. You're only her nanny, aren't you? The nanny's face instantly drains of color. Her body trembles uncontrollably. A masked man presses a blade against the nanny's neck. We're only here to do a job. Kill the nanny. take the child, and leave. You should do your part too. The nanny clasps her hands together, her voice twisted with fear. Please, please spare me. Maddie picks up a shard. How generous of you. I was just about to ask what your plan was, and you've laid it all out for me. He stands with hands on hips, face covered in blood, staring at the dumbstruck man. Madman, the man mutters. Maddie's smile turns ice cold. Well then, what shall we do? None of you are leaving here alive today. After all, this is my job. The masked man brandishes a dagger and roars with barely contained rage. We don't know who sent you, but do you think we'll just stand down? Maddie's eyes go cold. He speaks quietly. Hey, sir, you have 5 moles on the back of your hand. His gaze locks onto the man's hand. That's the mark of the Halvan gang, isn't it? No wonder Halvan has been rotting from the inside. His subordinates don't follow orders, kidnapping children all over the place. The man shudders. What, you know Halvan? Maddie leans against the doorframe. Didn't I tell you? My job is to make sure none of you leave. Otherwise, why would I be here? You took on a private job behind his back and pulled this off. An unauthorized deal, wasn't it? Maddie's figure flickers past like a ghost. He grips the shard and strikes decisively. Maddie orders the nanny in a low voice. Cover the child's eyes and run that way. The nanny stares at him in horror, but immediately does as told, clutching the little girl tightly. The nanny immediately scoops up the girl. Maddie takes it upon himself to hold off everyone. Maddie unleashes a sweeping leg kick, sending the man before him flying. Another masked man attacks from behind. Maddie grabs the ambusher and hurls him aside. Maddie wipes the blood from his hands. All right, close your eyes for a moment. He lets out a long breath. Okay, let's go. The little girl slowly opens her eyes. She sees an unfamiliar figure from behind. The nanny cries out in surprise. Are those clothes? Maddie speaks up. Relax. I got my clothes dirty, so I changed. I was sent by the master. I've been ordered to protect you and ensure nothing goes wrong. The nanny looks utterly confused. What? She ventures a question. Why didn't Lord Crocton come himself? Not Ulysses, but Crocton. He is the master. No wonder something fell off. Maddie looks at the nanny. So he just abandoned the child like that. It turns out even the nanny is his person. I knew that room felt wrong, and now that I think about it, so did the child. So he turns to the nanny. You were simply here to make sure the plan went smoothly before Lord Crocton arrived, just as before. The nanny nods in confirmation. Yes, that's right. So he had even anticipated the assassin's attack. The only variable he hadn't accounted for was his own death. The nanny suddenly grows agitated. Hey, what kind of failure is this? My orders were simply that no matter what happens, I must not leave the manor. Maddie's eyes sharpen. No matter what happens. That's strange. Shouldn't the nanny put the child first? Maddie's tone turns icy. Not only were there bandits, there were assassins too. And yet you couldn't leave. Abusing the child wasn't enough. Now assassins have come, and you're still begging for your own life? Will your master come to save you? This is simply... He delivers a swift chop to the back of the nanny's neck. The nanny collapses instantly. Unconscious. Maddie looks at the unconscious nanny. Your master really does have patience. Looks like she's exhausted, already passed out. After rescuing Astrid, they will likely make a grand show of it, moving her to a safer location. They want to plant a sense of crisis in Ulysses' heart, to leave him with no choice but to hide Astrid. Even deeper, they even want to hide her somewhere Ulysses himself cannot find, to grip him by the throat. But Maddie's gaze suddenly tightens. He looks at the scene before him. A masked man presses a blade against the nanny's neck. The man shouts, "We're only here to finish the job and go. Kill the nanny, take the child, and leave. You should do your part." They were truly planning to kill the nanny, a woman the child had known for years, right in front of this little girl. Are they insane? They want to plant fear in Astrid's heart, and then use that fear to control her. Maddie gently sits down beside the girl. Fear is the simplest emotion for forcing obedience. Maddie suddenly shudders. What was that just now? What a strange memory. Maddie's eyes go cold. A bunch of bastards. How could they do something like this to such a small child? The little girl trembles all over, hands clasped tightly to her chest, tears brimming in her eyes. Maddie reaches out a hand and calls softly, "Astrid, I'm here to save you." Maddie extends his hand to the little girl, a gentle smile on his face. Shall we leave this place? Astrid, shall we go? The little girl takes a frightened step back, hands pressed tightly to her chest. Maddie looks at this, the blood on his face still not yet dry. He asks softly, Astrid, how old are you? Are you 5? The little girl shakes her head. She holds up one palm and then 2 more fingers. 7 years old. Maddie forces out a smile. Don't be afraid. I'm a friend of your Uncle Ulysses. I'm here to protect you. I promise I won't touch you without your permission. Maddie's voice is gentle. Astrid, you seem like a quiet one. If you don't want to speak, just nod. Is that okay? The little girl gives a small nod. Maddie smiles. So clever. Then let me ask you something. You have scars on your palms and legs, and the weather is this cold, yet you're dressed so lightly. The little girl shudders violently and clutches the hem of her clothes, curling her feet inward. Maddie's eyes sharpen. Did your nanny do this? Has she taught you that if anyone ever asks, you must say it wasn't her? The little girl's pupils contract sharply. Her lips part slightly, but no sound comes out. Maddie watches her reaction and folds his hands together in front of him. I understand. Maddie speaks again. Then let me ask it differently. He looks at the little girl, then glances at the nanny lying on the ground. Would you rather stay here and wait for her to wake up, or come with me to read some fun fairy tales? The little girl jolts in surprise, leaning back with a look of utter disbelief. Maddie lets out a quiet laugh. What's wrong? Surprised that I can read your mind. Actually, I have a special ability. Even if you don't say a single word, I can hear your heart. Your heartbeat is very loud, so I heard your call for help and came right away. Maddie's gaze becomes infinitely tender. So, Astrid, shall we go for a walk? Never leave this house. The nanny's warning echoes in the little girl's mind. Maddie gently lifts her into his arms. I'll hold you, so you won't be afraid. The little girl squeezes her eyes shut, curling up tightly in Maddie's arms. Finally, she opens her eyes. Maddie holds her close. Good heavens, how adorable. Where did such an adorable little one come from? Maddie holds the little girl. Did you see just now? I'm very strong, so there's nothing to worry about. Maddie's voice rings out. Hold on tight. Trust me. He takes a step forward, his foot landing with a crisp, clear sound. I will protect you and keep you far, away from everything. Maddie holds the little girl close and says softly, "Oh right, Astrid, would you like to play a game of make-believe?" A high-end hotel in a bustling district blazes with light. A hotel staff member spots the arriving guest and immediately steps forward. General Svetin, you're here. Shall I take your bag? The clothes you requested yesterday have already been placed in your room. General Svetin takes the room key. Ah, thank you. He adds, tomorrow morning, there's no need to prepare breakfast. I'd like to rest alone. The hotel staff member responds respectfully, understood. General Svetin walks alone into his room and closes the door. He lets out a long, slow breath. He closes his eyes, exhausted, alone where no one can see. He removes his wig, revealing the true face that belongs to Knox. What a nuisance. But Count Munknanando has finally taken a bait. I pretended to accidentally drop the betting slip, but he didn't show up at the racetrack for an entire week. It really made me nervous. Today he finally came back. I was so happy I nearly swept him up and spun him around. I quietly told him, today bet an order on leader, Bam, and Bass. You should be able to win at least 1,000 ducats. Judging by his reaction, he'll definitely follow through. He must have already lost everything. The 1,000 ducats brought in by my betting slip. Perhaps that's why he's been avoiding me. But in the end, he still listened to my advice and won the money. That thrill is hard to forget. This is truly. Count Munknanando spins around sharply. Hey, at least tell me your name. I am the Count of Black Mountain. And you? Knox turns around. Pardon the late introduction. I am Marquis Svetin. Marquis Svetin. Count Munknanando furrows his brow, thinking, I've never heard that name before. Knox smiles faintly. I come from overseas, from Persia. No wonder you don't recognize me. Count Munknanando's expression clears. Persia. Yes, I know Persia. He looks Knox over, a bespoke suit of fine fabric. Just as I thought, I wasn't wrong about him. A wealthy man who knows how to enjoy life. Knox continued, I came highly recommended by a friend. It's been about 2 months now. Count Munknanando was intrigued. It's interesting for a young man like you to like horse racing. Knox confessed, rather than the horse racing itself, I prefer gambling. He sighed softly. By the way, I left my betting ticket on the seat last time. Did you see it? Count Munknanando's face froze instantly, his eyes dodging. Betting ticket. That. I left right after you, so. He screamed frantically in his heart. I must deny it. My wife forced me to spend the money on our daughter's birthday party, and I can't even go back. Knox smiled knowingly. I see. It's no big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a lot of money. 1,000 dirhams. Although it's not much, it's enough to buy a nice vacation. That cabin, whoever took it will probably put a good use. For someone like me, it's nothing. Count Munknanando repeated in shock, right? Not for someone like you. Knox's lips curled up. Someone who always wins. Now, the Count would go to his mistress, a racetrack employee, to ask for information about me. Count Monk Nanando sat with his mistress. He asked eagerly, "Who is that guy named Svetan?" He had no idea I knew about their affair. I only showed up when his mistress was on duty, and I won money every time. I bribed the jockeys and manipulated the horses to control the race results. Looking at his expression, he already believed half of it. Once he collected enough rumors about Svetan, he would trust me even more. It was time to prepare for the bigger game, Maddie. Dot mentioned. Knox hummed a little tune. In a good mood. He suddenly stopped. A figure blocked his path. What? Maddie stood at the door, holding a child in her arms. Why does this child look exactly like the Grand Duke? Exactly the same. Impossible. All right, Astrid. Let's say hello. This is Uncle Knox. Knox held his head with both hands. What? What is this? That child looks exactly like the Grand Duke. Maddie stood at the door, holding a child with silver hair and blue eyes. Sister, you already have the Grand Duke's child? Maddie smiled and said, "Stop spouting nonsense. Close the door quickly, the neighbors. That will hear." Knox stammered, This child is quite big. How long have you been dating the Grand Duke? Why didn't you tell me? Maddie placed the child on the bed. Maddie said to the girl, Astrid, play with this uncle for a while. If he does anything weird, bite him hard. Knox asked in dissatisfaction, what could I possibly do to a child? Maddie, Dot gently wiped her face. I'll come pick you up before sunset. Really? I will come with Uncle Ulysses. She linked pinkies with Astrid. Let's make a promise. Astrid revealed a bright smile. Maddie exclaimed, oh my God, how are you so cute? Maddie glared at Knox. She doesn't talk much, so don't bother her too much. Knox, Dot asked in shock, sister, what is going on? Are you really leaving without explaining? The door slammed shut. Knox froze in place. Damn it, she really left. He turned. To face Astrid, waving awkwardly. Well then, little one, I'm Uncle Knox. Nice to meet you. Can you tell me what happened? Astrid. Dot just looked at him quietly. Ulysses sat at his desk, rubbing his temples. These past few weeks, because of fooling around with Maddie, my work, that has piled up like a mountain. Maddie said that if I wanted to pretend to be carefree, I should quit my job first and starve the citizens like an incompetent ruler. In Ulysses's memory, his father's voice echoed, we are royalty not because we have accumulated virtue, but to do good. We must take responsibility for any lies. Ulysses, that recalled his childhood. His father asked him, all lives? What if it's too heavy, father? Even a puppy is too heavy for me. His father's hand gently stroked his head. Yes, life is heavy. It is true for a puppy, and it is true for humans. All lives that have equal weight. Ulysses asked, then what is your job, father? Does being the crown prince count as a job? Of course. Since I was appointed, it is a job. Your grandfather and I have the responsibility to lead this country. We have the responsibility to protect others. And share happiness and responsibility. Ulysses looked at his father. His father smiled and answered, yes, this is what we must do. Ulysses stared at the mountains of documents. Because this was what had to be done. Ulysses leaned back in his chair, covering his mouth with his hand. Looks like I won't be sleeping again tonight. Well, it's not like these are particularly important national affairs anyway. He lowered his hand, his gaze turning sharp. If Maddie doesn't come back today, I won't be able to sleep. It's already the third day. Ulysses looked out the window. Philip bowed and responded, yes, Grand Duke. Miss Maddie hasn't returned yet. Philip, set down the teacup. This is your 49th question. One more makes 50. Ulysses was extremely frustrated. Philip, seriously, I don't understand why Maddie spends the night out without saying a word. Is it so hard to say I'll be back at this time, or I might be late before leaving? In his memory, Maddie stood before him. I won't go anywhere. I will always stay by your side. Forever. Ulysses gripped his teacup tightly. What did stay by your side mean? And what did forever mean? Philip advised, Your Highness, you stayed up all night again, didn't you? Miss Maddie would also want you to get some good rest. How about we call it a day? There's nothing urgent right now anyway. Ulysses, leaned back in his chair. Yes, as sharp as Maddie is, she'll immediately notice that I stayed up all night. But she would never know that I was up all night, waiting for her. Not as a scam artist or a fake fiancé, but as someone who genuinely cares about her. I hope she understands that. Lately, she always disappears after breakfast and morning walks. We don't even have time to talk alone. What exactly is she busy with? He closed his eyes, exhausted. Suddenly, Ulysses snapped his eyes open. What the hell? Maddie was lying beside him on his bed, smiling brightly. Maddie is home. Ulysses's cheeks flushed red, and he tried to push Maddie away. Hey, stay away from me. Do you know where you just sneaked into? Maddie just laughed. Oh my, should we add everything a married couple does to our contract? Ulysses, Dot accused. You came back late without saying a word, and now you're crawling into my bed. Ulysses blushed deeply. Stop spouting nonsense. Go back to your room and sleep. Do you know what date is today? Maddie looked innocent. You make it sound like if I came back. Dot earlier, we would have done something. She leaned in closer, a sly smile on her face. Ulysses's heart skipped a beat. Maddie, this is bad. Maddie blinked. What's bad? Ulysses covered his mouth, his heartbeat out of control. I feel an irregular heartbeat. What is going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Maddie looked at him. What are you talking about? Are you Hercules? Who is that? Why are you diagnosing yourself? Ulysses retorted, not Hercules, Hippocrates. And that's not the point right now. Ulysses comforted himself. Okay, this is post-traumatic stress disorder. I saw Maddie kill someone, so it must be post-traumatic stress disorder. That's why my heart pounds crazily every time I see Maddie. Maddie looked confused. Forget hippo or Herco. I have something to say. Are you impotent? Ulysses's face turned bright red. Why are you bringing up impotence here? Maddie covered her mouth and giggled. Why are you so sensitive? I didn't say it was you. He recalled last time, the bed rocked 4 times. Do empty carts make the loudest noise? Ulysses flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? Wait, I can't even refute it. Maddie laughed uproariously. Do empty carts make the loudest noise? Clatter, clatter. Ulysses couldn't help but let his lips curl up. Honestly, making me so worried. And now she's just joking around. I always thought I had to be calm and composed. Even when playing the troublemaker, I couldn't let others look down on me. But when I'm with Maddie, I feel the most at ease. Even with such silly conversations. Maddie rested her chin on her hand. By the way, last time I said the bed rocked 4 times. That was it true? Maddie smiled and said, I met your niece. She's super cute. Ulysses. That froze. Niece? His pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. Ulysses's voice was ice cold. Say that again. Who did you meet? Maddie sat on the bed, her smile undiminished. MHM. She softly spoke the name. Astrid. Your weakness. Maddie leaned closer to him. Dear client, you can't just leave your weakness exposed like that. What if someone discovers it and uses it against you? Ulysses pressed, so, but what did you do? Maddie smiled confidently. I made sure no one can use her. Ulysses trembled all over. Is this your hobby? Digging up other people's weaknesses and then playing them in the palm of your hand? How despicable. Maddie's smile was surrounded by thorns. Darling, it's not fair if only you get mad. Now we both. Hold each other's weaknesses. I reported it to the security forces. They're looking for witnesses and criminals to prevent you from escaping. Ulysses suddenly grabbed her wrist and roared. My weakness is you. Ever since I publicly proposed to you, you became my biggest weakness. Maddie gently brushed his hand away. No, darling, it's not like that. Maddie leaned in close. We signed a life-and-death contract, so there should be no secrets between us. How could you hide your niece from your fiancé? Cold sweat slid down Ulysses's face. Stop joking. Even if you were really my fiancé, do you think I'd tell you about Astrid? I'm not stupid enough to introduce my niece. To a scammer. Maddie retorted, is that so? Then why did you leave her home completely defenseless? Anyone who wanted to go in could go in. Ulysses's pupils dilated in shock. What? He violently grabbed Maddie's hand. Did you touch her? Do you know what she's been through? Do you know how much effort I put into protecting her? How dare you? Ulysses. Pushed Maddie down onto the bed. I just didn't want her to be like me, running forever under the shadow of death. I wanted to protect her. Maddie lay on her back, asking calmly, are you going to kill me? I hit her. Maddie sat up, smiling. I knew you didn't spend all that money for revenge. Or survival. Your real goal was to protect your niece, right? Ulysses asked in disbelief. Did you investigate me just to figure this out and then use her to test me? Maddie spoke up. That's right. I was just curious why you wanted to hide her. Ulysses sneered. Is this how you do things? Suspect others. Dig up dirt, find weaknesses, and then probe with questions? Maddie rested her hands behind her head. Yes, this is my method. I don't trust anyone. Even if they cry in front of me, who knows what they'll do behind my back? I have to investigate everything myself to ensure nothing goes wrong. This is how I do business. Ulysses repeated in a low voice, business. To Maddie, everything. That was just business. Maddie's hand stroked his chest. So, darling, if you want to see your niece, get ready quickly. For someone like you, who has been protected well, some truths can be quite shocking. Ulysses rode his horse through the cold forest. He pulled the reins. So, Astrid was being abused? Maddie answered, yes. In such cold weather, she was only wearing a thin dress. Her hands and legs were covered in scars. They must have put on a good act every time the royal messenger visited. They beat her with thin sticks. That's so the marks wouldn't be too obvious. Ulysses clenched his jaw, his fists turning white. How dare they? They turned the early warning system meant for security into a tool for abuse. That's right, but the abuse wasn't the worst part. When I arrived, there were already guests at the manor. Those guests took the nanny and Astrid as that hostages. Maddie laughed out loud. I dealt with him quickly. Astrid didn't notice a thing, so you don't have to worry. Ulysses was furious. Do you think talking about killing people is funny? Maddie answered matter-of-factly. Of course I succeeded. Maddie turned around with a bright smile. I protected your weakness. Even if you hit her, I found her and protected her. I completed the mission perfectly. I did such a great job. I'm really proud of myself. Ulysses spoke coldly. I never asked you to do that. You didn't have to interfere. Maddie corrected him. Hey, a true expert finds the root of the problem and solves it, even if the client doesn't realize what they need. Her smile, that was radiant. That's why I'm a top in this business. See, I wasn't abandoned. Ulysses stopped his horse. Abandoned? What do you mean? Maddie asked back. HM? What are you talking about? Ulysses said, you said you weren't abandoned. Normal people don't use that word on themselves. Maddie turned her head, looking confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Ulysses's heart skipped a beat. Was that a slip of the tongue just now? But why would she say abandoned? He asked, what about the nanny? Did you bring Astrid and the nanny together? Maddie spoke. No, she's probably dead by now. Ulysses. Dot grabbed her collar in shock. What? You killed her? Maddie asked back in confusion. Why would I kill her? Crockton, that would take care of it himself. Ulysse, impossible. The nanny was hired by Crockton. Even if he found out about the abuse, he wouldn't kill her in a fit of rage. Maddie laughed contemptuously. You really are a fool. You still completely trust your friend, even now. That's right, the nanny was hired by Crockton, but that is that all. Even when assassins broke into the manor, the nanny didn't run away with the child. She just waited for Crockton to come save her. A nanny's primary duty is to protect the child, but she sat and waited for someone who only comes on weekends. That's too suspicious. Now, here comes the best part. I interrogated an assassin and found the meeting place between him and a mastermind. A smug smile hung on Maddie's face. Guess who I ran into when I disguised myself as an assassin to collect the money? Time flashed back to yesterday morning. A cloaked figure holding a child that stood in front of the manor. Beneath the hood, a man's face was revealed. The ruby brooch on his chest sparkled. Everything played out exactly according to your best friend's script. Ulysses's voice was ice cold. Crockton, he was the mastermind. Maddie's smile carried a trace of cruel pity. Your best friend. He orchestrated all of this. Maddie whispered softly. Astrid, do you understand? From now on, you have to pretend to be sad. Copy me. She squeezed out an exaggerated crying face. I'm so sad, so sad. Astrid's little face tightened. She mimicked Maddie, pulling the corners of her mouth down, trying hard to make a sad expression. Maddie chuckled. Wow, you really are a natural-born actor. Let's do this line of work together in the future. All right, from now on, let's play a role-playing game. I'll play a super scary bad guy, and Astrid will play a very good kid. You were kidnapped by a scary bad guy, so you're very scared, got it? Maddie gently covered Astrid's eyes with her hand. First, cover your eyes. Start counting to 100 from the moment you are left alone. Okay? I will. I'll come pick you up soon. Maddie hid Astrid well and turned to face the captured assassin. Where's the person who sent you? Where's the final payment for the mission handed over? The assassin answered tremblingly at number 2 Avenue on Old Roan Street. Maddie knocked the assassin out, her figure disappearing into the alleyway. She arrived at the meeting location, her eyes under the hood sharp as an eagle's. All right, a man was already waiting there. She lowered her voice. Give me the final payment. Crockton saw the blindfolded child in Maddie's arms. This must be the child the nanny mentioned. He handed over a note that read, Client, if you want the child back, prepare 3 times the agreed amount and come alone to the designated location. The nanny clasped her hands tightly, trembling all over. Could it be that the people Mr. Crockton sent made him angry? Then it must be people from another organization. I heard the boss sent people to deal with those guys who took jobs without permission. The nanny's voice trembled. They lied to my face, claiming to be sent by Mr. Crockton. So, some bastard used the boss's name, took out Apollo, and then took Astrid. To hog all the money for themselves. Crockton suddenly drew his sword. A flash of the blade, and it was all over. A dark figure fell. Crockton remained expressionless. Although I didn't want to dirty my hands, according to the plan, I can say the assassins killed the nanny. Ulysses won't notice anyway, whether you split the money or hog it all. But I don't care. Maddie held Astrid. No matter what method was used, we safely brought the child back, didn't we? I was worried she wouldn't talk because of her environment, but fortunately, she isn't hurt. Maddie softly called, Astrid. Come here, Astrid softly called out. Uncle Crockton. Maddie threw the money bag on the ground. Why aren't you picking it up? Didn't you say you wanted 3 times the amount? Judith. Dot looked coldly at the money bag on the ground. I was planning to wait until the client was ready before meeting, but Maddie's lips curled into a cold sneer. Let's go take a look. Crockton did not move. He raised his sword high. Crockton held Astrid, his eyes full of a fierce look. Astrid took off the blindfold. Is a role-playing game not over yet? Astrid saw Maddie lying on the ground, covered in blood. She was terrified. Crockton comforted her. It's okay, Astrid. The bad guy's been taken care of. That man is a bad guy, and Uncle Crockton is a good guy, understand? Astrid's eyes, that were filled with terror. Crockton comforted her. Don't be afraid, Astrid. He removed the covering from the assassin's face. A green-haired assassin lay on the ground. Lifeless. Crockton's eyes sharpened. This isn't Maddie. What is going on? Although things have gotten complicated, Ulysses' niece is now completely in my hands. Leave no survivors. Anyway, I originally planned to kill all the assassins who came after it was done. Killing one more won't hurt. I'll hide Astrid further away first, then claim there's a spy among Ulysses' close aides and refuse to reveal her location. Ulysses, that will completely become my puppet. Crockton revealed a smug smile. There it is. He leaned down, his voice gentle. All right, Astrid, we're going to a safe place. You have to be good and follow me. A trace of malice flashed in Crockton's eyes. If I kill this child now and hide the body, Ulysses will, and never find her again. Crockton roughly grabbed Astrid's hand. Let's go. Maddie stepped out from the shadows behind him, silently watching this scene. Crockton pushed open a small door. He shoved Astrid inside. Get in. Stay there and don't move. He closed the door. The lock made a click. That sound. Astrid was all alone, feeling the light coming from the doorway. She turned around and struggled to rush towards the door. Because she couldn't see clearly, she tripped over a rock. That person just now wasn't Maddie. Maddie will be fine. She promised to come back. She told me that if I'm alone, I should count to 100 and then Maddie will come back. 1, 22, 19, 12, 93, 94. Astrid slowly opened her eyes. Oh, you're awake, Knox asked softly. What's wrong? Because of your sister? Don't worry. That person will keep her promise no matter what. Astrid's gaze was firm. I'm not worried. Maddie never breaks her promises. The two looked toward the door. It was like that before, too. When I was in the most danger, she suddenly appeared. And saved me. Maddie is. Maddie smiled and opened her mouth. Look who's here. She shouted, Tada, it's Uncle. Astrid threw herself into Ulysses' arms and hugged him tightly. Maddie is a superhero sent by Uncle to save me. 3 years ago, a carriage sped through the night. The sound of wheels echoed on the cobblestone road. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Ulysses opened his eyes, a flash of vigilance in them. What's wrong? Why do we suddenly stop? The coachman's voice carried panic. I don't know. A woman suddenly blocked the carriage. A woman? Ulysses frowned, his gaze turning out the window. A figure stood there quietly. He pulled back the curtains. And saw the figure clearly. A note was handed to Ulysses. Could it be the Emperor's messenger? A note. Ulysses unfolded the note. The handwriting on it was clearly visible. Please save this child. She might die. If circumstances permit, please keep her. Her name is Astrid. She is 4 years old. As she stopped speaking, Ulysses suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting. Levidia, the day the crown prince's palace caught fire, my twin sister disappeared without a trace. No matter how many times I asked Mother, she kept her mouth shut. I thought she was dead. Levidia was still alive. I could hardly believe it. Ulysses turned to Kyle and apologized. Kyle, could you please step away for a moment? Kyle nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Ulysses stepped out of the carriage. Levidia, have you been well? I really thought you were dead. Why didn't you contact us for so long? When did you get married? Mother, Levidia suddenly shoved Astrid into Ulysses' arms. Ulysses froze. Levidia turned and ran. Ulysses shouted, Wait, where are you going? Levidia's hood fell off. Ulysses chased after her, asking, What does it mean that your husband died? Where are you living now? Levidia. Ulysses watched Levidia's disappearing back. He looked down at the little girl in his arms. Astrid. A few days later, I searched everywhere and finally found Levidia. But she was already dead. The scene looked like a robbery. But who would rob a rundown house on the edge of the slums? Ulysses. Dot fell to his knees. Levi, this doesn't make sense. Leave idea. For you to suddenly appear after so many years and then just leave like this. This isn't right. Leave idea. Ulysses tightly hugged his sister's cold body. Leave idea must have known she was going to die, so she entrusted Astrid to me, disappeared as if being chased, and went to her death alone. Ulysses' hand stroked his sister's cheek, tears silently falling. To save her child, we held a quiet funeral. Because she had long been declared dead, she could not be buried with our parents. Astrid neither cried nor smiled. She only ate to survive. The aphasia caused by witnessing her father's tragic death. That cannot be cured by any doctor. Facing Astrid, who looked so much like Levidia, was a torture for me. Levidia. They died because of me. I took away Astrid's parents. Levidia died in my place. If I died suddenly, the nobles who support me would strongly rebel. This is a warning for me to give up and stay silent, to not interfere. Ulysses tilted his head back, tears rolling down his cheeks, and let out a hollow. That laugh. Ulysses. Crockton looked at him helplessly. Please take good care of Astrid. Hide her where no one can find her. That child must live. Since then, I would occasionally go see her. Astrid just looked at me and never showed any joy in seeing me. I thought this was normal. After all, she had experienced a massive shock at such a young age. I never knew she could smile so brightly. Astrid had grown up, but I was still stuck in that moment from 3 years ago. Maddie hugged Astrid. Baby, you haven't taken a bath yet, right? You played outside all afternoon. It's time to wash up. Astrid squirmed. Dirty. Dirty. Ulysses stood up. It's fine. I'll help wash her. Maddie looked at him with some surprise. She might look younger than her actual age, but she's already 7 years old. Ulysses was stunned. What? Maddie sighed softly. Nobles are truly hopeless, having no sense of, not boundaries at all. She turned to face Astrid. Astrid, tell us you don't like Uncle giving you a bath, right? It would be so awkward. Who do you want to take a bath with? The boring uncle or the cool and magic-using sister? Astrid threw herself into Maddie's arms, shouting loudly, Sister, I love you. Ulysses froze in place, his back feeling as if struck by lightning. Maddie smiled and picked Astrid up. That uncle is so funny. No matter how pretty Astrid is, he still wants to personally bathe a 7-year-old girl. Let's go, Astrid. Ulysses reached out his hand. Wait. Maddie shut the door in his face. Ulysses stared at the closed door. She just went in like that. Knox asked, Sir, what's wrong? My sister is very good at bathing children. Ulysses turned his head. Who is, sir? That's not the point. He suddenly startled. Wait, a thought flashed through Ulysses's mind. Hey, could it be? Knox smiled and asked back, did you guess it? Ulysses's worldview began to collapse. That old woman was you? Wait then. That orange-haired man who was on a date with Maddie. He wasn't her boyfriend? Knox grabbed his hair with both hands and let out a miserable shriek. What? Sir, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking, are you? Please. Just imagining people looking at me and my sister like that makes me want to throw up. Seeing his reaction, it seemed he didn't know about the contract yet, so the contract only existed between him and Maddie. Ulysses's lips curled up slightly. It seems I don't have to worry too much about our relationship. It doesn't. Matter. No matter what kind of person Maddie is, my feelings won't change. Knox hugged himself, shivering with disgust. Wow, does just thinking about Maddie make you that happy? I really hope you two stay locked up in the Grand Duke's estate forever. Knox looked up. But didn't you just say that wasn't the problem? Then what exactly is the problem? Ulysses was momentarily speechless. This. Maddie screamed as she rushed out. Maddie was holding a naked Astrid. Her eyes were wide with shock. This child is a boy. Ulysses held his forehead. I told you I should be the one to wash him. Knox was in disbelief. Brother-in-law, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You're such a freak. Knox. Dot took Astrid and wrapped him in a towel. How could you dress a boy up as a girl and raise him like that? This is too perverted. Astrid's little hand suddenly slapped Knox on the mouth. He let out a cry of pain. Knox covered his mouth. Kid, what are you doing? Did you just hit me? Maddie explained, it's a habit. If someone says bad things, he won't hesitate to hit them. I've been hit a few times too. Maddie lowered her voice. I'm guessing his previous nanny often took her anger out on him like that. Knox's face darkened. What? That's terrible. Knox. That cleared his throat. Anyway, a child who can't even leave the house basically has no choice in this matter. Maddie nodded in agreement. That's right. The Grand Duke being a pervert is something that needs to be treated at a hospital. Ulysses's face flushed red. It's not like that. The disguise is to protect him. If people find out he is a boy, the situation will be even more. Not dangerous. Maddie looked thoughtful. Of course, it's best if Astrid's existence remains a secret. But if exposed, for the emperor who only has one daughter as an heir, heir, the former crown prince's grandson, is a threat in itself. That's why Astrid was disguised, to keep him away. Not from a succession dispute. Maddie looked dazed. A huge secret had just been uncovered. Who you used to be, that doesn't matter anymore. Your past life, your name, your family, even your very existence. Forget it all. From now on, you no longer exist in this world. You will live under the shadow of a disguise. And dedicate your life to him. Maddie suddenly woke up, covered in cold sweat. Ulysses. Noticed her strange behavior. Maddie, what's wrong? What happened? Maddie's fingertips trembled. She whispered in response, "Ah." Maddie violently pushed Ulysses away with a crisp smack. Her eyes were full of fear and resistance. "Don't touch. Don't me." Ulysses's hand froze mid-air, his expression bewildered. "Maddie? Maddie." She shuddered all over, breaking out in layers of cold sweat. "What exactly is wrong with you lately? Whose memories are these?" She suddenly snapped out of it, covering her mouth, her eyes. Filled with panic and confusion. Knox had a look of displeasure on his face. "What are you doing in front of the child? If you want to argue, go outside and argue. Or find a room to argue." Maddie was momentarily speechless. Ulysses's voice pulled her back to reality. "Maddie, are you okay?" Maddie smiled and patted Ulysses on the shoulder. "All right, let's do that. Darling, I shouldn't have been so fierce just now. I don't know. That what came over me." Ulysses looked concerned. "You were pale just now." Maddie smiled awkwardly. "Sorry for suddenly pushing your hand away. I scared you, didn't I? I just suddenly realized the gap in our status and panicked a little." Ulysses frowned. "I didn't mean it like that. Did I say something wrong?" Maddie turned around. "Never mind." She grabbed the doorknob. "Let's listen to Knox and go inside to talk." Ulysses followed behind her, a distance between them. Maddie's voice drifted over slowly. "My dear Grand Duke, I forgot to tell you something. There is someone I'm grateful to." Ulysses asked in confusion. "Someone you're grateful to?" Maddie explained, "Madame Alma, a wealthy old widow. She hates seeing people and always stays at home. She's an eccentric old lady, but thanks to her, we were able to borrow this place." Ulysses felt suspicious. "Why mention this all of a sudden? Are you trying to change the subject?" Maddie continued, "She lives right here. I'll introduce you to her now." Ulysses was startled. "Just introducing us directly like this?" Maddie replied, "Yes, she is someone I am grateful to." Ulysses's expression changed slightly. "Wait, since she is someone you're grateful to, doesn't that mean she's very important to you? Is it really okay for me, a fake fiancé, to meet her?" Ulysses followed in a panic. "What should I say to her?" Maddie stopped in her tracks. "You wait here. I'll go bring her over." Ulysses stayed where he was, watching her retreating back, his hands nervously covering his mouth. Ulysses looked confused. She was acting so strangely just now, and now she suddenly wants to introduce someone important. What exactly is going on? Is it really just to avoid the topic? Well, I expected this. Maddie wouldn't open her heart easily. He recalled Maddie's abnormal state just now, feeling a trace of unease. "If there's a problem, I really hope she can tell me directly so I can help." Ulysses revealed a bitter smile. "But maybe I'm overthinking it. After all, we only have a working relationship. But the fact that she's willing to introduce someone important might mean she's starting to trust me." Ulysses straightened his collar. "All right." An old woman appeared at the door. Her voice was hoarse. "You're going to marry Maddie?" Ulysses bowed respectfully. "You must be Madame Alma. I am Ulysses, Grand Duke of Laundermel. Thanks to Maddie, I have the honor of meeting you." The old woman's gaze was sharp. She stared straight at Ulysses. "Do you love her?" Ulysses was caught off guard. "What?" The old woman pressed on. "Do you love Maddie? Why are you so surprised?" Ulysses stammered WL. The old woman glared at him. "You go around saying you're going to marry her, but you can't even answer such a simple question?" Ulysses's cheeks felt hot. To be honest, how does Maddie manage to always say "I love you" so easily? In his mind, Maddie's figure appeared. She was smiling brightly, as if from the bottom of her heart. "Come catch me." Ulysses's lips curled up unconsciously. He softly said the words he had practiced countless times. "I love her." Ulysses's eyes were firm. "From the first moment I saw her, I fell in love at first sight." The old woman pressed him tightly. "Since when?" Ulysses answered, "It was love at first sight." The old woman asked in dissatisfaction, "When exactly was that?" Ulysses was momentarily speechless. Well, he recalled that moment. It was at a bar. We were playing poker at the time. The old woman looked baffled. "You fell in love because of playing poker? That's absolutely absurd." Ulysses placed his hand over his chest. No, Madame Alma, you don't know how brilliant Maddie's skills are. How charming she looks when she wins money. His eyes sparkled. It's so admirable for someone to master a craft. That powerful mental strength of never backing down an inch. It's so cool. The old woman roared. No matter how you listen to it, she just sounds like a gambler addicted to gambling. Ulysses laughed awkwardly. Haha, well, that's not wrong either. The old woman stared intently at him. But what exactly do you like about Maddie? Ulysses's gaze softened. She is beautiful, peerless. Do you know how beautiful her smile is? A trace of wavering flashed through the old woman's eyes. She's covered in scars and looks like a total thug, but that's beautiful too. That's proof of Maddie's struggle to survive until now. She's not a thug, but resilient. That's not gambling addiction, but competitiveness. Aren't these all Maddie's virtues? Ulysses gazed affectionately into the distance. You don't know how much I miss her when she's not around. Every day, every moment without Maddie feels like a loss. I just want her to rest by my side, far away from all the hardships she has experienced. Just thinking that I'm not good enough breaks my heart. The old woman that suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait a minute. She waved her hand vigorously. Enough. She took off her mask. I get it, my child. That answer is really Maddie. That revealed a complex smile. People who didn't know better would think you prepared an interview script. Ulysses instantly turned to stone. What? Ulysses looked at Maddie in shock. Wait, didn't you say you were going to introduce Madame Alma to me? Maddie gave a sly smile. Yeah, I am Alma. Ulysses was completely dumbfounded. He had been tricked again. He froze in place, his mouth slightly open, unable to utter a single word. Ulysses walked in. No, this isn't an interview. What exactly is this place? Maddie pushed open a door. Tajda, this is Henderson's studio. Ulysses pondered. Henderson, that famous painter? His works can still fetch astronomical prices at auctions. Maddie chuckled. Oh, you know him. It seems he really is famous among noble collectors. It seems he really is famous. Ulysses frowned slightly. But didn't Henderson pass away a long time ago? Is this his former studio? Maddie's tone was calm. Actually, he didn't die. No, he never even existed. She turned to face Ulysses, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Henderson is a fictional character played by Knox. Ulysses was in disbelief. Wait, Knox is Henderson? Then all these paintings were drawn by Knox? Maddie proudly puffed out her chest. I painted them. Knox has absolutely no imagination. He can't paint things that don't exist. Ulysses held his forehead and closed his eyes in pain. Why do you have to go around scamming people? You're clearly very talented. If you just sold your paintings, you'd be famous in no time. He lowered his hand. More importantly, why are you suddenly telling me all this? One moment you're a widow named Alma, and the next. Maddie's figure switched between various identities. Sometimes she was the male baron of Diffun. Sometimes the hunchback flower girl Nofel on the street, and sometimes a gypsy traveling across the empire. Ulysses asked in confusion, so what? What does this have to do with pretending to be Madame Alma to trick me? Maddie. Dot answered, the point is, she untied her ponytail, and her long brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall. I can be anyone, not just Maddie. I'm a top-tier scammer, if you're willing. That I can let Astrid live in a place no one knows, under a completely new identity. As an outstanding scammer, I can't share all my methods. That's a trade secret. But she picked up a gorgeous mask to cover half her face. Laundering identities, clean and efficient. This happens to be my specialty too. How about it? Want to leave it to me? Whether you want him to be a merchant's daughter or a noble, I can give him the identity you want. If you want to send him abroad, that's no problem either. Until it's safe. That I'll keep him as a girl. I'll let him live a peaceful life, far away from the royal family's dirty struggles. Ulysses raised his hand to stop her. Wait. You did all this just to make me send Astrid. That away. Maddie smugly propped up her chin. If I just talked about it, would you believe me? Only by properly proving my strength will you be convinced. On my sales skills that are truly unmatched. Ulysses's profile darkened, falling into silence. Ulysses recalled Maddie's words. I've met your niece, Astrid. She's really cute. When he first heard this, Ulysses was shocked and angry. A person he thought was his only friend had actually tried to kidnap Astrid. But then he remembered the scene where Maddie saved him. He had genuinely felt grateful, even though her methods were unconventional. He had believed that during the contract period, Maddie was his partner. So he had planned to tell her everything. Tell her why Astrid was hidden, why he couldn't speak, tell her about his parents' fate. Everything. But in the end, to Maddie, Astrid was just another tool to make money. Ulysses, That heart sank. Even the performance just now was just an act. I really am a fool for worrying about you even for a second. Ulysses asked, aren't you curious why he lost his voice? Maddie said indifferently, what's the use of knowing that? As long as I get paid, that's all that matters. Besides, I've already investigated it. There's no need to bother explaining. Ulysses's hands suddenly clenched into fists, veins popping out. He was furious. Are you crazy? We almost lost Astrid just now, and yet you're talking about sending him somewhere else. Ulysses's voice turned icy. Astrid is with me now. I will never send him anywhere else again, nor will I act like a coward. And hide him anymore. I never asked you to be his mother, but don't even think about shipping him off like a commodity. Maddie. Dot suddenly clapped her hands. Ulysses's eyes were sharp as knives. What are you doing all of a sudden? Maddie, however, broke into a bright smile. Ah, that's wonderful. That's exactly the answer I was hoping for. She took a step forward, leaning closer to Ulysses. Actually, Maddie excitedly raised her hand. Give me a high five. I actually want to live with Astrid too. Ulysses froze in place. He didn't know if he should high five her. What? Maddie withdrew her hand, smiling like a sly fox. A very good choice. Hiding is not a long-term solution. Only by keeping everything right under your nose can you feel at ease, right? Ulysses realized what was happening. Were you testing me just now? Maddie's sharp gaze saw right through him. Of course. I saw you hesitating, so I help you clear your thoughts. Ulysses's. Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed his surging emotions. If you've done your homework, you should know what Astrid. That means to me. Ulysses's hands clenched again. But you're making a joke out of a child's life. Can't you just have a normal conversation for once? Maddie tilted her head with an innocent look. Talk about what? Ulysses couldn't bear it anymore. Why I have to hide my nephew? What will happen to him next? Can't you just ask like a normal person? Do you have to push people into a corner every time? Like interrogating a criminal? He turned his face away, his jaw clenched tight, his chest heaved with anger. A look of understanding that appeared on Maddie's face. She reached out her hand. Darling, only when a gun is pointed at their temple will people tell the truth. That is the truest reaction. Ulysses asked back, so you don't trust me at all? Maddie said indifferently, so what? You don't trust me either. And this is the most foolproof method. That's right. You always say that to me. Past memories flooded back like a tide. Yes, this is my way, not trusting anyone. Even so, I once thought that maybe, just maybe, even after a contract ended, we could continue to be together in some other form like a real family. So, Ulysses's eyes dimmed. No matter what I say, Maddie will never understand me. You two are firmly bound by a contract, and I'm the only fool who invested feelings into it. Ulysses asked, why did you bring me here? Why did you trick me into introducing Madame Alma, the person you said you wanted to thank? You could have clearly just brought up Astrid directly. Or did you want to see how terrible my intuition is, afraid I'd mess up and send you to prison? Ulysses covered his face in pain. Congratulations. I fell for it completely. Now you can leave at any time without any guilt. Even if we meet again after all this is over, I won't recognize you. I will walk away as if nothing happened. Ulysses turned his back to Maddie. Let's stop here. I was mixing personal and professional matters, being unreasonable. You're always so meticulous. As a so-called partner, this is actually very reassuring. Maddie reached out in panic. Ulysses. He didn't look back and continued walking forward. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs first. I need a rest. Maddie's hand froze in midair. Watching his retreating back, her pupils contracted in shock. Ulysses, you bastard. Maddie's hand suddenly grabbed Ulysses's sleeve, stopping him from leaving. Why? Ulysses grasped her wrist, trying to break free. Maddie's voice carried a hint of trembling. No, Your Highness, I didn't bring you here. Not for this. Ulysses sighed helplessly. Yes, there must be another reason. Whatever you want to do, just do it. I will comply without a word of complaint. Maddie gave a sudden pull, and Ulysses was yanked over without any defense. Ulysses scolded, you're doing something dangerous. Maddie's voice trembled. Don't go. I just wanted to let you know what I'm good at. I'm good at deceiving people. Good at disappearing without a trace. Just like you said, as long as I make up my mind, I can change my face, my voice, everything. If I told you in advance, you would. Ulysses closed his eyes. Enough. Don't let Maddie affect your thoughts anymore. Ulysses lowered his eyes. So what? You must have really enjoyed playing me for a fool, spinning me around in circles. All right, I get it. You're an amazing scammer. You're really good at it. Now that I know, let's stop here. Maddie suddenly grabbed Ulysses by the collar. Ulysses looked at her in shock. Wait, what are you doing? Let Go. Maddie leaned into his ear. If I show you my true capabilities, even if I disappear tomorrow, you will believe that I am alive somewhere. You will feel that every passing stranger could be me. You will keep looking for me. You won't abandon me. You won't forget me. So, promise me, don't leave me. Ulysses stared at her in a daze. Maddie, are you okay? Look at me. What are you talking about? Is she acting again? No, this doesn't feel like acting. Do you know who I am? Can you recognize me? Maddie's tears burst forth. I am Sora, Ulysses. Ulysses looked at her in astonishment. She gazed at me with those desperate, heavy eyes, as if begging me not to give up on her. Just like that, Ulysses pulled her into his embrace. Ulysses's voice softened. All right, stop crying. Maddie's tearful eyes were blurry. A Maddie I had never seen before was standing right in front of me at this moment. Maddie went entirely limp and fell backward. Ulysses cried out in panic, Maddie. He held Maddie tightly. What if I can't forget you? You said that after all this is over, you would disappear. But I will see your shadow in the face of every passing stranger. I will constantly guess if they are you. Even if you didn't ask me to do this, I will spend the rest of my life searching for you, waiting to reunite with you. Point one day. What should I do? If I can never go back to the way I was before I met you, how am I supposed to spend the rest of my life? Maddie woke up in bed. Sunlight streamed through the window. She blinked, her gaze focusing. In front of her was a firm chest. I am awake. Wait, whose chest is this? Why is it in my bed? Maddie sat up abruptly. Oh my God. Ulysses was startled awake, looking bewildered. Maddie was confused. Huh? When did he come up here? Where's Nox? Maddie asked in a panic. Nox and Astrid are in the next room, Ulysses answered. When he saw us, his expression was truly full of disgust. Nox was holding Astrid, looking at them in horror. So gross. No wonder you two stayed upstairs for so long. There's a child upstairs, you know. Honestly, Ulysses carried Maddie bridal style down the stairs. She was flustered. No, it's not like that. You completely misunderstood. It's not like that. This is just a misunderstanding. Ulysses. That turned his face away, his eyes flickering. But before you fainted, you were still playing dumb, trying so desperately not to let me forget you. So what is the truth? What exactly do you want from me now? Maddie pointed at herself, looking totally confused. Huh? You fainted? Ulysses explained. You said it. You told me not to forget you. That even if you disappeared, I couldn't forget you. You said it yourself. Maddie's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. Ulysses's heart was conflicted. Does she really not remember? What is real and what is fake? Maddie spoke up. I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever I said, it was probably just sleep talking. Saying I'm still missing my ex sounds more believable. After all, I'm not married yet, but one day I will be. Ulysses remained silent. Maddie stood up. I'm quite good at pretending to miss someone without feeling embarrassed. You personally taught me that. Ulysses's voice choked up. Madam Alma, I don't think I can ever fall in love with anyone else. At least let me tell her, wherever she is. Maddie promised him she wouldn't die, so she must still be alive. Maddie was silent for a moment, then played along. Or she just faked her own death and ran away just because of Duke. Dot kept pestering her. So go find someone new. A smile crept onto Ulysses's lips. Then I'll just have to pester her again. After all, I'm very good at pestering. Maddie looked at him with complex emotions. Maddie, Dot walked straight past him. All right, I get it. Your acting skills are good. Now let go. Taking off your clothes with that face and seducing me. I almost believed it. Ulysses. Dot looked at Maddie with complex emotions. Maybe Maddie also has some lingering attachment to this relationship. It's just that she hasn't realized it yet herself. Ulysses sighed, really. Yes, having been deceived so many times. I should have learned my lesson. But why am I still hoping? Ulysses asked, does Knox have alcohol at home? Maddie, with her hair tied in a ponytail, replied, he definitely does. Why do you ask? Ulysses answered, let's go drink. Maddie carried Ulysses on her back on the night road. Hey, is your alcohol tolerance really this bad? You were the one who challenged me to a drinking contest first, but now you can't even drink. Ulysses replied drunkenly. Anyone would get drunk drinking like that. Maddie, how come you're completely fine? Maddie's face remained unchanged. It was just half a bottle of rum. I'd be fine even if I drank 3 bottles. Ulysses's voice carried a tone of amazement. That's incredible. You're simply not human. Even strong liquor can't do anything to you. How can you carry me so easily? It's like I have no weight at all. How come you don't even sweat? Not sweat at all. Maddie replied, I'm not sweating. But Maddie. Ulysses's hand moved restlessly. Why are you adjusting my posture like this? What if someone sees us? Maddie growled angrily. Don't move around. Do you want me to throw you down? Ulysses's voice carried a hint of grievance. Then how can I carry you if I don't touch you? Ulysses was thrown into a carriage full of apples and cried out in pain. Maddie clapped the dust off her hands. Normally, I wouldn't just abandon people when they're drunk. But this time, I only did it because it's you. Now go to sleep. I'll take you home. Home. Ulysses's fingers moved slightly. What about Knox? Isn't he coming with us? Maddie asked. Do you know how to explain Astrid? Ulysses. Dot answered. Just say he is Lavidia's son and I adopted him. Maddie sighed helplessly. Please. No one even knows who Levidia is. They will just think you have an illegitimate child. Just go to sleep. Ulysses. That pulled Maddie into his arms and hugged her tightly. Then let's say he is our child. That will make it easier for us to get married. You drunk. Ard. Maddie struggled, but Ulysses smiled even more happily. If we announce it publicly, Uncle and the others will just have to accept it. They'll have no other choice. Maddie stopped struggling, her eyes narrowing. Wait, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. If Crockton knows, that means the Emperor will know too. So, hiding Astrid from the Emperor, that is already meaningless. What we really need to hide is Astrid's true identity in front of everyone else. I was supposed to become the Grand Duke's contractual wife, but now, for Astrid's sake, I must change my strategy. Crockton still thinks it was Halban's people who took the child. He doesn't dare admit that he lost the child himself, so he can only frame Halban. Even if he starts looking for Astrid, as long as Ulysses stays silent, no one will know the truth. So, my primary goal is to make Crockton believe that Astrid is in Ulysses's hands. Ulysses talked in his sleep. Maddie, don't be like this. Maddie leaned toward him. What? Ulysses, lying in the pile of apples, shook his head groggily. Don't be like this, Maddie. I will explain everything to you later. So, until then, stop provoking me. Maddie's hand, traced across Ulysses's chest. Why touch me when no one is around? At least wait until there's an audience to act. Maddie's hand moved to his thigh again. Why do you keep touching me? We still have to get married and raise a child together, right? Maddie leaned over and looked at Ulysses. I'm so nervous. What should I do? I've never dated anyone before. All of this is a first for me. Ulysses's voice was thick with drunkenness. Baby. Maddie woke up with a start. He's not talking about me. Ulysses called out Maddie. Ulysses's drunken eyes were hazy as he muttered, I will work hard, but don't bear all the pain alone. Don't act as if everything is over, as if you've resolved everything by yourself. Ulysses's voice carried a plea. What I mean is from now on, let's walk this path together. Ulysses pressed down on Maddie, preparing to kiss her. Before he could kiss her, Ulysses fell unconscious and lay to the side. Maddie's cheeks were burning, her heart pounding like a drum. Wait, do I have an irregular heartbeat like the Grand Duke too? 2 days later, a carriage bumped along a path through the woods. Inside the carriage, Crockton unfolded a letter. To my dearest friend, Crockton, our last meeting was too rushed, so I'm specially inviting you. Regarding my fiancée, I have something I want to tell you. Please be sure to come and hear me out. Crockton gritted his teeth. Unless you're crazy. This is nothing but a contractual marriage for a completely useless low-class person. Making such a fuss. He turned abruptly and looked out the window. No, even if you gain nothing, you would definitely be interested in such a weakling. You always take care of weak and powerless things. Like a lost puppy, like a bird with a broken leg, like a withered rose. A young Crockton stood barefoot in the snow, his thin clothes unable to ward off the cold. A voice rang out, Hey you, why are you standing outside in such thin clothes? Aren't you coming in? It was a young Ulysses. Behind him was an attendant. The attendant hurriedly explained, Your Highness, this child is my scapegoat apprentice. Please don't mind him. Ulysses frowned. A scapegoat apprentice? Is this how Viscount Sobianka's family treats their servants? He took off his own cloak and draped it over Crockton's shoulders. Crockton looked up at him in astonishment. Ulysses's voice was gentle. You look about my age. Standing here must be cold and uncomfortable. He opened his arms and pulled Crockton into an embrace. Poor child. Crockton's cheeks flushed. He felt the warmth of the cloak and the embrace, but deep inside, there was only sickening disgust. Even though I was sold by my parents to become a scapegoat apprentice, I never resented this life. Viscount Sobianka kicked Crockton to the ground. You made our Sobianka family lose favor. It's all because of you, you lowly scapegoat apprentice. It wasn't until I met Ulysses that I realized how pitiful I was. On the third day of being beaten and deprived of water in the warehouse, Ulysses came to find me. Ulysses knelt in front of Crockton. I'm sorry. It was my stupidity for not foreseeing the consequences. I didn't think that doing so would make you suffer. He looked at the boy expectantly. If you're willing, you can live with me from now on and be my conversation partner, okay? Hypocrite. This hypocritical BAS. Tard. Did I have any other choice? To live on as his friend, or to continue being a scapegoat in the warehouse? And so, I became Ulysses' friend. I never expected that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would leave like that. It was too unfortunate. Ulysses lost his father, was exiled from the palace, and even the crown princess ended up in such a state. What should Sir Ulysses do? Even when his mother went mad and died, struggling in agony, I was still by his side. Ulysses smiled. You're preparing for the night's exam? That's amazing, Crocton. He acted as if his soul didn't have a single crack. A perfect disguise. He looked at me. Can I give you a sword? I took the sword and smiled, saying thanks. Thank you, friend. Even after I obtained a title and left the Grand Duke's estate, he still took care of me, just like tending to a lowly and pitiful thing. Ulysses was in tears. Crocton, please take good care of Astrid. Hide him. Don't let anyone know. I beg you for this matter. I can only entrust it to you. Ulysses treated me like a subordinate cleaning up his mess. Of course I'll go. It's too dangerous for you to wander outside right now. Leave it to me. Despicable bastard. A bastard who never thought he would hurt others. Living his whole life in the sun, ignorant of the temperature of the shadows. That was the first time I saw Ulysses so terrified. A Ulysses afraid of losing something. That feeling was so damn satisfying. Following Ulysses' orders, I found a house and a nanny for the child, and then went straight to the Emperor. I knelt before the Emperor. That family still has a spark left. I will firmly grasp their lifeline, just waiting for your Majesty's command. For the first time, I chose a path for myself. I found a breakthrough in my life. I swore loyalty to the Emperor. Everything for the glory of the Emperor. Becoming the Emperor's spy, assisting the current His Majesty. The moment I left the palace, I felt like I had broken free from my shackles. My steps were light, and the knot in my chest was completely swept away. So, I absolutely cannot lose. Astrid, Ulysses spoke up. The reason I called you here today, Crocton, is because I have decided to get married. My life. I want to share some things with you. Maddie. Ulysses held Maddie's hand, his expression heavy. That have a child, I must take responsibility for. Everything has completely collapsed. I hope you can. That help me raise my niece. Crocton's heart surged with massive waves, spouting nonsense about getting married and suddenly bringing up Astrid. Crocton's eyes darkened. Even a woman blinded by love would find it hard to accept such an abrupt story. Ulysses apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. Can you accept me like this? Crocton calculated in his mind. While that woman is hesitating, I must persuade Ulysses. Maddie suddenly shouted, I don't care. She tightly hugged Ulysses. As long as I'm with you, even if it's hell, it doesn't matter. But since there's a child, let's go to heaven then. I love you, darling. Ulysses smiled gently. Don't say such scary things. I want to live happily with you for a long, long time, dear Maddie. Ulysses and Maddie kissed in front of Kyle. Crocton's heart was instantly torn by thorns. He trembled all over, burning with anger. What absolute nonsense. Ulysses, is Astrid really that insignificant to you? Crocton glared angrily at Ulysses and Maddie. A secret you've kept for years, yet you're going to tell it to someone of unknown identity. Do you still want to protect Astrid or not? Ulysses, if you really cared about Astrid, you wouldn't do this. How could you mention Astrid to a woman from the slums with an unknown background? Ulysses responded calmly. Maddie is just that precious to me. Ulysses's eyes were icy. I have decided to trust Maddie, and I ask you to trust me too, Crocton. Crocton's rationality was completely torn apart. He lunged forward abruptly. You can't do this. He grabbed Ulysses by the collar and roared, What use are you anyway? Wake up, Grand Duke. Trust what? Ulysses's voice was firm. Trust me. I have always believed in the years we grew up together. I have always believed. If possible, I want to continue believing. Ulysses shook off Crocton's hands. Of course, I need your cooperation. Friendship isn't something I can maintain all by myself, right? If you can't accept me being with Maddie, just say it frankly. Crocton clenched his fists. What if I just can't accept it? A bitter smile formed at the corner of Ulysses's mouth. Wherever. He forcefully pushed Crocton away. Let's never meet again, Crocton Vinier. Ulysses's voice was cold and resolute. Crocton's pupil shrank, looking at him in shock. What? Ulysses spoke coldly. Then make sure we never see each other again, wherever that may be, Crocton. Vinier. Crocton's fists clenched tightly. He froze in place. What is that expression? Crockton's heart sank. Could it be that he has noticed my betrayal? How could he? Did he discover that Astrid is missing? No. If he knew his niece was missing, he wouldn't be this calm. Then, could it be that he hid Astrid himself? No. Not impossible. He's just been blinded by a woman, unable to distinguish right from wrong. He's gone mad and is doing crazy things. A victorious smile hung on Maddie's lips. She enjoyed Ulysses's touch. Crockton's heart was consumed by anger and a sense of betrayal. That bastard, for over 10 years, he trusted me completely and left everything to me. Now, for the sake of a woman, he's throwing his weight around. He was never sincere. I should have seen through it earlier. He was just using me in the name of friendship. Crockton covered his face and laughed quietly. Our friendship ends here. Very well. I never treated you as a friend either. Crockton, but suddenly put on a smiling face. Ulysses, what are you talking about? How can I not acknowledge you? I still need to get more from you. I can't tear off my disguise just yet. I said I was worried about you spilling everything to someone you just met. It's too dangerous. You could have taken it slow, before making a decision. But you should get to know her better. Things are moving too fast. Ulysses showed a genuine smile. That's true, but I can't control myself. My heart is completely drawn to her. A fake smile hung on Crockton's face. Then I'll go and bring Astrid here. You two stay here to avoid stirring up unnecessary rumors. Crockton turned and walked towards the door. I'll be back shortly. Congratulations to you both. The door closed behind him and a smile on his face. Dot instantly vanished. Damn it, I must bring Astrid back as soon as possible. I've already found out the hiding place of Halban's bandits. I'll set out tonight. He quickened his pace. Dot and left without hesitation. A carriage drove away from the manor. Maddie, Dot stood by the window, watching the departing carriage. Crockton is gone. She turned to face Ulysses. Your Grace, you did very well. You endured it very well. Ulysses's tense shoulders relaxed, and he replied in a low voice, yeah. Just as Maddie had said. Maddie had instructed him before Crockton's arrival. Darling, listen carefully. I know you still hold a glimmer of hope for him. So, I won't intervene personally, nor will I show you anything. But she extended her index finger, that I will tell you how liars operate. So, don't forget to observe carefully. First, when a person lies, their eyes will waver. They will wave their arms exaggeratedly, subconsciously trying to control the situation. You will notice their legs shaking involuntarily because the further away from the heart. But the heart of the body is to control. When their status is threatened, they will first get angry at you, then pretend to be calm. Finally, they will admit it, but say it's not their fault, that it's a problem between you two. Think rationally. Would a true friend agree to let you marry a woman who drew her sword at him upon their first meeting? They would do everything in their power to stop you. Ulysses lowered his eyes. Crockton really just treated me as a piece on his chessboard. Maddie spoke calmly. If you don't hold any expectations, that you won't be disappointed. Ulysses's eyes wavered. That's really terrible comfort. Maddie looked at him, thinking to herself, I guess I'm still caring about you in my own way. For example, telling him to go find a viscountess, or saying, I knew he wasn't a good person from the start, but now I can't say a word. Maddie looked at him in surprise. Are you so shocked that you're speechless? Is this your first time being betrayed? Ulysses fell in a deep thought. Maddie paced anxiously around him. People can betray you. Maybe he has his own twisted reasons. Ulysses's finger gently stroked his lower lip. He looked like a puppy in a hurry to poop. Maddie nervously comforted him. Interpersonal relationships are just like this. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. Maddie thought, normally, I would joke around. Maddie asked, are you really that sad? So sad that you're going crazy? Do you want me to stay with you? Or have a drink? Ah, never mind, your drinking habits are too bad. Don't drink for now. Maddie paced back and forth. Then how about revenge? Ulysses suddenly looked up. What did you say? Maddie repeated. I said, Crockton is a traitor. Ulysses's cheeks flushed. No, not that. Maddie sighed in amazement. Wow, you're smiling again. I really can't work with mentally unstable people. Ulysses took a step forward. Didn't you say you'd stay with me? Maddie was stunned. Huh? Ulysses's voice was low. I won't cry. Just stay with me tonight. If I'm alone, I feel like that I'll cry. Maddie leaned closer to him. Are you really that sad? Ulysses unnaturally turned his face away. Yeah, I'm really sad right now. Maddie pouted. Fine. Ulysses looked at her gratefully. Thank you. On the day I was betrayed, you're still being so considerate of me. Maddie walked toward the door. Take some time to calm down. Go get some rest. Ulysses smiled and said goodbye. Rest well. See you at dinner. The door closed gently. The smile on Ulysses's face instantly disappeared. She finally left. Ulysses put on his hood. Good. Now I just have to wait for the signal. Maddie could enter and exit the Grand Duke's estate at any time without being noticed by anyone. She not only understood the guards and servants, but also knew my entire daily schedule perfectly. So if I get caught leaving and bump into Maddie outside, it would be a disaster. Ulysses pulled out a piece of paper from under his cloak. Today, the person I'm deceiving is not just Crocton. The paper read, "Breaking news. In less than 10 days, a slacker became a genius." The only one who mentioned 10 days is Knox. If my meeting with Knox is exposed, my investigation into Maddie, that will also be uncovered. Maddie looked at the tightly closed door. Footsteps. Ulysses thought to himself, for Knox's sake, and for my own life, Maddie must absolutely not discover this outing. Maddie, I'll walk toward that door. Ulysses, are you in there? Maddie's hand grasped the doorknob. Lolly's voice, that came from outside the door. Maddie, can you open the door? I have too many things, I can't open it myself. Lolly was holding a large pile of clothes and jewelry. Maddie was confused. What the hell? Why did you bring so much? Lolly explained, I felt that Maddie didn't have enough clothes to wear, so that I emptied the entire salon. Maddie was puzzled. Why buy these all of a sudden? Lolly's tone was matter of fact. What do you mean all of a sudden? Do you know how much I've worried about Maddie's clothes? We're going to try all of these on today and then order the nice ones. Maddie looked helpless. I guess I don't mind. Lolly urged Maddie. This jewelry is a bit heavy. Come help me hold it. Hurry up. Seeing Maddie not reacting, Lolly urged. What if I drop it? Let's go, let's go. Ulysses hid in the dark, watching their retreating figures as they hurried away. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Good thing I asked Philip for a favor. The corners of Ulysses's mouth twitched up slightly. She'll probably sneak a few pieces away. I'd better prepare to compensate. Point salon. Lolly's voice floated over Maddie. Do you like them that much? If you had to choose between the Grand Duke and jewelry, which would you pick? Maddie's eyes sparkled. Sapphires, diamonds, emeralds, pearls. Is there every kind of jewelry? I like the expensive ones best. Maddie asked with a serious face. If I hand him over, will the kidnappers give me the jewelry? Lolly pressed on, yeah. If that really happened, what would you do? Maddie answered, I would save Ulysses. That way, the Grand Duke would give me a reward, right? Then I'd go hunt down the kidnappers and snatch all the jewelry and cash. Lolly smiled and exposed her. Your ability to change the subject is really good. You just want to save the Grand Duke first, right? A wooden country cabin stood in the afternoon sun. A hand wearing a black glove knocked gently on the door. Knox said in a low voice, Please wait a moment. Knox pulled the door open forcefully. He smiled brightly. Welcome. Ulysses was yanked inside by him. He shouted in panic, What is going on? Knox explained, I was originally dressed in women's clothing, but the wig and coat that were too hot, so I took them off. Knox waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, sir. I've been dragged like this several times. I'm already used to it. Ulysses's face turned pale, but I haven't. And you dressed in women's clothing. I don't look as good as Maddie. A trace of displeasure flashed in Knox's eyes. I still look much better than Sister Maddie. But stop comparing us. Ulysses, that looked helpless. Fair enough. Did you find anything? Knox sat down and grinned. All right, sir. Let's start from when Maddie first appeared in the city. Ulysses pointed at the skirt Knox was wearing. Can we wait until you change out of those clothes before we talk? Knox continued. Maddie and I met 7 years ago. We came to this city together 4 years ago. His finger traced across an old map. It took her less than 6 months to become the know-it-all in the slums. She could handle anything. Before that, she wandered all over the continent like a nomad. She lived recklessly and flamboyantly, but was never caught for a crime or put on a wanted list. Ulysses looked thoughtful. That is within my expectations. To be able to scam so many times without ever failing. Her skills are quite formidable. Knox spoke up, but sir. Ulysses, thou looked impatient. Don't call me sir. Knox immediately corrected himself. All right, your grace. Anyway, it's a bit strange. Maddie always acts that like something is chasing her. Ulysses frowned slightly. Didn't you say she wasn't wanted? What is chasing her then? Knox explained. That's the strange part. She's clearly the kind of person who takes Noble's money and then lives a carefree life, but sometimes she becomes extremely anxious, even a bit emotionally unstable. I mean, more severe than usual. An image flashed in Ulysses's mind. Maddie, crying loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Has this kind of thing that happened before? Knox shrugged. Anyway, ever since I've known Maddie, she's always been like this. Knox tugged at his skirt. Sweet on the outside, but trash on the inside. Bowing and scraping to the strong, yet inexplicably good at taking. Care of people. It feels like she doesn't really care about me, but she's always taken care of me, and she always makes me angry. I can't believe I found someone who truly understands. Anyway, that's how it was 7 years ago. Ulysses asked, what about before that? If she was already like that back then, we have to trace further back to know what exactly happened. I've even considered the possibility that she's a serial killer. So this is nothing. Tell me everything you found. Knox looked shocked. Do you really think your fiancée would be that extreme? Ulysses replied, because I love her, so I have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. A trace of tenderness flashed in Ulysses' eyes. Because I don't want to lose her. Knox looked at him, teasingly. Wow, what a hopeless romantic. A couple acting like wild beasts in someone else's home is truly extraordinary. Ulysses blushed. No, it's not what you think. Knox spoke up. Anyway, the problem is before I started tracking Maddie, I traced things back to 2 or 3 years prior to that. At that time, that she was already running around everywhere. Port cities, trade towns. She shuttled through them like a ghost. Tracing. Further back, she even worked on a farm. Ulysses frowned. Worked? Just worked? He asked in disbelief. Are you sure she didn't steal horses or cows or something like that? Knox shook his head. Surprisingly, no. That was nearly 10 years ago, but the old folks there still remember Maddie. They described her as a completely different person. They said she just kept her head down and worked silently, didn't talk to anyone, and lived in the warehouse. Ulysses looked thoughtful. She already had great strength back then, but her personality was very gentle, even though she was just a teenage girl. The hardest thing to believe is that she was actually working diligently. The map marked the Durzal Mountains. Maybe Maddie leapt into it at some point. Ulysses immediately pressed. Leapt into it? How do you know? Knox proudly puffed out his chest. Good question, sir. To be honest, even I admire my own investigative skills. He revealed his white stockings. Ulysses' face turned bright red. You're not normal either. Knox lifted the hem of his skirt. What? Just because I show a little ankle when I walk in a skirt? Maddie taught me this. Knox tossed a clipping in front of him. This is a report from 20 years ago. He motioned for Ulysses to look closely. Now, can you recognize who this person is? Ulysses took the clipping, his eyes falling on the photo on it. This is a short-haired. A young Maddie comes into Ulysses' view. Mates around Maddie. Maddie, I think a dress that covers your arms and legs a bit more would suit you better. Maddie is definitely an emerald type. One maid retorts, green eyes with emeralds. Don't you think that's too obvious? Another maid insists, no matter what, there must be gold. Maddie is the type of person who shines brightly. Maddie watches the maids dressing her with a faint smile on her face. A knock comes from the door. Maddie turns her head in confusion. The door is pushed open, and an old man looking like a butler walks in. He places a hand on his chest and bows slightly. Excuse me. The butler hands over. A letter. There's a letter. Ulysses looks down at the clipping. It seems to be Maddie. So, what happened next? You mean Maddie used to live in the border area, and when it was designated as a protected zone, she was kicked out? Then what happened between then and when she worked on the farm? Knox scratches. His head. About that? No matter how much I dig, I find absolutely nothing. Ulysses frowns deeply. What? Knox spreads his hands. Usually, just tracing a person's footsteps backward reveals everything. I'm an expert at tracking fugitives, but there's nothing on Maddie. The file only has one line. First sighting location, farm. Ulysses is in disbelief. Nothing at all? How can a person have no past? Knox explains, she just appeared out of nowhere. This photo was also something I barely managed to find. I scoured the newspapers to see if any parents had posted missing. Person notices. Ulysses looks closely at the photo. His pupils suddenly contract. Ulysses is suddenly startled. The figure of a black-haired boy emerges. This guy, the man who called Maddie by that strange name. Maddie said she has no memories before the age of 16. If that's true, then this man is someone she knew before she was 16. Ulysses' hand trembles slightly. Then, this man is the key to Maddie's lost memories. This man knows Maddie's past. He knows how Maddie learned to kill, why. That she is proficient in threats and interrogations, and why she doesn't know how to love. Knox, Ulysses speaks up. Can you look into someone else for me? Someone who recently attended the Imperial Palace Ball. I don't know his name, but he has black hair and red eyes. He looks to be around 25 or 26, wearing a black uniform bestowed by the Emperor. Knox asks, is it the guy who talked to Sister Maddie? Ulysses' eyes sharpen. Maddie mentioned him to you? Knox nods. Yes, a snake-like face, black hair, and red eyes. Sister Maddie even asked me if I knew him. Ulysses' eyes darken. So Maddie really doesn't know him. This proves even more that he is someone from Maddie's past. Do you know him? Knox speaks up. He's a stranger to us, so that I investigated him. After all, I'm known as the back alley know-it-all. Ulysses suddenly covers his mouth, holding back a laugh. Puffed. Knox hands over a document. There is only one man with black hair and red eyes on the ball guest list. Lambda. Bartolozzi, the eldest son of the Bartolozzi family, 20 years old. Bartolozzi. Salami's image flashes through Ulysses' mind. That lady's brother. They don't look alike at all. I see. The person who knows Maddie's past is much closer than I thought. Knox. Doc continues reporting. It is said he might become the next captain of the Imperial Guard. If appointed, he will be the youngest captain in history. Ulysses stares at the document. How would the heir of the Bartolozzi family know Maddie? Knox spreads his hands with a distressed look. That's what I can't figure out. There is no known intersection between them. His life before studying abroad in Aslan. That also has completely no records. Could Sister Maddie be from Aslan? Did I not dig deep enough? Ulysses raises a hand to stop him. No, this is enough. Great job. Thanks to you, we know a lot. Knox's eyes well up with tears, covering his face with his hands. This is the first time I've received such praise. He suddenly lunges at Ulysses. Brother-in-law. Ulysses is squeezed breathless. Wait, let go first. What terrifying strength. Ulysses. Gotta adjust his collar. Anyway, putting the clues together, the Maddie we know only remembers the past 10 years. Could she be lying about not remembering her past? Could she actually remember everything? Knox. That rejects his thought. Impossible. If she was fully conscious, faking amnesia would only be harder. He flips open a page of the report. Look, at first, they thought a wild boar had broken in. She broke into the warehouse and ate raw potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. She looked no different from a wild beast. They didn't even know she was a girl. When they asked her about her age, there was no response. They took her home. The problem was, no matter how much food they gave her, she would still sneak into the warehouse to steal. In the end, they had to kick her out. The first time I heard her voice was when she told me. Thought her name, Maddie. Ulysses frowns, lost in thought. Ulysses' voice rings out, right? So she still remembered her name was Maddie. Strange, isn't it? This is too unlike faking amnesia. A knock comes from a door. Ulysses and Knox are startled simultaneously, their eyes darting to the door. The door shakes violently. Ulysses asks in panic, "Did you lock the door?" Knox stammers in reply of, "Of course I locked it. What do we do?" Ulysses reaches for the fireplace, throwing the notebook into the flames. Calm down, Knox. As long as she doesn't see the contents of the notebook. Just then, Maddie. That shatters the wooden door with a single punch. Darling. Maddie pokes her head in, smiling brightly. So you're here. Knox. Darling, what are you two doing in the office? Ulysses is flustered. Of office? Isn't this a hotel? Maddie walks in with a smile. I use this place as an office too. What are you doing? Ulysses stammers. I don't know. Just drop by to take a look. Maddie backs him against the wall. This isn't a place you can just drop by. You came specifically looking for me, didn't you, darling? Why did you come to the office? Didn't you say that you wanted to sleep with me? Ulysses recalls his conversation with Maddie. Is there any trick to lying? I still have to act for 3 more years, but I still can't do it as naturally as you. Maddie. That sits on the sofa, eating snacks. It's not easy to catch up to a genius like me. There's a trick to it. You just need to believe in that moment that it is the truth. For example, you really fell in love with me at first sight in the slums, believing I'm worth giving up everything for. Ulysses curls his lips in disdain. You're not that amazing either. Maddie smiles and strikes back. The feeling is mutual. You noble bastard who has nothing but money. If it weren't for your hairstyle, who would take you for a Grand Duke? You have the face of a thug, yet you put on such a high and mighty attitude. With those fierce eyes of yours, if my parents saw them, that they would definitely reject you. Maddie's expression freezes. Oh, maybe you're right. From this perspective, it's actually a good thing your parents are gone. Ulysses speaks frankly. To be honest, I came looking for you. Maddie asks in surprise, really? Why? Ulysses lowers his head and smiles. I want to know more about you. Knox is the only one who knows you, so I came to Knox to have him tell me about you. Ulysses' hand gently rests on Maddie's hand. He said you even thought your own parents would beat you up. From afar, you look like a bad guy, but up close, you look like a good guy. I wanted to explain everything to them so they wouldn't misunderstand. I also hope they can like you. Ulysses lowers his head and smiles. I want to know more about you. Knox is the only one who knows you, so I came to him to have him tell me about you. He said you even thought your own parents would beat you up. Ulysses' hand gently rests on Maddie's hand. From afar, you look like a bad guy, but up close, you look like a good guy. Before the wedding, I wanted to visit your parents' graves. I wanted to explain things clearly to them to avoid any misunderstandings. I also hope, but they can like you. Maddie asks, so what did Knox say about me? Ulysses panics. Well, he said you're greedy for money, drink like a fish but never get drunk, and you're very violent. As expected, it didn't work. Maddie looks thoughtful. That's right. That guy Knox really has a knack for digging up dirt. She rubs Knox's hair. Knox groans in pain. It worked. I'll just go tell my parents exactly that. I'll tell them the man I'm going to marry is an unforgivable bad guy, but he's only good to me. Ulysses whispers, that's exactly what I like about it. Maddie's hand suddenly covers her mouth, her cheeks, instantly flushing red. Oh my God. Ulysses thinks to himself, what is she doing here? Did she come looking for Knox? Impossible. Could it be that Philip let it slip? No, maybe they got caught before Philip could dispose of the rope. Don't panic, or it'll be even more suspicious. Maddie hands out a letter. I came looking for you because of this. Ulysses takes the letter. This is stiff paper, gold-plated thread, and it has my name on it. It looks like an invitation. Maddie sits down, right? But I don't know who sent it, and I've never seen this kind of wax seal. Do you recognize this symbol? A flower. I've never seen any family use this crest. Ulysses shakes his head. No, first time seeing it. Maddie leans forward, right? So I brought it over to see what's written inside. Ulysses's. That expression sharpens. What? Maddie suddenly flinches. From now on, I want us to move together. Ulysses. That stares at her. Why is she so fidgety? Ulysses's gaze shifts. I see. It's because of Knox. Maddie looks away. Last time I said we should act together. I let you handle everything yourself and then report the results. Did I really say that? Ulysses scrutinizes her. This isn't like you. You usually just tear it open and look for yourself. What made you not open it? And bring it over? Maddie speaks up. Knox was right. He seems to have lost consciousness, but we don't know when he'll wake up. Ulysses smiles slightly. Then shall we open it together? Maddie is startled. When we're working, could you not make that kind of expression? Ulysses, that is taken aback. Is there something wrong with how I'm doing it? No, but this might be Maddie's test, to see how attentive I am. He assists Maddie with her work. You say, work, don't be so cold. Even if nobles treat marriage as a business, we are marrying for love. I love you, Maddie. Maddie shudders all over. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Are you sick? Ulysses raises his index finger to his lips. Sure, Maddie. You'll wake him up. Maddie, that takes a deep breath. Almost misunderstood again. Anyway, I'm opening it. Maddie tears open the envelope. Ulysses, that looks down with her. The letter reads, be sure to come alone at 7 p.m. Ulysses's face darkens. This looks very dangerous, Maddie. You can't go. He snatches the letter and tears it into pieces. There's absolutely no need to pay attention to such a strange invitation. Maddie crouches down to pick up the pieces. What are you talking about? This is obviously sent by someone important. I have to go. They seem to want to confirm if our relationship is real or fake. Shouldn't I go and make it clear? Ulysses sharply retorts, that's why I'm saying don't go. They obviously want to intimidate you. What if it's not just intimidation, but they actually want to harm you? What if this is a trap? Ulysses's voice is laced with tension. You can't get hurt. Maddie chuckles. You worry too much. People always get hurt. What's the big deal? Ulysses clenches his jaw. I don't want to see anyone else die because of me. He immediately realizes his slip of the tongue. I said the wrong thing. It sounds like I'm not letting you die out of guilt. Ulysses quickly waves his hands. No, I didn't mean that. Maddie comforts him. That kind of thing will never happen again. I won't die. Is this why you proposed to me? Ulysses frowns. So, you're really going? Even without knowing who sent it? Maddie, adjust her clothes. I'll know when I go. I'll find out who sent it. I'll keep my promise and stay with you until you fall asleep. So, wait patiently for me in bed. The dress. Ulysses pales in shock. You're all prepared? Maddie flashes a peace sign, smiling brightly. It seemed important, so I rushed over wearing the right dress. Ulysses, that is worried. Maddie, are you really going? Maddie walks toward the door. Oh my, what are you worried about? Go back quickly. It gets scary here after sunset. Ulysses. Dot grabs her wrist. Ulysses insists, then let me at least walk you to the door. Maddie's eyes hold a hint of confusion. Why are you so clingy today? Ulysses's cheeks flush slightly, but he feigns composure. You're cute. Maddie smiles slyly. I think married life will be very interesting. I'm leaving. See you later. Ulysses stops blocking her and silently helps Maddie put on her high heels. Maddie looks at him. Such a kind man. He calls himself a villain, but only uses his personal budget for gambling and drinking, agonizing over the city's budget every night. If he had to choose between the people and himself, that he would choose the people without hesitation. He talks about surviving, but Ulysses never cherishes his own life. When others die because of him, when innocents lose their lives, that is Ulysses's greatest fear. Even with just vague memories, he is completely that different from me. In anyone's eyes, he is a perfect creation of God. But I come from a land where no one believes in God. Maddie opens her eyes. Images always flash through her mind. I was being chased by something, and I was chasing something too. I resented someone, and I also longed for another person. In the end, I gave up. This is my clearest initial memory. Maddie lies on the grass, covered in blood, waking up on a vast plain. She looks up at the blue sky. A thought flashes by. There is no God in this world. Perhaps because of this, I sometimes dream. I dream of a place abandoned by God, a gathering place for people who no longer believe in God. After countless repeated deaths, a warm light occasionally appears. Maddie, what do you want to do after leaving here? A light brighter and warmer than the blue sky wakes me from death. What could that be? No, if God existed, the world wouldn't be so unfair and cruel. Perhaps I am already receiving God's punishment. After having that dream a few more times, I realized I came from there. I came from that abyss devoid of mystery. As if to prove this thought, I possess an immortal body. Even swallowing poison cannot kill me. A body that cannot die even if it begs for death. Someone carved and molded me for a certain purpose. A non-human existence. This body is absolutely unusual. Then, was it that person in the dream who turned me into this and erased my memories? Even though I've searched for over a decade, I can't find any information. One thing is certain. Maddie, the first person to call me Maddie, is no longer in this world. Maddie stands before a magnificent mansion. The sunlight is glaring. A guard reaches out to stop her. An invitation is required to enter. Maddie spreads her hands, but I was invited. My lover tore up the invitation. He told me not to come alone. Go in and ask the master if Maddie can enter. The guards look at each other. They laugh mockingly. This isn't a place for people like you. Get lost. The guards are about to push Maddie away. Maddie chuckles. How rude. She raises her eyes, staring directly at the guards. Can you afford the consequences of driving away an invited guest like this? The guards are momentarily speechless. A soldier sneers, looking at your shabby, solitary appearance. We know exactly what kind of trash you are. You wear slightly expensive clothes and think you're a big shot? You're just living off the money we throw away. Maddie looks down at her attire. Can't you tell? Do you think I live off picking up your money? The guard roars, raising his hand. You arrogant brat, didn't you hear me? Get out. What are you doing? A cold female voice rings out. Whether she was invited or not, you cannot treat a distinguished guest like this in my villa. Maddie turns and sees a silver-haired lady in a red dress walking over elegantly. A veil covers her eyes. Come. Maddie immediately puts on a bright smile. Thank you. The lady apologizes softly. I didn't expect the guards to treat a guest this way. I apologize on their behalf. Maddie waves her hand. No, they were just doing their duty. I didn't bring an invitation, so it was right for them to do that. The lady in the red dress pauses her steps, turning her head. You didn't bring an invitation? Maddie smiles slightly. It seems this gathering is meant to be kept secret. Getting so tense over not having an invitation, there's definitely something fishy going on. Maddie searches for the fragments. She pulls a piece of torn paper from her sleeve. This is the invitation to the gathering. I don't know who sent it, but the lady in the red dress apologizes sincerely again. I apologize once more for the rude behavior just now. Maddie's gaze drifts over her. This person is truly naturally elegant. Next time I need to imitate a noble lady, I should learn from her. Maddie's eyes dart to the side. However, there is a woman with a very strong aura here. I can't take my eyes off her. It's not the majesty of a noble, but an irresistible aura. The lady in the red dress turns around. Come. Maddie follows her onto a spacious lawn. Guests are sitting in 2s and 3s. What? Isn't this a ladies' gathering? The Grand Duke must be laughing right now, thinking this is a trap. The guests whisper among themselves. Is that person? The Grand Duke's rumored. Oh my, that poor thing. How does she have the nerve to come here? Who invited? But her? Maddie listens expressionlessly to the surrounding chatter. Oh, I recognize that face. No wonder the method to trick me was so clumsy. Did I arrive early and surprise her? I'm only 2 hours early. Maddie waves enthusiastically. Madame Bartolozzi. Hello everyone. I am Grand Duke Ulysses' fiancée, Maddie. The lady in the red dress ponders about Maddie. So, that violent fiancé. Maddie complains with a smile. He's too possessive. He won't even let me leave the house. Salami's hand slams heavily on the table. How insolent, daring to be so presumptuous in front of your elders, and arriving right when the gathering is about to end, causing such a huge commotion. Salome glares at Maddie. Who invited her? Did you see it? It seems the message was passed on incorrectly. I think she should leave. This isn't a gathering, just anyone can attend. The Empress raises her hand to stop Salome. Enough. I apologize for the rudeness just now. The Empress's gaze sweeps across the venue. Since she is here, she cannot be driven away. As the host of this gathering, I allow her to stay. I hope there will be no more commotion. She turns to Maddie. Kulme, please sit beside me. The Empress? It's actually the rarely seen Her Majesty the Empress? If that's the case, Maddie cries out, Your Majesty the Empress. The Empress looks at Maddie in confusion. Maddie suddenly grabs the Empress's hands. Since it is destiny that brought us together, she falls to her knees, pleading, Please bestow the Grand Duke upon me. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Her Majesty the Empress. His stepmother, right? I implore you, to approve our marriage. The Empress looks bewildered. What? She asks in confusion. What are you talking about? The Grand Duke is not someone I can bestow. Maddie bows politely. Please allow me to formally introduce myself. The one engaged to Grand Duke Ulysses is me, Maddie of Laundermel. The Empress covers her mouth with her hand. I understand what you mean, but even if I agree, whether His Majesty will accept you. Maddie pulls the Empress. To sit down. Let's take our time and talk. It's not like we're getting married tomorrow. Belia lets out a cold sneer. Ignorant of your place. She glares at Maddie. How dare you ask Her Majesty the Empress to approve your marriage? Whatever scheme you have, Her Majesty the Empress will never agree to it. So it's Viscountess Belia. I heard that recently, Viscount Belia spent 3 years' worth of estate. Living expenses just to buy that ring. A top-grade ruby imported from Laundermel, specially custom-made just a few months ago. The resentment of your territory's residents must be running very high. However, I suppose you're too busy hiding behind high walls to even hear it. The corners of Maddie's mouth curl into a cold smile. Hello, Viscountess Belia. But why are you so certain the Empress won't agree? Do you think Her Majesty lacks the power to facilitate this marriage? What? Belia's face turns pale. No. How dare you say such a thing? No, Your Majesty. How could I dare think that? No. She becomes furious. You. Belia turns and glares at Maddie. How dare you? Belia raises her hand and slaps Maddie across the face. The sound is sharp and loud. Maddie covers her cheek. Belia angrily. Scolds. How dare you accuse me like this? Everyone stops and looks over. She isn't surprised at all. Salome covers her mouth with her hand, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. This reaction, that is truly interesting. Maddie says calmly, yes. It's like you've been waiting for this opportunity. My lady, can we talk in private? Belia flies into a rage. Talk about what? You penniless wretch who isn't even fit to be a maid. Okay. Maddie's eyes turn icy. Try hitting me one more time. I will. That completely destroy you. Belia raises her hand. What do you think you're doing? The Empress speaks up to stop her. Enough. If this lady has offended me, I will reprimand her myself. Belia looks at the Empress. But Your Majesty, the Empress rubs her temples. Let's end today's gathering here. This commotion, that is giving me a headache, though it is a pity to end it so suddenly, considering all the ladies and madams have come from afar. The Empress looks at a noblewoman. Next is Countess Catherine's turn, right? Before the next gathering, choose a book and notify everyone. Countess Catherine curtsies. Yes. Punto Your Majesty. Maddie's eyes flicker. A book? A book club? No. Considering its exclusivity, this is more like a small circle of powerful socialites managed by the Empress. But even so, for a book club, there are far too few people actually carrying books. Most of the books are just props to keep up appearances, and they're about party etiquette. This is basic knowledge one should master before entering high society and getting married. For these married women, it is completely meaningless. Maddie looks around. The majority of those present are married. Reading etiquette books now is truly absurd. She turns and walks toward the Empress. May I ask, who chose today's book? Maddie clutches the etiquette book tightly. It feels like it was tailor-made for me. Since you are so knowledgeable about these basic readings, I would love to hear your Recommendations for other etiquette books. The Empress turns her face away, remaining silent. She clearly hates commotion so much and prefers quiet, yet now she just hopes things will quickly die down. Maddie looks at the book in her hands. The Empress probably understands what's going on now. The Empress sighs. It was recommended by Salome, Madame Bartolozzi. A golden glint flashes in Maddie's eyes. I see. This entire tea party was Salami's. Salami's carefully orchestrated trap. Salome let out a soft laugh. Of course she needs this book. After all, she knows nothing about etiquette. She might as well take the book with her. Another noblewoman chimed in. Oh my, reading it 100 times won't help. She also pushed her book over. One isn't enough. Take mine too. And mine. Maddie was surrounded by books. Their malice surged like a tidal wave, leaving her unable to move. A noblewoman mocked. Do you think a few books are enough? Another noblewoman covered her mouth and chuckled. You've been begging your whole life. It would take a whole carriage to fill up your common sense. Salome feigned surprise. Oh my, can a lowly commoner even drive a carriage? Maddie thought to herself. The power of the Bartolozzi family as the emperor's close subjects is indeed extraordinary. Everyone is echoing that child's words, but doing this in front of the Empress is going too far. The Empress finally spoke up. Enough. She looked at Maddie. I will invite you next time. For now, go back. Maddie raised her head, her gaze firm. No. Maddie's mind raced. The Empress has always been reserved and would never invite a troublemaker like me. She slammed the book heavily on the table. At a time like this, one must deliberately provoke. Maddie curtsied slightly. Yes. Next time, I will wait for your Majesty's personal invitation. She raised her head, looking straight at the Empress. Please make sure you do. The Empress's pupils shrank slightly, revealing astonishment. Salome turned her head sharply, her face full of disbelief. Salome screamed. I have never seen such an ignorant person. Your Majesty, what could someone like her possibly understand? Inviting such a lowly commoner will only tarnish your dignity. Belia echoed. Exactly. She doesn't even know her place in front of the Empress. How could she join our circle? Please reject her. Maddie curled her lips in disdain. The phrase not knowing one's place applies equally to you all. The Empress finally stopped them. Enough. She raised her hand to gesture. This lady's status is indeed low, but if she marries the Grand Duke, she will become the Grand Duchess. Do not be too harsh on her. The Empress stood up. Then, a noblewoman suggested, before inviting her, why not test if she is suitable for our circle first? To be fair, the Empress pondered. Yes. Good idea. If she passes, no one will object anymore. The Empress spoke. Then I will come up with a question. She said slowly. During this season, I usually have French toast for breakfast, but this year I haven't had it yet. Why? Salami's heart skipped a beat. French toast? Salome revealed a smug smile. The Empress also wants to kick her out. Maddie instantly understood that this was a vague question about personal preference, asking her why she stopped eating her favorite food. A seemingly simple question with hidden deadly intent. Maddie thought to herself, it seems the Empress is the one who most wants to exclude me. But in fact, Maddie's lips curled into a confident smile. This is a very, very simple question. Knox, time to wake up. Knox slowly opened his eyes, momentarily blurred. He suddenly sat up and looked down at the women's nightgown he was wearing. What? Knox anxiously looked around. Where's sister? Ulysses, fully dressed, said she went out on some business. I have to go follow Maddie. Don't leave Astrid alone. Knox blankly responded. Oh. As Ulysses was about to leave, Knox stopped him. Brother, if it's not urgent, can you come by our place? Astrid seems to really miss you. Ulysses declined. No. It is very urgent. His expression was solemn. Maddie might be walking straight into a trap. Knox's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Someone like Maddie. Even if she falls into a deadly trap, she'll be perfectly fine, right? Knox continued to plead. Really, just for a moment, just show your face. Ulysses struggled internally. After a moment of silence, his eyes showed determination. All right, make it quick. Ulysses followed Knox out the door. Knox complained irritably. Why did sister just take someone else's coat? There are clearly other disguise tools here. Ulysses's voice came from behind. If you go back like that, you'll be caught on the way. Knox turned around and retorted, Impossible, brother. As long as I disguise myself well, I won't be caught. Ulysses pointed out expressionlessly, but she went dressed as a man from the very beginning. Knox was momentarily speechless. What? Entering the house, Knox shushed Ulysses. She must have fallen asleep while waiting. Ulysses looked at the sleeping Astrid, a smile appearing on his lips. Is she doing well? Knox reported cheerfully. Yes, she eats well and plays happily. Last time, after playing hide-and-seek, we even held a cold soup speed-eating contest. She ate so fast that I lost. Ulysses was a bit confused. Cold soup speed-eating contest? Ulysses gently tidied her hair. Ulysses's eyes were full of tenderness. She still doesn't speak, right? Knox replied in a low voice, yeah. Yes. Knox scratched his head a bit sheepishly. But she's very good at using writing to express herself. Maybe because she loves reading, she learns very quickly. In the flashback, Astrid wrote a lot of words. Knox continued to explain. Hearing about her situation, I felt we shouldn't force her, so I let her do as she pleases. Ulysses's eyes dimmed. I see. I hope you can raise my niece with me. Even though I said that in front of Crocton, will things be resolved so easily? Even if Crocton admits Astrid is missing, he won't stop monitoring me. Not only that, can I fool Crocton and the Emperor to bring Astrid back to the Grand Duke's estate? What if this instead brings even greater suffering? A small hand gently grabbed the corner of his clothes. Ulysses snapped out his thoughts. Astrid wrote on the paper, Uncle. She held up the cardboard, her eyes filled with anticipation. Did Uncle come to see me? Ulysses looked at the words on the cardboard, his expression complex. He regained his focus. That's right. Now is not the time to hesitate. Why should do now? Ulysses's hand gently stroked Astrid's hair. From now on, I will come and pick you up myself. When Maddie comes back, we will have dinner together. I will trust and support Maddie's plan. We can even play the cold soup drinking game. Maddie stood respectfully. The reason we didn't eat Parinch toast this year. You wouldn't want an answer like my taste has changed, would you? You wouldn't? The Empress said ambiguously. That depends on you. Cardenheim, she hailed from the Principality of Aislon, the daughter of a duke. The 15th princess. Her status was insignificant. However, her unique and pitiful beauty made her stand out among the princesses. Was it because of that beauty? It is said that when Prince Raffadit was traveling in the Principality of Aislon, he fell in love with Cardenheim at first sight. However, given the vast disparity in power between the Principality of Aislon and the Londermel Empire, very few welcomed this marriage. Therefore, after getting married, Cardenheim worked hard to be recognized as a citizen of Londermel. She ate Londermels, local food, wore Londermel's clothing, and her words and actions were all like a true Londermelian. Maddie's lips curled into a smile. Thinking about it carefully, she is truly a remarkable person. After becoming the Empress, her origins from Aislon were no longer important. The Empress asked, so, is this your answer? Maddie smiled slightly. At least I understand why you eat it every season. She stepped forward. After all, it is the season for Parinch now. Maddie gestured excitedly. Parinch is delicious roasted, steamed, or even eaten raw. Her face brimmed with happiness. In short, it's delicious no matter how it's prepared. The Empress looked at her and sighed softly. Maddie noticed the laughter around her. She tilted her head in confusion. It is indeed delicious, but why are they laughing? The Empress slowly spoke. Among all Parinch, the variety caught in the Bamka waters has tender and plump meat. It is a major export commodity. Originally, the sales tax on Parinch was 20%, but at the end of last year, the tax system changed to 500,000 dillon per 10 kilograms. Maddie added, export trade commodities now cost 1 million dillon per 10 kilograms. On one end of the scale is the abundant Parinch, and on the other end is the heavy tax. The scale is severely tipped. Even though it's peak season and the yield is abundant, the value of the fish is decreasing. The increased taxes mean that the more the fishermen catch, the more they lose. So, the fishing boats only want to catch as little as possible. This way, the unit price of the fish can remain high while the taxes stay low. The Empress nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. Maddie continued to analyze. Moreover, Parinch is only caught in the Bamka waters of Londanes. The few ships capable of long voyages can easily collude to control the supply of the fish. So, ironically, even though it is peak season now, Parinch has become the most expensive and rarest ingredient. A hint of disdain flashed in the Empress's eyes. Even so, do you think I can't get my hands on a few Parinch? That's not a reason for me to stop eating it. Maddie responded with a smile. Because your Majesty loves this country so much, you care about what happens to it. Salome snickered, babbling. Like a fool. Maddie spoke up. You must think I'm just talking nonsense, right? Maddie smiled and said, of course, you can always get some. But if it's not from the Bamco waters, perhaps it's from the Widderburn waters. That is only if you want to eat the Perinch from the Principality of Aeslon. This is blatant flattery towards a superior. Maddie continued, I heard that since the royal marriage, Her Majesty the Empress only consumes what is grown and bred in our country. For years, she has only eaten food produced in Laundermel. Now, every cell in Your Majesty's body must be filled with the sunshine and water of Laundermel. Therefore, no one would say that the current empress is an Islanian. She must be missing her homeland, right? The empress raised her head and chuckled softly. Oh my, do you think my affection for my homeland is that shallow? Maddie returned the smile. Speaking of deception that is deeply rooted. So today, on the Independence Day of the Principality of Aeslon, you deliberately chose this red dress, the most vivid symbol. When it comes to background knowledge, you must know more than the person involved. The Perinch in our country tastes better, but it is also the staple breakfast of the Principality of Aeslon. It's as if to say, I understand everything you need better than you do. However, the position of the Empress is constantly monitored, as if to say, I am the only one who can fill your emptiness. Maddie gazed at the Empress. Perhaps you're enduring the longing for your homeland. You do this so as not to bring shame to His Majesty the Emperor and Her Highness the Princess. The Empress closed her eyes and let out a soft laugh. You are sharper and smarter than you look. How do you understand my heart so well? Maddie blinked playfully. Because the poor know best how to survive. We have to survive on the penniless streets. The Empress burst into laughter. She looked down at Maddie. Now I understand why Ulysses fell in love with you. She held Maddie's hand. I will personally write the invitation. I hope we can meet again, Maddie. Maddie turned to leave. Then I'll see you next time, Your Majesty. She took a step and then another. Maddie's lips curled into a confident smile. After Maddie left, only those nobles remained in the garden. Salami's pupils contracted sharply. Fury burned in her eyes. Maddie was mocking her. Even if you glare at me, what can you do? Are you angry? Furious? You're powerless anyway. Salome clenched her teeth, trembling all over. How dare you? She suddenly chased after Maddie. Do you know what kind of place this is? How dare you follow me here? She threw her tea at Maddie's face. You are not someone who can ever touch that world. Not knowing your place, this is the consequence. Salome screamed. Do you need money? I'll give you money, as much as you want. Now get lost. My father said, I am the Grand Duke's bride. He said no one is more suitable for him than me. Maddie smiled disdainfully, and yet you are so soft-hearted. She snatched Salami's teacup. Salome backed away in panic. What are you going to do? Maddie leaned close to Salami's ear. If you wanted to throw tea on me, you should have done it like this. You should have made sure the tea was hot enough to scald me so badly that I could never show my face again. But this lukewarm scented tea, for a poor person like me, it's practically a luxurious face wash. Salome trembled with anger. You filthy commoner. She raised her hand to slap Maddie. Maddie grabbed her wrist. I've already taken one slap today. Maddie's voice turned icy. Didn't we already exchange slaps last time? If there's still a score to settle, I'll take care of it. As for money, Maddie looked down at her. Can you prepare enough money? That would be an astronomical figure because I have already sold my soul to the devil. I have staked my entire life on the Grand Duke. Maddie turned and walked away. From behind Salome, a maid's anxious call could be heard. Miss Bartolozzi. Maddie looked back at her coldly. If you're confident, bring it on. But to be honest, hiring someone to kill me might be cheaper. Salome raised her head, flames of resentment burning in her eyes, glaring fixedly at Maddie's retreating figure. Maddie walked out the gates. She thought, good, you should behave a little now. What exactly are you resenting and angry about? You're terrified, yet you still put on a bitter face. Maddie looked toward the carriage. Ulysses stepped down from the carriage. Maddie, Ulysses said anxiously, what happened to you? It's not raining. Your cheeks are red too. Did someone do something to you? Don't tell me someone threw hot tea on your face. Ulysses gently wiped her face with a handkerchief. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Maddie looked at Ulysses, the person calling my name, the person who is simultaneously worried and angry. Maddie looked at him tenderly. Darling, you're so handsome. Sunlight filtered through the lush branches, casting light on a magnificent white mansion. The Empress stood leaning against the wall, lost in thought. A man stood with his back to her by the window, gazing into the distance. The Empress asked, you haven't even been appointed as the guard captain yet. What are you doing here, Lambda? Bartolozzi? Maddie gently kissed Ulysses' lips. Ulysses spoke, I came to pick you up. Maddie smiled. Is it because you were worried about me? Or because you like me too much? Ulysses opened the carriage door for Maddie. That's right, darling. Next time let's go to the banquet together. Maddie pouted. If I go alone, nobody wants to play with Maddie. Ulysses said helplessly, I told you not to go alone like that. Ulysses gently kissed Maddie's forehead. Next time, we'll go together. The carriage departed from the mansion, its wheels rolling forward. In the distance, Salome watched the two of them with a dark gaze. The carriage traveled along a cliffside road. The driver raised his whip. Inside the carriage, Maddie snickered. Oh my, how are we so in sync? You really need to go into business with me. Ulysses looked disgusted. Miss Bartolozzi was right behind you. What scam are you trying to drag me into now? Maddie blinked. Shouldn't a person participate in at least one crime in their lifetime? Ulysses handed her a blanket. Anyway, cover up with a blanket and don't catch a cold. When we arrive, go take a hot bath. Maddie sighed helplessly. I like everything about you, except your nagging. Ulysses smiled. Don't lie. You don't like everything about me. Maddie muttered softly. Wow, you caught on fast. Ulysses's lips curled up. Maddie added, I don't like that either. However, she raised her index finger. I did gain something. Sunlight filtered through the woods. Salome stood there. Brother. Lambda smiled. Did you have fun at the banquet? I came to pick you up. Salome complained. How can you look at my face and say such things? I'm in a terrible mood. A twisted gleam flashed in her red eyes. Lambda, unfazed, said, Is that so? How strange. Who would dare to provoke my lovely Salome? I will surely teach them a good lesson. Starting tomorrow, you'll have a new brother. I heard the Bartolozzi family adopted someone useful. But honestly, I really don't know what father means by useful. Salome clenched her fists. But as an older brother, he is indeed someone you can rely on. Even a biological brother probably couldn't do this much. More importantly, I like his noble demeanor. No matter where he goes, he maintains his dignity. If he tried to garner sympathy just because he's an orphan, that would be a disaster. Unlike some people, he knows his place very well. Lambda looked confused. What do you mean? Salome stomped her foot angrily. I'm talking about that woman the Grand Duke brought. She's too arrogant. I really wish she would die. Lambda glanced sideways. Oh my, what did she do to our lovely Salome? Last time, the day you escorted her to the Grand Duke's estate, that lowly-born woman dared to be so domineering. I was so angry I splashed tea all over her. But she still didn't know what was good for her and remained extremely arrogant. I just wanted to teach her a lesson, but she called it a duel and even dared to slap me. Salome gritted her teeth. How dare she? I intentionally stood her up to teach her a lesson, but she actually dared to fight back and even used Her Majesty the Empress as a shield. Today, too, she actually pretended to be the Grand Duchess. I really can't stand someone so ignorant of her place. A hint of coldness flashed in Lambda's eyes. Is that so? That's really a bad girl. Salome said gloomily, If I tell father, he'll scold me again for failing to handle such a small matter. Brother, can you help me drive that woman away? What was her name again? Oh, right, Maddie. Seems like some weird name like that. Lambda's voice was low. No, Salome. Salome looked up in confusion. What? Lambda stroked her head. That's not her real name. The carriage bumped along the forest path. The inside of the carriage was dim. I'm the only person in this world who still remembers her. Isn't that pathetic? Salome looked at him in astonishment. You know her? Lambda's eyes were profound. Of course I know her. She's the kind of girl who would die for me if I just asked. You have no idea how lovely she is. When I lost her, I was heartbroken. To find her again, I suffered for a long time. Salome said in pleasant surprise. Then you go marry her, brother. Go marry her. Lambda asked me. He lifted Salome's head. Salome, would anyone marry their own pet? Salome froze all over. Lambda spat out two words. How disgusting. Salome stared at him blankly. Brother. Lambda spoke. I am your brother. I think the same as you, Salome. I absolutely hate people who don't know their place, especially those idiots who ruin things due to their stupidity. It's truly pathetic. Born so flawed, yet destined to die young. As long as you didn't provoke her. Salome looked at him in terror. What are you doing? Lambda pushed Salome out the window. That's right, just like this. Today, you were attacked by a group of bandits. May you rest in peace there. Ulysses had a serious expression. You want to get the Empress's permission to marry. Marriage requires the consent of both parties to be officially recognized. Even if the Empress agrees, the Emperor, who sent Miss Bartolozzi, will never allow it. Maddie's eyes were firm. I can do it. If you really want to save Astrid and also save yourself, then publicly announce that you are giving up the throne. It's simple, right? Ulysses fell silent. Well, yes, but the country my father dreamed of. How can I Personally abandon his ideals? Yes, but it's something that can only be done from that position. Maddie propped her chin on one hand. Is that so? Then never mind. I'll handle it myself. Ulysses asked, not I will handle it, or I'll do it, but I'll handle it myself. How interesting. Maddie blinked playfully. This is a special service prepared just for you. I wanted to make you smile. Ulysses finally smiled. Sometimes, hearing you say these absurd things makes everything feel easier. Maddie chuckled softly. For someone like you, surrounded by enemies on all sides, someone like me is a necessity. One is enough. The carriage wheels ground against the ground, making a harsh sound. Kyle looked in, horror at what was in front of him. What? The carriage suddenly braked hard. Maddie and Ulysses were both frozen in shock. Maddie was the first to react. She used her body to shield. Ulysses, wait, get down. Maddie and Ulysses cried out. The carriage tumbled violently, throwing the two of them out. Maddie and Ulysses fell heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Maddie groaned softly, her body bearing the intense pain of the impact. The horses neighed in fright. Kyle desperately pulled the reins tight. Calm down. Calm down. Maddie cursed under her breath. Gates. Ulysses saw the carriage overturning, about to crush them. Ulysses shouted, hold on tight. Ulysses shielded Maddie in his arms, and the two of them fell off the cliff together. Maddie closed her eyes and shouted, wait. Ulysses bore the brunt of the impact alone. He crashed heavily against a tree trunk. Maddie was horrified. Your arm. Ulysses's arm was wrapped tightly around her. She couldn't break free. Maddie cried out in panic, Ulysses. Ulysses collapsed beside her, blood streaming from his forehead, his agonizing figure. Maddie shook him anxiously. Ulysses, answer me. Ulysses weakly opened his mouth. Don't let go of your hand. Whatever you do, don't let go. Maddie touched his cheek. Ulysses, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Let go of me quickly. Ulysses's hand finally loosened, dropping weakly. He lay on the ground, the blood on his forehead a shocking sight, his eyes tightly closed. Maddie's heart pounded wildly. A thorn-like pain pierced her. Maddie's eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you an idiot? Maddie's voice trembled. So weak, yet you still want to protect someone? You look just like a weakling. Maddie clenched her jaw. No, now is not the time. He's lost a lot of blood, but he's still alive. I must take him to the Grand Duke's estate for treatment immediately. Maddie tore a piece of her skirt and quickly bandaged Ulysses's wound. She carried the unconscious Ulysses on her back and struggled to stand up. Maddie, hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Maddie's eyes were resolute. You'll be fine. It's okay. Ulysses lay on the bed, his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. The door was gently pushed open. Philip poked his head in. Maddie, he held a bowl of hot soup. I brought soup for his grace. He looked at Maddie's haggard profile. Are you okay, Maddie? You haven't eaten or slept properly for 3 days. Ollie is also worried about you. I will watch over him. You go get some rest. Maddie shook her head. No. Maddie's eyes were firm. I don't want to leave Ulysses to anyone. How is Kyle? Philip answered. Kyle's daughter is keeping watch by his bedside. Fortunately, he fell from the carriage and wasn't seriously injured. Maddie's gaze was hollow. Falling into silence, Maddie spoke. Philip. She looked at Ulysses on the bed. Why did Ulysses protect me? He must have known he would get hurt. I can't understand why he would do this. If he hadn't protected me, he wouldn't be hurt like this. Maddie's eyes were sad. He clearly knew that protecting himself was more important than protecting someone like me. What a foolish gentleman. Philip's gaze was gentle. Maddie, he revealed, a secret. Did you know the room you are staying in now was the Grand Duke's mother's room? Maddie was stunned upon hearing this. What? Yes, Philip chuckled softly. Yes, that's right. I remember Hakrali argued about this. The Grand Duke left that room empty for a long time because of the tragic way she passed away. That room must be full of painful memories for the Grand Duke. I thought that room would never be used again before the Grand Duke leaves the residence. So when the Grand Duke cleaned the room and gave it to you, I was truly very surprised. Ulysses had given the order. Philip, clean up that room. Philip recalled this, which was unimaginable before. Philip continued, to me, I believe the Grand Duke has already opened his heart to Maddie. When a person opens their heart, the body acts before the mind. Just as Maddie wanted to protect the Grand Duke must have also wanted to protect Maddie. Philip looked at Maddie. I understand how you feel, but if you push yourself like this, the Grand Duke's protection will be meaningless. Ha! Do you really not believe it? Maddie managed to squeeze out a smile. Ha! She finally relented. All right, I'll stay a little longer then. Philip bowed slightly. Very well. When you rest, I will have meals delivered to your room. Maddie sat by Ulysses's bed, gently touching his wounds. It's not worth it. I signed a contract to protect you, not to take care of you like this. I wouldn't die. Even if I get hurt, I'd recover quickly. Are you trying to make me feel guilty for no reason, so I can't run away? Or is it because you're a good person? A good person who protects even the bad guys, right? Maddie stood up. You know I won't be grateful for this. No, I don't care at all. Maddie leaned over and rested her head on Ulysses's chest. Yes, but why is my chest fluttering like this? My eyes sting and my fingertips are numb. This is an unpleasant feeling. Wake up, Ulysses. The morning light shone on the magnificent Grand Duke's estate. Maddie sat alone at the dining table, the food in front of her completely untouched. She crossed her arms, her expression cold. Footsteps sounded, and Maddie looked up, her gaze sharp. Knox was sitting on the windowsill. Maddie spoke. You're later than I expected. Knox replied, do you know how nerve-wracking the journey here was? I never thought in my life I'd sneak into the Grand Duke's estate. Maddie opened the door. You know I couldn't just leave. Ulysses behind. Knox looked at her. That may be so. He glanced at the dining table. You haven't touched anything. It seems the rumors are true. Sister has been taking care of the Grand Duke day and night, losing sleep and appetite. You really love him, don't you? Sister. Knox shivered all over. This sight is truly giving me the creeps. Maddie interrupted him expressionlessly. Cut the nonsense. Tell me what you found out about the carriage. Knox pondered for a moment and pulled a document out of his cloak. I checked everywhere, but I couldn't find anything conclusive. Knox spread the document on the table. It had a sketch of the carriage on it. The carriage was indeed tampered with, but we can't figure out who did it. The driver, Kyle, also said he didn't see anyone suspicious. It looks like experts were hired, but not locals. Normally, there would always be some clues left behind, but this time there is absolutely no trace. Maddie looked down at the document, her eyes turning solemn. Then it must be some big shot beyond our reach who orchestrated everything behind the scenes. Knox looked worried. Could it really be the Emperor's conspiracy? Maddie tiredly rested her forehead on her hand. Who knows? Even if he didn't intervene directly, it must have been for Ulysses. She paused. Astrid, how is she? Knox's expression stiffened, hesitating to speak. Actually, before going to see you, sister, that day, I went to see Astrid first. A flashback appeared. Astrid had tears in her eyes. He said he would bring sister back, but he didn't. So Astrid looked very heartbroken. I couldn't bear to tell her the truth, so I lied to her, saying that her brother caught a cold and couldn't come for now, and Uncle was afraid of infecting her. Once he's better, he will come to see her, so forgive him this time, okay? Astrid just nodded silently. Okay. Maddie spoke. Tell Astrid that he will get better soon, and then go. See her. Knox's gaze dimmed. He looked at Maddie's back, his eyes full of heartache. Knox looked out the window towards the Grand Duke's bedchamber. Everyone knows the Emperor is displeased because of his existence. Even so, Sister never thought something like this would happen around him. Knox sighed. I thought we could finally live in peace. It seems it won't be that easy. He hesitated for a moment. Also, Maddie looked up at him. Knox cleared his throat. It might not be appropriate to say this now, but since I'm seeing you, I still have to tell you. Knox handed over a file. The matter with Count Moncanando is almost wrapped up. Following your instructions, after pushing him into the abyss, we didn't intervene anymore. He quickly started selling off his property to gamble. Recently, he even mortgaged his mansion to a moneylender. Here is the IOU. He said if you still need help, just contact him. There's nothing more we can squeeze out of him. Should we stop here? Maddie took the file, remaining silent. Maddie's eyes turned cold. No, there's still more to squeeze. Keep pressing him. Knox looked shocked. Still more to squeeze? Maddie's thoughts drifted back to the past. While Ulysses was unconscious, I went through the estate documents for him. In a ledger I found suspicious entries. He dared to deceive my darling. Isn't that infuriating? A cold smile appeared on Maddie's face. I'm going to squeeze him dried down to the bone. I'll make sure he never recovers. Knox looked at her, a chill running down his spine. So scary. Even in this situation, Maddie is still Maddie. He forced a laugh. All right, anyway, I'll continue investigating carriage. Maddie called out to him. Wait. Hurried footsteps approached. Maddie raised her index finger to her lips. Shoo, someone is coming. A violent knocking came from outside the door. Maddie opened the door. A voice shouted excitedly. Maddie, the Grand Duke is awake. Maddie and Knox stood up simultaneously. Maddie dashed towards the door, pushing it open without hesitation, and rushed into Ulysses's room. Ulysses. Ulysses was sitting on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages. He slowly looked up. Maddie, how do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere? Maddie's tears fell. Once again, her chest tightened. Her eyes stung. No matter what, her breathing felt suffocated. Is this guilt? Maddie spoke, trembling. Philip, sorry. Could you step out for a moment? Philip bowed respectfully. Yes, I understand. Ulysses and Maddie stood facing each other. The room was dead silent. Scenes from the past flashed in Maddie's mind. A man roared at her. Don't you feel guilty at all? Guilt. She had one smile and replied, I don't know what that is. That understated response now felt like a sharp thorn piercing her heart. It turned out everything had been foreshadowed. Even though I've heard it countless times, I've never thought deeply about it. Maddie smiled bitterly. Amazing, Your Grace. You win. Ulysses looked confused. What's wrong? Are you, after all, hurt somewhere, making me feel such an uncomfortable emotion? Maddie suddenly lifted her skirt. Ulysses looked at her in shock. What? Why are you suddenly lifting your skirt? Maddie pulled a dagger from her thigh strap, her movements as fast as lightning. Maddie slashed the dagger fiercely across her palm. The blade cut through the skin, and fresh blood gushed out. Ulysses jumped out of bed in shock. What are you doing? He rushed forward and grabbed Maddie's wrist holding the knife. What do you think you're doing? Let go. Maddie's palm was covered in blood. Ulysses looked on in disbelief. The wound healed. Maddie gripped the dagger again and asked calmly, What? Do you want me to show you again? Beads of sweat rolled down Ulysses's face, and he remained silent. Yes, that's the expression. You should look at me. With that expression. That's right. A hint of a smile appeared on Maddie's face. When I brought Astrid back, I tricked Crocton the same way. You don't know how frustrating it was not being able to brag about it. I've never told anyone. But in exchange for your confession, I'll tell you a secret too. Surprised? I don't get hurt. So, a mere little wound won't kill me. This means everything you did was in vain. Maddie raised the dagger again, the blade slicing through the air. Ulysses suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes full of pain. Enough. I understand. Let go. Maddie smiled disdainfully. Didn't I say it? It'll heal anyway. Are you afraid of blood? Really, why are you so timid? Ulysses pulled her into a tight embrace. He growled. Loli, I said enough. I believe you, so you don't need to prove it anymore. Even if the wound heals the moment you get hurt, it must be painful, right? Even knowing that you won't get hurt, if I had to do it all over again, I would still take the blow for you. Maddie's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could this also be guilt? Ulysses sat on the edge of the bed. He whispered, I see. Maddie withdrew the dagger. So, it's a relief that Kyla's fine. You've been unconscious for days, and you're still worrying about this. If meddling could make someone a king, you would have been one long ago. However, we can't relax yet. Crocton, we'll come looking for you soon. He thought you were just stalling for time while unconscious, because he has been searching everywhere for Astrid. He knows he can't delay any longer. As soon as he hears the news that you're awake, he will rush over immediately. Ulysses lowered his eyes. Is that so? I've been prepared for it, so I can't say I'm relieved. But this accident indeed diluted the shock of Crocton's betrayal. But Ulysses looked at Maddie. Maddie has been taking care of me while I was unconscious. She looks like she's forcing herself. That incident just now, too. I just feel something is off with Maddie. He softly called out, Maddie. Maddie turned around, still holding the bloody cloth in her hand. What is it? Ulysses spoke. Can you stay by my side? Maddie answered without hesitation, of course. I exist to protect you in the first place. I thought you were going to say something else. Not like that. I mean stay by my side and comfort me. Maddie looked at him in shock. What? Ulysses's voice carried a hint of grievance. You said you would comfort me when I was betrayed by Crocton. You said you would stay by my side until I fell asleep. But you suddenly ran off to attend a party, breaking your promise. Maddie waved her hands in a panic. No, I didn't mean to break it. I couldn't help it. What are you even doing right now? He retorted, anyway, you didn't keep your promise, did you? Maddie's cheeks flushed. Is this important right now? Ulysses placed his hand over his chest. He answered in a low voice, yes, it is very important. Just thinking about Crocton coming back makes my heart ache. It feels like being betrayed all over again, and my chest feels stiflingly tight. He pulled Maddie closer. If you were by my side, maybe I wouldn't feel so awful. Maddie's body stiffened. Could it be she remembered Philip's words? I believe, perhaps because of her grace, I have opened my heart to Maddie. The body acts for the one it loves. Maddie's cheeks instantly turned red. Open his heart? Could it be Ulysses? Ulysses wiped his hair with a towel. Since he kept her by his side, she probably wouldn't stay up late investigating this matter anymore. But Maddie looked very anxious. She had been pacing in the room, seemingly curious about everything. Ulysses asked. Are you hurt? Maddie paused abruptly. I'm not hurt. Why do you think I'm hurt? My wounds have all healed. Ulysses waved his hand. All right, it's good that you're not hurt. But do you plan on walking back and forth like that forever? Maddie's cheeks felt slightly hot. Then what else should I do? Ulysses patted the bed beside him. Do you want to get into bed together? Maddie cried out, huh? Didn't I tell you I don't do that kind of thing? You're so weird. Ulysses shook his head. No, I just want you to sit down and relax a bit. Ulysses looked at her. What is this? What's with this distance between us? He watched Maddie, sitting at the other end of the room. Why is she so absent-minded? It's not like anyone is watching us. Why act like a bride on her wedding night? Maddie's cheeks burned as she stammered, I won't sleep today. I'll just watch over you until you fall asleep, and then go back to my own room. Besides, you look perfectly fine, not at all like someone who just got out of sickbed. Ulysses looked at her. She was like a young girl alone with her sweetheart. What is she agonizing over now? The window? Maddie walked to the window. She muttered to herself, should I draw the curtains? No, the moonlight is so beautiful. So I won't. Ulysses's pupils shrank. I see. There really is someone watching us outside the window. He immediately spoke. Maddie, draw the curtains. Maddie turned her head abruptly, her smile freezing on her face. Hey, why? Ulysses stood up. He was supposed to be acting, so why was she so hesitant? No, Maddie always cleverly guided everything to make me look like the actor party. Ulysses recalled the past. We pretended to kiss to avoid assassins. Pretending to be intimate has always been like this. So this is the role she thinks we should play. He understood clearly. I understand my role now. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his firm chest. He asked with a hint of playfulness, are you just going to stand there forever? Maddie suddenly turned around. You asked me to accompany you until you fall asleep, so why are you standing up? Ulysses watched her looking left and right. What is she looking at? Could there be assassins by the door too? Ulysses decided to play along with the act first. He walked towards Maddie step by step. Ulysses, corner Maddie against the wall. He whispered, Maddie, I don't want to sleep alone. Maddie panicked and turned her face away. No, that's not what I meant. Why is your face so hot? Ulysses sneered internally. This is Maddie, a professional among professionals. He undid more buttons. This time it's my turn to take the lead. He guided Maddie toward the bed. Maddie cried out in alarm. Ulysses, are you crazy? Ulysses leaned in closer. I know you're worried, but I'm just regretting the time I missed while I was unconscious. The curtains are already drawn. Only the people at the door are left, right? Maddie blushed with embarrassment. Ulysses, do you like me? Is that why you're treating me like this? A smile tugged at the corners of Ulysses's mouth. I do. I thought you already knew. Maddie waved her hands frantically. I thought you knew nothing about the world, had no friends, and had never been in love. There were no adults around to teach you, so that's why. Her words grew softer. Isn't this assessment a bit too harsh? Ulysses squatted down and lifted her up. Just let me stay by your side. That's enough. Ulysses's cheeks were slightly red. He felt secretly proud. This line was simply perfect. He took the opportunity to lie down on the bed. Maddie's hands rested gently on his chest. Now we'll pretend to be intimate on the bed. Once we can't feel the presence outside anymore, we just need to shake the bed a few times. Maddie pushed Ulysses away. Maddie suddenly sat up. Wait, we signed an agreement. This means I have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. To gather that amount of money, I have to take on a few more jobs. Can you wait for me to gather the penalty fee? It might take some time. Ulysses looked at her in bewilderment. Huh? Maddie's eyes dimmed. Are you unwilling? Ulysses shuddered abruptly. He completely couldn't understand what was wrong with Maddie today. Ulysses's thoughts were chaotic. I don't know what she's talking about, but I don't dislike Maddie. No, I should say I don't mind. A bright smile bloomed on Maddie's face. That's great. She tightly held Ulysses's hand. Ulysses's cheeks flushed and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly pulled Maddie towards him, their bodies pressing tightly against each other. Their lips almost touched. Ulysses closed his eyes, struggling internally. No, calm down. This is just acting right now. If I cross this line, the people outside haven't left yet. Ulysses gently stroked Maddie's cheek. Haven't they left yet? A trace of doubt flashed in Maddie's eyes. What? Ulysses asked. Do you want me to act a bit more realistically? Maddie pushed him away forcefully. Open his heart. My foot. Anger flared in Maddie's eyes. Your Grace, how dare you use a honey trap to avoid the penalty fee? She gave Ulysses a severe beating. The next morning, Ulysses held his forehead. Strange. I only remember entering the room yesterday, and then I completely blacked out. I can't remember anything. What exactly happened yesterday? Maddie stood by the window with her arms crossed. Nothing happened. You actually washed up and went to sleep. She turned her head. Have you been under too much stress lately? Ulysses had a splitting headache. Can a lot of stress cause a concussion? He rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Amnesia can indeed stem from stress, but why does my head hurt so much when I touch it? It feels like there's a bump. Ulysses turned to Maddie. Come feel it. Maddie's face darkened. She flatly refused. I won't feel it. Her tone was icy. When no one is watching, I won't lay a finger on you. This is our contract. Ulysse responded stiffly. Ah, that's true, but Maddie turned and left. Enough. Hurry and get ready. Your Grace's friend is coming. An hour later, Crocton rushed in, covered in sweat. Something terrible has happened, Ulysses. Astrid is missing. Ulysses grabbed his shoulders in shock. What did you say? Astrid is missing. Crocton panted, on the verge of tears. Drink some water and calm down first. What exactly happened? The house is a mess. There are bodies of men in black everywhere, and blood all over the ground. The nanny, too. It looks like someone broke in, but the nanny is dead. I couldn't find out who did it. Crocton's voice was hoarse. I don't know where they took Astrid, or even if she is still alive. Ulysses recalled Maddie's past teachings. If it really doesn't work, just break a teacup to attract everyone's attention, and then pretend to be clumsy. She looked at Ulysses. It seems I don't need to teach you now. You act very well. I act very well. Her words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Ulysses's hand slipped from the water glass. The glass fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Ulysses's body swayed. He growled lowly, Crocton, I must go take a look. Crocton supported him as they left. Are you all right? Aren't you taking that woman with you? Ulysses was resolute. No, Ulysses covered his mouth with his hand. If she sees that gruesome scene, she will definitely run away from me. She will feel that the same thing could happen to her. It's selfish, but I don't want to lose her. Crocton looked at him. Nonsense. Ulysses's heart has been stolen. Crocton stepped forward. Maddie isn't here today. I can't let my guard down. Crocton pushed the door open. Ulysses's eyes chilled. I must deceive Crocton on my own. At Count Moncanando's estate, a noble lady was sitting in the garden. Maddie cast a disdainful glance. Oh my, as a countess, your appearance is too shabby. I heard His Grace the Grand Duke cut off your living expenses, so you have no money left. Maddie held a black umbrella, a perfect smile on her face. You fired all the servants and only kept one maid. Is this true? She stood up abruptly, her face twisted in anger. What? Who dares? You. I saw. You came in the Grand Duke's carriage. So you were that slut, a lowly woman daring to covet the position of the Grand Duchess. You even cut off our family's living expenses. Where did you get the nerve? Maddie's smile remained unchanged. Countess, look in the mirror. The noble lady backed away in horror. Stay away from me. Don't let your slums stench. Rub off on me. Maddie picked up the wine glass on the table. Maddie crushed the glass with her bare hand. Fresh blood dripped through her fingers. A scream pierced the tranquility. The noble lady covered her mouth in horror. Maddie picked up a glass shard. I said, look in the mirror. Am I the only vulgar person here? You've been expelled from the noble lady salon. The reading club kicked you out as well. Even the invitations have stopped. Even if you host a banquet, no one attends anymore. Isn't all of this because you, Countess, have been spreading rumors everywhere? The noble lady was furious. You dare insult me? I'm going to tell everyone. Maddie sneered. Tell who? Your lover? No, that knight has no real power. Count Moncanando. Can you tell him? Anyway, even if you wanted to, you couldn't do it, right? Because you have absolutely no idea what's happening. How dare you? Maddie retorted. Didn't you just say it? I'm a slut rolling around in the back alleys. What wouldn't someone like me dare to do? How could I not know the rumors of nobles going bankrupt from borrowing from loan sharks? Loan sharks? The noble lady shuddered. All over. Maddie pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. Pull yourself together. It's not over yet. Tell me everything you know. Countess Moncanando. The Countess said in terror. I only saw my husband bring him back one day. I don't know. Maddie pressed on. Is that really all? She pulled the cork out of a medicine bottle. Then how about we taste this together? The Countess screamed in terror. No, I don't want it. She struggled desperately. Get away. Maddie's voice sounded behind her like cold chains. Stop pretending. You clearly know everything. Why lie? You really are loyal. Being so deeply devoted to a count who abandoned his family and sold off his house and wife. The Countess turned deathly pale. Even the house. Maddie feignait de surprise. Oh my, so you didn't know. She pulled out a pocket watch. The hands pointed to 4 o'clock. Today happens to be the Count's final deadline for repayment. A moneylender friend of mine said he would go over at 4 o'clock. I hope the Count has already paid off all his debts. I originally didn't plan on seeking your permission for the marriage. But now perhaps I need to reconsider. After all, you need a place to live. Anyway, that house was bought with the Grand Duke's money. If it's gone, it's gone. Maddie is such a little villain, right? Actually, while the Grand Duke was unconscious, I peeked at the ledger. I found something even stranger. The grain from Kronita Farm and the taxes from Alina Port, which should have been transported to the Grand Duke's estate, all flowed to Count Moncanando's family. And my dear husband thought this was all. The Count and Countess are truly insatiable. Philip only checks the annual budget and has no idea the money is draining away. It's truly frustrating. Perhaps when the Grand Duke was young, they could collect it under the guise of guardianship. But now that the Grand Duke is an adult, it's completely wrong to embezzle all the commercial income, isn't it? However, the money will now return to its rightful owner. Maddie brought the vial to the Countess's lips. There was not a trace of pity in her eyes. Now tell me everything you... No, madam, what I want to trade for is the truth, you know. The Countess said angrily, how dare you make a deal with me? Without my consent, this marriage is over. Not even Ulysses can protect you. Maddie pinched the Countess's chin. What are you talking about, madam? I told you long ago that I don't need your permission. Marriage permission is for harmonious families, and you have no right to yell right now. You marry the man who lost the house, and you'll be chased by creditors for the rest of your life. I'm taking pity on you by giving you a chance. The pocket watch ticked. You'd better answer quickly. If the house is taken away at 4 o'clock, you'll only be able to hide in dirty back alleys to avoid creditors. You should also think about the future of yourself and your daughter. Night fell. Ulysses returned to the estate. He announced in a low voice, I'm back. He opened his eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of confusion. A maid holding documents shouted in pleasant surprise, oh my God, Your Grace, you're back. The maids gathered around. Would you like to take a bath first or dine first? A servant squatted down. Oh my God, your shoes are all dirty. Please change into these. Ulysses was a bit overwhelmed. Okay. He looked at the scene before him. Philip, what happened while I was away? Philip answered with a smile, Your Grace, besides me, there is someone else waiting for you. Ulysses was puzzled. Someone is waiting? Ulysses looked up. Maddie was wearing a white dress adorned with flowers. Ulysses asked, Maddie, did you drink with the Countess? Ulysses looked at the document file. This is my uncle's property deed. Why do you have this? He was instantly shocked. Maddie, how would you steal this? Put it back quickly. Stealing the deed won't make the house yours. It's already hard enough to get marriage permission, and now you steal the deed. Maddie smiled. I didn't steal it. This house was bought with your money, so it was yours to begin with. You don't need to get Count Moncanando's marriage permission. Ulysses questioned, are you bullying the servants again? Maddie smiled and said, Tada, a gift. Ulysses was stunned. What did you say? Maddie explained, that's no longer Moncanando's house. It has been handed over as collateral. Ulysses looked completely confused. Do you also lend at usurious rates? Maddie chuckled lightly. How could someone as weak as me lend at usurious rates? The Count likes to gamble, so I introduced him to a good place. He kept losing money and kept borrowing money until finally he mortgaged the house too. The repayment date passed, the house was taken by the moneylender, and then it ended up in my hands. Ulysses looked suspicious. Wait, that last part sounds very strange. Maddie smiled and explained, I happen to know the boss there. I saved his life, so he insisted on helping me. Of course, I couldn't recover all the squandered money, but I returned the profit from the Kronita farm and the taxes from the Arena port to you. Also, I got all your money back too. Ulysses had a complex expression. Maddie was puzzled. Why that look? Maddie was a bit flustered. I told you, I really didn't steal it. Do you know how hard I worked to resolve this legally? I am truly innocent. She gritted her teeth. Fine. I did secretly keep one thing. It's perfectly normal. You can call it a performance bonus. Ulysses held out his palm. He said expressionlessly, hand over the rest. Maddie instantly froze. You money-grubbing bastard. The servants watched this scene in horror. Maddie was exasperated. Damn it, I must be crazy. The diamond anklet on her foot snapped abruptly, scattering all over the floor. Philip exclaimed, Your Grace, are you all right? Were you just getting angry at Maddie? Usurers are not good friends to have, but she was doing it for your sake. Isn't it only right to take back what belongs to you? Ulysses's body trembled slightly, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Ulysses covered his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress his laughter. In the end, he couldn't hold it back and burst into loud laughter. Ulysses coughed lightly. Philip, remember before, Maddie said that even if she had to steal someone else's happiness, she wanted me to be happy. At that time, I thought I was just fooled by Maddie's acting, but perhaps there was a hint of sincerity in it. She did things I never asked for, using all sorts of complicated methods just to solve the problem legally. For me, I can no longer hide my feelings for Maddie. Or, perhaps, just perhaps, Maddie might feel the same way about me. What I said to Philip, I think, that was truly my sincere feeling. Ulysses ordered Philip order a ring for me. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Make it extravagant, studded with huge, heavy gems. I want to propose to Maddie one more time before the wedding. Uncle Knox is very funny. He tells funny stories every day and prepares delicious meals. Living with Uncle Knox is happy. Emily scolded me every day. She was very scary. When Uncle Crocton came, he always looked very tired and scary too. When he was angry, he would throw things at Emily. In those days, Emily would be scolded even worse. Sometimes, I would intervene because I was afraid of Emily being scolded by Uncle Crocton. She was scolded for doing things she shouldn't have done. If you don't want to be scolded, don't do things that will get you scolded. So I thought, I deserved to be scolded until I met Maddie and Uncle Knox. A water cup tipped over. Oops. Maddie spoke, the child spilled the water. We need to clean up the cup. Knox asked Astrid, are you hurt? They never get angry at me, never frown, and never scold me. Maddie is much more fun than Uncle Knox. She can fly up to the sky and dive into the earth, run super fast, can climb walls, and can even read my mind. She's a superhero. Maddie comes very early every day. When Uncle Knox is still sleeping, she arrives. She comes every day, singing a very, very soft lullaby. When I open my eyes, I can always see Maddie smiling. She says softly, baby, you're awake. Sleep a little longer. I just came to see if you're sleeping well. When I wake up, Maddie will stroke my cheek and sing that lullaby again. That was the song my mother used to sing. Listening to it makes me sleepy. So I fall asleep again and dream of my mother. Maddie suddenly leaned in close. Baby, are you writing a diary? She hurriedly turned around. Don't worry, I won't look. I'll close my eyes. You quickly. Hide it. Astrid hugged the diary tightly, her body stiffening. Maddie covered her eyes. Astrid, can I open my eyes now? Astrid looked up. She had never experienced such gentle treatment. Crocton was looking around. Where could he hide? He couldn't leave here, and couldn't steal anything. I also wanted to speak, but seeing Daddy in pain, my voice just wouldn't come out. But if I didn't tell him, Maddie might never wake up again. Astrid suddenly hugged Maddie, her cheek pressed tightly against hers. Maddie closed her eyes and smiled. How nice. In the future, when you want to say okay, just hug me tightly like this, all right? Ulysses's voice came over. Baby, did you miss Uncle? Astrid opened her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Maddie's voice rang out, ta-da! Maddie's delivery service, lifting Astrid high up and delivering her into Ulysses's arms. Ulysses smiled helplessly and caught her, hugging Astrid tightly. Have you grown a little taller? Astrid pointed to the marks on the wall. Ulysses asked, oh, did you measure? Let's see how much Astrid has grown. Knox looked at them. Hey, come here. You wouldn't suddenly grow taller just because Uncle came, right? Astrid snatched Knox's pen. Astrid ran towards Ulysses with her eyes shining. Ulysses's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Astrid's shoulders. You can't do that. You can't casually take things from other people's hands. Astrid looked at him in confusion. Really? Knox also asked, really? Ulysses rested his hand on his forehead and sighed. Of course you can't casually take things from other people's hands. This is the most basic rule. Knox held his head in his hands, his expression extremely shocked. Oh my God, to think someone would say such a thing. Does anyone actually follow that? Maddie glanced at him coldly. Idiot. The Grand Duke follows it himself. That's why he says so. She turned and walked away. Knox asked in confusion, Sister, why on earth do you want to marry such a stuffy man? Maddie said, my life is my own too. Knox shouted in dissatisfaction, my life is my own too. Ulysses rested his hand on his forehead with a headache. Enough. The two who were bickering looked at Ulysses in confusion. Ulysses said sternly, we can't let Astrid grow up like this. I absolutely forbid it. He hugged Astrid tightly. If she goes on like this, if she succeeds, she'll become Knox. If she fails, she'll become Maddie. To be honest, I respect your ways, but from a societal perspective, you are truly twisted. Maddie looked disdainful. So it's all ruined. Knox declared proudly, to be honest, that's better than sister. Ulysses interrupted him. All right, since we're all here, let's talk openly. If you want to argue, go outside. Maddie walked towards Astrid, her voice softening. Astrid, I want to ask you something. If you don't like it, shake your head. Maddie leaned down, her gaze gentle. Do you want to live with Uncle Ulysses and me, the three of us? If so, we'll have to put on a play. Is that okay? This play might be very, very long. Astrid's cheeks flushed, and she nodded vigorously. Okay. Astrid smiled brightly. Just living with Uncle Knox was so much fun. If Maddie came along too, it would definitely be even more fun. Maddie sat alone in the empty room, holding a document in her hand. When the Crown Prince was granted the title of Grand Duke and banished from the Imperial Palace, we received a visitor. That visitor paid off all our debts in exchange for one promise, when needed, to help him unconditionally once. We had no choice but to accept. But he is my nephew after all, and we didn't feel good about it. Maddie held a bottle of green liquid, her expression complex. So you knew this was poison. Tell me who gave it to you, and then get out. I'll let you escape with your daughter. The Countess widened her eyes in terror, her lips trembling. Uncle, Viteria Hilton. Maddie pondered the name. Uncle Viteria Hilton. There's no such person, but the Countess didn't seem to be lying. Is it a pseudonym? Did I miss something? Her pen suddenly stopped. A triumphant smile curled on her lips. Found it. Sunlight pierced through the thin mist, spilling over a peaceful city-state. A blue carriage passed through a lush forest path, heading into the distance. Inside the carriage, Maddie's hand held a note. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the hem of her pink skirt. The handwriting on the note clearly appeared. At noon, in front of the leather workshop in the corner of the market, take that blue carriage. It will take you where you need to go. The carriage stopped in front of a white building. The coachman pulled the reins tight. The carriage door opened, and a pair of brown leather shoes stepped onto the ground. The pink skirt hem fell accordingly. Maddie stepped down from the carriage. She looked up and surveyed her surroundings. So they wanted me to come alone, and in such a troublesome way. It seems they really don't want this invitation to be discovered by anyone. At the top of the building, in front of the carriage, a white statue stood quietly. Two guards slowly pulled open the carved iron gates. A magnificent white mansion revealed itself. The Empress stood in front of the door. She wore a smile, her hands folded in front of her. Welcome, Maddie. The Empress opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. You look like you're doing well, completely different from when we last met. Maddie smiled brightly and made a victory sign. At the thought of meeting Her Majesty the Empress, I didn't know what to wear, so I specifically had the maids paint my most gorgeous makeup. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Why would you do that? Because I wanted to look pretty in front of Your Majesty. The Empress was silent for a moment, a barely perceptible ripple flashing in her eyes. Have a seat. Actually, I called you here today because of your request for marriage last time. I've kept it in mind. Exquisite pastries were laid out on the table. Pink roses bloomed in the vase. The Empress gazed at Maddie. Have you decided? Maddie smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. Yes, I have considered it for a long time. The Empress parted her thin lips. Maddie, please break up with the Grand Duke. Maddie's pupils shrank sharply. What are the conditions? The Empress pushed an envelope in front of Maddie. This should be enough as compensation. The Empress's words were cold. Enough for you to settle down abroad. If you really love the Grand Duke, you should step aside for him. If you really cherish him, you should let go. Maddie picked up the envelope and weighed it in her hand. Is it just this little bit? The Empress's hand holding the teacup stiffened. A trace of astonishment flashed across her face. Maddie pushed the envelope back. The Empress asked, this little bit? What do you mean by that? How insolent. Maddie spoke, I will return the money. So on my way back, I'll kidnap the Grand Duke while I'm at it. Don't be too surprised then. You'll need to prepare 10 billion to get him back safely. The Empress's gaze sharpened. 10 billion is not a small sum. Maddie clasped her hands together. But compared to my love for Ulysses and our shared future, this amount of money is truly too little, Your Majesty. Watch closely. My heart will never be swayed by a mere 10 billion. Because no one loves Ulysses as purely as I do. The Empress looked at her coldly. You are not qualified to be the Grand Duchess. Maddie bit her handkerchief, her eyes turning red. But I don't love Ulysses to become the Grand Duchess. The Empress turned and walked away. I will report what happened today truthfully to His Majesty the Emperor. Maddie shouted loudly behind her, yes. Please make sure to tell him. Tell him about my overflowing love. Since both parties in a marriage must agree to the marriage, I leave it to you, Your Majesty the Empress. The Empress fell into reminiscence. The Grand Duke's fiancé. Maddie. A man stood at the door with a gentle smile. Lambda Bartolozzi, what are you doing here? Lambda spoke. I'll keep it short. I would like to ask you to stop the Grand Dukes. Marriage. The Empress was puzzled. The Grand Duke's marriage? I didn't expect you to be interested in that. Lambda walked over slowly. Of course, I have absolutely no interest in the Grand Duke himself. But that woman, she belongs to me. I hope your Majesty the Empress can help me take her back. The Empress pondered. That person was so insistent. That's why I met her again, nothing more. Maddie smiled innocently, because I wanted to look pretty in front of you. The Empress revealed a playful smile. Maddie, you truly are an interesting person. From now on, how will your fate unfold? I'm very curious. The setting sun enveloped the magnificent palace. The Emperor stood alone in the study. Sunlight pierced through the window, casting a long shadow over him. He leaned over and took out a fountain pen from the gap between the books. Brother's pen. It's been here all along. The Emperor held the pen, his eyes complex. Ulysses, pale-faced and lips trembling, had said, I would never do such a thing. How could you think that? And there's a son who looks exactly like that brother. The Emperor scratched his hair in frustration. No, that's not what's important right now. What's important is how to ensure Emil's safety. The nobles are still criticizing the Empress for being born in the Duchy of Aslan and opposing Emil's appointment as crown prince. For Emil to smoothly ascend the throne with the support of the people and the nobles, we must completely eliminate any possibility of Ulysses inheriting the throne. The Emperor paced. I once tried to arrange a marriage for him with the Bartolozzi family, so that he would naturally distance himself from imperial power. But that plan failed. What on earth does he see in that commoner woman? I must find him a well-matched, noble bride as soon as possible, one who can both monitor him and keep him in his place. His fingertips brushed across an invitation. A name was printed on it, Alexian. Yes, this is the place. Ulysses suddenly pushed open the door. Maddie, I've been looking everywhere for you. Where did you go? Maddie pointed at herself. Me? I just went to see Her Majesty the Empress. Ulysses's expression changed drastically. Her Majesty the Empress? You didn't cause any trouble, did you? Maddie blinked playfully. Oh, what could I do? I just took the opportunity to ruin my reputation a little bit. So what did you need me for? Ulysses looked tense. No, nothing. You suddenly disappeared, and I was afraid you had caused some trouble again. Maddie smiled brightly. Oh, you're too late. I already caused one. Ulysses was speechless. A smile curled at the corners of Maddie's mouth. By the way, did you know? I finally found a mastermind who poisoned me. She pulled a piece of paper from her chest. Want to see who it is? The paper unfolded. A name was written repeatedly on it. Uncle Viteria Hilton. A servant's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, there is a letter for you. A black envelope with a red wax seal. It was an invitation from Alexian. A familiar envelope. Ulysses turned pale. Another one. Lady Bartolozzi has passed away. Someone else died. Ulysses trembled. They say Lady Bartolozzi has passed away. Ulysses's pupils shrank. Another woman is dead. Lady Bartolozzi is dead. All right, I understand, Philip. You may leave. Philip bowed. Yes. He turned and left. Ulysses looked grave. He spoke slowly. Tell me the truth. You. Ulysses's voice carried a hint of suspicion. You didn't do it, did you? A contemptuous smile appeared on Maddie's lips. Ulysses furrowed his brows. It's really strange how things turn out this way. Didn't you say you had an argument with her at the banquet? Maddie chuckled. Ah, you mean pushing her at the banquet? Maddie spread her hands, and then brutally murdering a clueless and annoying noble lady? Why would I do that? What benefit could I get? Ulysses's voice turned cold. That way you could safely marry me and then make money. A hint of teasing flashed in Maddie's eyes. Oh my, you are being too full of yourself. Of course I like money, but I wouldn't casually kill someone for it. Ulysses was extremely anxious. We don't know when or where she was murdered. I'm just confirming. Maddie turned around. Good question, Your Grace. Doubting others is a good habit. Ulysses's voice softened. If you say it wasn't you, I won't press further. Maddie asked in return. If I say I didn't kill her, would you believe me? Ulysses looked agitated. No matter what you say, our engagement cannot be canceled. I just want to know. I at least have the right to ask this. Maddie's fingers dug into her skirt. She responded in a low voice. Yes, as my fiancé, you have the right to ask. I understand. Given Lady Bartolozzi's personality, she would only grit her teeth and plan revenge. She would never give up on her own. Ulysses continued. The timing is too coincidental. It couldn't be an accident. Maddie looked straight at him, her eyes firm. But it wasn't me. Ulysses was silent for a moment, his Adam's apple rolling. All right. Maddie's tone carried a hint of provocation. What? You look like you don't believe me. Ulysses turned his back to her. I believe you. If even I don't believe you, who else would? We have to attend the funeral tomorrow. Prepare your clothes in advance. Don't dress too flashily, lest people say you're crazy. Maddie lowered her eyes. Don't worry, I'm very good at this. The distant church bell tower stood silently under the gloomy sky. A luxurious carriage stopped in front of the church. Maddie and Ulysses stood side by side. The two were dressed in solemn black mourning clothes. The surrounding guests cast undisguised glances. A noblewoman covered half her face with a fan and whispered, "Oh my God, how dare she come here and dress so inappropriately?" Another guest chimed in, "The Grand Duke is unbelievably rude." Salome was his former marriage prospect, yet he actually brought that woman to her funeral. Whispers surged through the crowd like a tide. A middle-aged man with a beard cast a cold stare at Maddie. Maddie held onto Ulysses' arm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two walked slowly. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded. "How dare you come here?" Count Bartolozzi's face was contorted. "That vulgar woman is not allowed in. Get out." Ulysses responded expressionlessly. "I only came because I received an invitation to attend the funeral." Count Bartolozzi roared. "This is a letter sent to all high-ranking nobles and the parliament. Even if there is an invitation, it's for the Grand Duke. Uninvited guests are not allowed in. Even if you are the Grand Duke, you cannot insult my daughter's final journey like this." Ulysses spoke then. Maddie gently broke free from his arm and turned around. "Your Grace, I'll step outside for a moment." Ulysses stood alone in place, his gaze following her figure until he could no longer see her. He slowly raised his head, his eyes looking exceptionally complex. Under the bright light, Maddie stood alone outside the church. The breeze fluttered her skirt. She looked up and gazed at the distant sky. "Lies. This is all a complete and utter lie. I'm not here to attend a funeral. I'm here to confirm whether I really killed someone." Maddie recalled that moment. Ulysses stood at the door. "Did you do it? No matter what you say, this marriage cannot be canceled." He grabbed his own collar, looking pained. "I just want to know. I at least have the right to ask this." "I believe you." A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of Maddie's mouth. "How ridiculous. He doesn't believe me at all. I've long been used to being suspected, but why say such things? Whether as a pickpocket, a swindler, or an information broker's lackey, in the eyes of ordinary people, I'm just a thief. Someone who takes things without permission, or steals from others." Maddie recalled the past, playing cards spread out on the table. "Everyone looks at me with that kind of gaze. Sometimes, I even use that to my advantage. Even if we're having a great time, once something goes wrong, I'm always the first one to be suspected. A person whom others can't help but suspect. Of course I will be suspected." Maddie sneered and turned to walk into the woods. "Most of the time, I am indeed the culprit. When I finish gathering all the intelligence and leave a private party, or when I prepare to leave a city after making a big haul, I always deliberately steal a valuable item and leave in the home of someone destitute. When those people in desperate need of money sell the stolen goods, the suspicious gazes will, as I expected, all point to me. Then I can just leave cleanly, as if I had been waiting for it. Establishing and severing relationships is always so simple. I have never felt a trace of regret about being suspected. Regret, however, the scenes of memories emerged. Why is Ulysses so complicated? I've always lived like this, but this time, it's really strange. Do I really feel wronged because I didn't do it? It feels like stepping into a mud puddle in an unexpected place. Stepping into a mud puddle. Although this is not my first time stepping into a mud puddle, the mud staining my feet constantly hinders my steps. In my memories, Ulysses' voice sounded, "Maddie, I'm taking you away, not to make a fool of you. I just don't want to go alone and leave any unnecessary misunderstandings. I'm doing this to let others know that you are my only one." A smile hooked the corner of Maddie's mouth. "You just had to say such obvious words. What a fool. It looks like it will be over soon. Should I go wait in the carriage in advance?" Suddenly a hand grabbed her wrist. Maddie felt a sharp pain. A needle was pierced in her neck, injecting. Damn it, I actually let my guard down, completely unaware of their approach. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her vision began to distort and blur. What kind of anesthetic is this? It's not an ordinary anesthetic. Maddie struggled to raise her head, cursing with her last bit of strength. You bastard." A hand wearing a black gauze glove gently stroked the pure white lily, its petals falling silently. Inside the solemn morning hall, Salome lay quietly in the cold crystal coffin. The guests surrounded her, sobbing in low voices. Salame's parents hugged each other, both trembling in grief, their faces covered in tears. They could not accept this cruel reality. Iron shovels raised dirt, covering the ornate coffin, announcing the final farewell. A female guest whispered, "I heard she was assassinated after the last tea party." Another female guest chimed in, "It's been several weeks already. Why only now?" A knowledgeable lady lowered her voice, "It's that child adopted by Count Bartolozzi's family. He kept insisting and refused to hold the funeral." Ulysses's eyes were cold. So was Lambda. Bartolozzi. That's understandable. His sister was kidnapped by a bandit gang and went missing. How could he, as a brother, give up easily? It is said that when the body was found, it was severely decomposed and unrecognizable. In the end, it was still the brother who found her. He was devastated and fainted on the spot. A trace of complexity flashed in Ulysses's eyes. I suspected him before, but Ulysses stood alone in front of the tombstone, his back stretched long in the sunset. The grief of losing. A family member is the same for anyone, but Ulysses looked around. Why didn't he, who loved his sister so much, come to attend the funeral? Ulysses suddenly shuddered as a terrible thought hit him. Ulysses rushed out of the church, looking around anxiously. "Maddie, where is Maddie? She said she would wait for me outside. She should be nearby, unless she took that path." His face changed, and he immediately sprinted. Footsteps echoed in the silence. Ulysses suddenly stopped, his pupils suddenly contracting. Ulysses suddenly stopped on the forest path. He bent down and picked up a shining ring from the ground. This is a ring of the Ronmel family. Did Maddie steal it again? Wait, then where did Maddie go? Maddie slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually awakening. Wrists, ankles, calves, forearms, ribs. They tied me up securely. Damn it. I was only focusing on Ulysses and actually let my guard down. A figure blocked the light. Lambda looked down at Maddie. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. "Have a good sleep." Lambda held a bowl. "You're awake." Maddie glared at the man in front of her. "Are you crazy? Tying people up just to do this kind of thing? I didn't kill Salome. Stop messing around and let me go, you bastard." Lambda said indifferently, "It's not because of that trivial matter." "Then what is it?" Maddie's voice carried a trace of trembling. Lambda pulled out a chair and sat down. He blew on the soup in the spoon. Her tongue was still numb, unable even to swallow. He brought the soup to Maddie's mouth. "Take a bite, and I'll tell you." Maddie looked at him in horror. "Pumpkin soup. This is a bedroom. Did he bring me to the Bartolozzi estate?" Lambda handed the spoon to her lips. "Come on, this is what you used to like." Maddie resisted with her teeth, turning her head violently. The spoon hit the chair with a crisp sound. "Get lost, if you want to play house. You found the wrong person." Lambda looked expressionlessly at the flying spoon. Maddie observed that the sound of the soup spoon hitting the ground was very loud. Either this is underground or the walls are very thin. This means escaping is either extremely difficult or extremely easy. I must be careful. But Ulysses's voice echoed in her mind. "Where are you going? Tell me before you leave, even if you're leaving forever. You must tell me first." The atmosphere was terrible when we parted last time. He might misunderstand and think I left injured again. The valuables I left behind, he probably hasn't found them yet. I must go back as soon as possible. Lambda picked up the spoon. "Why are you so stubborn? Have you lived outside for too long?" Maddie calculated in her heart. As long as I don't give him an opening, I still have a chance. Maddie exerted force suddenly, trying to break free from the restraints, but her body didn't move an inch. "What's going on?" "I can't use any strength in my entire body." Lambda wiped his fingers with a handkerchief, letting out a light chuckle. "No matter the situation, you never yield. That's why I can't forget you." Lambda's voice was gentle yet cruel. "If I had really found the wrong person, I wouldn't have smashed your head with a hammer. That drug is also very expensive. I used 3 whole bottles of poison mint for elephants. So, you temporarily won't be able to use any strength." Maddie glared at him. "What kind of trick is this?" Lambda held the spoon. "If you want to know the reason, tell me bite by bite." Maddie grinned, her smile full of provocation. "I'm not that curious about why you insist on being with me, or what kind of past we once had. I'm a person very focused on the future." Lambda looked at her playfully. "Oh, really?" He looked at the red-hot iron kettle. "From now on, you'll be curious." Lambda walked towards the iron kettle and lifted it. He poured the boiling water on Maddie. Maddie let out a painful, muffled groan. Lambda's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Salome once splashed you with cold tea, right? But such hot water. You can endure it too. You should be with someone who understands your value. Lambda gently stroked Maddie's cheek, with a trace of disappointment in his tone. My God, you can't even hold on at this level? You become weak. Maddie suddenly bit his finger, and fresh blood seeped out. Lambda pulled his finger out and looked at the blood on his fingertip. A smile hooked the corner of his mouth. Lambda feigned surprise. My God, you shouldn't bite your master. It seems I'll have to pull out your teeth. No matter what kind of monster you are, your teeth won't grow back, right? Maddie retorted fearlessly. If you're curious, try pulling them out. Why just pull my teeth? Might as well snap my neck too. Lambda wiped his hand with the handkerchief and replied lightly, no, you would die that way. It was so hard to find you. How could I kill you? Lambda gently stroked Maddie's hair. But seeing you so haggard breaks my heart. Maddie roared, you lunatic. Have you forgotten? You smashed my head with a blunt instrument and poisoned me. Did you want me to die? Lambda's tone was confused. Why do you say that? I didn't tell you to die. Maddie's heart was beating wildly. Who exactly is this guy? The way he speaks sounds like he knows me, yet he didn't hesitate to smash my head with a blunt instrument and use poison. His method of tying people up is not sloppy at all. He is not an ordinary person. He's a bastard who can kill at any time. Lambda pulled Maddie's hair hard, forcing her to raise her head. Have you really forgotten me? I am your master. Maddie was forced to look up at him. Her green almond-shaped pupils trembled slightly, completely clueless as to what nonsense he was spouting. But Maddie's mouth curved upwards, revealing a smile. Just one expression can make him so out of control. I can definitely play him in the palm of my hand. Hey, if I had really done that kind of thing, I would definitely remember it clearly. Since I have completely forgotten, it means you're not important to me at all. You must just be some punk I taught a lesson to, and now you've come to seek revenge on me, right? Lambda clenched his teeth, a sound of bones grinding coming from his throat. Did you not hear what I just said? I said all of this was to call you here. Lambda suddenly exerted force, pulling Maddie's hair and throwing her to the side. To hide those bodies, to pretend to search for the missing you. Do you know how much effort it took? All because you and the Grand Duke got involved in that damn accident. Maddie let out a sneer. As long as the money is enough, I will go anywhere. You could have just summoned me with money, you murder bastard. Lambda leaned down. Don't call me that. Killing was originally your job. I only learned these because I am your master. If I am bitten to death by my own dog, I can only blame the master for failing to tame the hound. Maddie thought about what he said. That it was an unfortunate accident is utter nonsense. The overturned carriage lying across the forest clearing, wheels spinning towards the sky. That was clearly a premeditated murder. It seems Bartolozzi has nothing to do with the carriage accident. Then, the real mastermind behind the scenes is Uncle. By Tyria Hilton, Lambda's grip tightened, firmly pinching Maddie's jaw, forcing her to look straight into his eyes. I'm talking right now. What are you thinking about? Maddie smiled indifferently. Screw you, master. I have a brain too. You have to allow me to think for a moment. You're grabbing too hard, strangling me, so I can't move at all. Lambda loosened his grip, letting out a low chuckle. You've changed so much. Have you really forgotten the days you loved me? Maddie replied. If it was really that unforgettable, the moment I saw your face, I should have remembered. I'll say it again. I don't remember you. Did you stuff the leftover residue from boiling pumpkin soup into your ears? Lambda fumbled a dagger out from his sleeve. Why has your mouth become so talkative? What exactly should I do to make you remember? It seems I have to help you retrieve those memories. Lambda viciously stabbed the dagger into Maddie's shoulder. Lambda's face was splattered with Maddie's blood. You should have dodged. This is what I taught you. Even if your limbs are burdened, even if you lose your hands and feet, you must return alive from the enemy lines. Because you were once my father's most loyal hound. Maddie's pupils trembled suddenly, her green eyes reflecting fragmented light. Father. Lambda held the handle of the dagger inside Maddie's body and slowly twisted it. You used to always listen to father. Even a monster would feel pain, right? Maddie let out a shrill scream. Cold sweat rolled down her temples, wetting the black ribbon on her chest. Lambda's grip did not lessen. Before you remember, I won't pull out. So take your time to think. Nice to meet you, Maddie. Maddie recalled past events. My name is Judith. She suddenly widened her eyes, her green pupils contracting violently. Memory fragments shattered like a spiderweb. Chetrovsky. Dr. Chetrovsky. That was the sealed code name. Lambda's mouth hooked up in a twisted smile. Have you finally remembered? You pulled out that blood-stained dagger. Correct. Maddie gasped heavily, fresh blood soaking through the lace trim on her chest, her body trembling violently under the restraint of the ropes. Who you were before is not important. Forget your life up until now. Forget your name and family. Even forget your own existence. You no longer exist in this world. You are just an erased ghost. Young Maddie stood in the center of the crowd, her green pupils flickering in the shadows. As the Iron Kings, offer up your lives. Dr. Chetrovsky, that man introduced himself like that. The doctor in white handed pills to the children, his fingertips touching the cold glass cup. The children who came to the nest lost their names from then on. Young Maddie looked around in the formation. There was no sunlight here, only endless obedience. Everyone kept the same hairstyle, wore the same clothes, ate the same food, and took the same medicine. Young Maddie swallowed the pill and suddenly fell to her knees on the cold ground, her hands tightly clutching her chest. Her skin and flesh felt like they were being burned by raging fire, her limbs curling up from the severe pain, her throat as if choked by an invisible hand. The more pills swallowed, the faster the original life disappeared. Wooden targets stood in front of the gray wall, waiting to be destroyed. Surviving countless poison baptisms, tedious training, followed one after another. Young Maddie swung her short sword, chopping down the bullseye of the wooden target until all targets were completely smashed. Only then would the training stop. The wooden puppets overlapped in her vision, their outlines becoming more and more like humans. All senses began to numb. Falling down is not allowed here. A blond boy collapsed to his knees, his short sword dropping by his feet, his body slumped due to extreme exhaustion. Another companion lunged at the wooden puppet, his hands tightly gripping the wooden frame. Even if you fall, you must pierce the enemy's toes. This was the teaching carved into their marrow. Before completely collapsing, you must complete the final blow. Day after day, tempering the body, learning combat skills until mastering swordsmanship, pulling the trigger, disassembling components, assembling them again. In order to become soldiers guarding the Holy Empire, in order to become the Iron Kings, only those who die gloriously in battle truly exist. Compared to death, they should fear humiliation more. Young Maddie stood in the empty corridor, looking up at the slogan high above: follow the strong, obey orders, be loyal to the nation, annihilate the enemy. On this land, only praise the name of the monarch, live for the monarch, and die for the monarch. White beds were neatly arranged. The children lay flat in the cold bedding, like weapons waiting to be inspected. Wanting to be reborn as a perfect Iron King is by no means an easy task. Those scrawny beasts disappeared as time passed. Instructors dragged away limp teenagers. Those who could not endure the training were thrown outside the high walls and never returned. The bodies of companions were carried onto wooden carts. Those who could not resist the toxicity, their bodies went completely cold. A very small number of people survived. Maddie pinched a pill and put it in her mouth. Swallowing poison no longer caused pain. The wound on her cheek healed itself, and bruises dissipated under her skin. The physical body no longer followed common sense. After countless practical combat drills, she found that the people around her were the same. These opponents were like ghosts. Even if struck by a long sword, they wouldn't fall. To completely kill them, one must sever their neck with a single strike. Young Maddie swung her short sword, the sharp blade slitting her companion's throat. Fresh blood splattered across half of her face. Her heart did not feel any guilt because everyone was like this. Even if they slept in adjacent beds last night, they would turn against each other when they woke up in the morning. No one knew when they would die. Death was just the norm in this room. A researcher stood at the end of the corridor, looking down to record the data on the clipboard, coldly observing this slaughter. Survivors were just numbers in the experiment report. There was no need to know names here, and no one had a name. Except for that person, the son of Dr. Chetrovsky, the first completed Iron King. Only he had a name, only he was different. Maddie's lips parted slightly, silently mouthing that code name. Lambda. He was the first person to give me a name, breaking the curse of numbers in this cold cage.